Welcome, welcome, welcome to day one of the Mizzou Esports Overwatch Invitational. I'm Son of Gary, joined by my co-caster Aurora, and this is a big event for us. I mean, I've been super excited about this for weeks, and we are coming in strong with our first series of the day. It is going to be Southeast Missouri State taking on Miami of Ohio.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited as well. Big event like you're talking about. We have 13 teams from across 6 different states, all here, all in this facility, and they're all going to be trying their best to take home this first ever trophy of the Mizzou Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, this should be a lot of fun. We've also got a major Overwatch update coming through this week. Perks are in game. We've got all of them laid out.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to work our way through this. And I really can't wait to see how this shakes out the game. It's going to make for a lot of interesting compositional choices. And then adding to that, we're also going to be having hero bans in this tournament as well. And we will actually be taking a look at those real quick as we are getting into our first series of the day. Map 1 is going to be Lijiang Tower, picked by Miami of Ohio. And they are also going to be going with the Lucio ban. SEMO going to be banning out that Sojourn. Two of the more powerful characters, I think, coming into this inertial perks meta. Obviously, that knockback on the Lucio, super strong, and pretty much all of Sojourn's perks, very, very strong. So I'm interested to see how this shakes out the meta on the first map. I think it's pretty likely that we're going to see some Juno, given that there is no Lucio speed boost available. But we should be getting into games soon.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see the comps wise because, like you were saying, we are playing with perks enabled. Perks really have shifted up the meta a lot. We've seen a lot of characters, kind of come into more fruition because of these perks. They start seeing some things like we were talking about earlier. Torbjorn has definitely started to show up more because of those major perks. It's been very interesting to see teams adapt to them. This is going to be their, kind of first real tournament experience with these perks, and I'm really excited to see how the meta shifts throughout these series as people learn and adapt to play with the perks, learn and adapt with hero bands, and really shift up the styles that they play as we progress.
Yeah, totally. And I think one of the things you've obviously seen as the perks have been coming into competitive play in OWCS, even over the last few days, is a lot of teams are kind of just defaulting to what they're comfortable with and what has been popular more recently. So I'm curious to see how that evolves throughout the course of the day. Teams are likely going to be trying out new strategies in real time to try and maximize these perks. 'Cause I don't think there really have been any teams that have really maximized these so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's still such a very fresh system. A lot of people are experimenting or trying things with comps, with characters, with different perk combinations themselves, each character having 4 perks. It allows for a lot of flexibility as you adapt throughout a game, what you kind of need and what you're kind of lacking. So it'll be interesting to see that. I'm really hoping we see some more experimental stuff as well. It is, a double elimination bracket, and these are best of 5, so you have the ability to drop some maps to even lose a game and not be outright eliminated. So I'd like to see some experimentation from these teams to try out these new strategies that maybe haven't been tested before, but are really good with the new meta as it is shifting up. And I think that people are going to be underestimating going into these games.
Yeah, totally. It looks like we might be waiting for one Miami player to get back to their desk. So we are in a little bit of a delay. But coming into this first map, I think Lijiang, it's a bit interesting, especially with perks coming into things, because it's one of those things, it disincentivizes swapping. And especially on a control map, that's pretty interesting because the perks don't reset in between rounds. So if you're playing a tank hero, like for example, I think Ball's really good on Garden on this point. If you go to Garden first, you get those Wrecking Ball perks first. It's a little bit tricky because, do you want to swap off that character and reset your perk progress going onto a map like Control Center where he's not going to be as good? Or do you just want to keep going with that and see if you can really, that perk bonus will offset the map differential? It's a really interesting dynamic, and it's been really fun to watch so far.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely, I agree. There's the pros and cons. Yes, you're going to a character that's more effective on that, but if the other team doesn't swap, maybe that major perk that you get is going to be the deal breaker, even if they're less effective on certain maps. So this is going to be very interesting to see as these teams go into these maps. Do you stay? Do you swap? What is the call going into maps, especially going into 2 and onward?
Yeah, totally. It looks like all players are in lobby, and so we are ready to go here in this first series of the day. So it is going to be Control Center up first, and I'm really interested to see what they roll out with here. So this is going to be definitely a more brawl-favored map, but it looks like early on, Miami going to be hovering the Hazard. Bonesaw on the Junkrat. This has been kind of a classic for this point in particular. Junkrat very good on this enclosed Control Center point, but actually looks like Miami going to be switching things up. SEMO seems locked in to this Junker Queen comp with the Venture. Another hero very, very strong with the Perks addition.
Oh, looks like they're swapping off, going over to that Orisa now too, and also Torbjorn, kind of last minute change.
Yeah, this is a really interesting one. The Orisa, I mean, she's got some pretty crazy major perks, obviously with one of them being the shield increase, but into the Junker Queen comp, it seems like she is going to be pretty strong. Ooh. Nice spear early from Pooter Scooter. They're going to take out that turret early, but SEMO just getting poked down right now. The Junker Queen going so low. A nice Suzu is going to block that spear, but this Junker Queen just going so low.
Oh, so low. Early kill there. And they're going to try to take this advantage here. They're looking for more, and Bonesaw will find the Genji.
Yeah, I just think the Junker Queen is really hard to operate into the Orisa. She just puts out so much upfront damage, and the Queen has nothing to really mitigate it, especially when you factor in that CC as well from both the spear abilities. So Twist Crazy is going to swap on over to Zarya. This is another hero that I think the perks are very strong. The Energy Lance Major, very, very good.
This aggression
get broken,
here.
But Miami of Ohio, they just want to go on the offense crazy, and they're just going to immediately find a pick with the Juno torpedoes of all things, and once again, SEMO just forced back into their own spawn. They're just not able to claim any ground off of this Orisa. The tempo Miami is playing with right now is just stifling.
Yeah, and Bonesaw already, you know, almost up to his ultimate. It's going to be very impactful. Has it now for, you know, these future pushes. Point. Molten Core comes out as well. This is just going to deny all of this space.
And that's just going to, that's just going to catch the Genji out. He's just not able to regroup with the rest of the team, and S just gets burned alive in the room there, cut off. Twist Crazy is going to get claimed as well there. And SEMO, they've just not been able to get anything going so far early in the series.
Yeah, just stuck in their spawn.
Ooh, Lotus.
Oh, so low.
Wow, it's a great spear comes through. And Bonesaw, once again, they're just going to pick off S. Orbital Ray comes in. And once again, just another quick fight. Miami just holding SEMO in their spawn. Still, a lot of ultimates expended.
Yeah, they do burn, you know, 2 ultimates for that. But, I mean, look at the percentage. 76 right now. SEMO's got to make a play if they really want to try to come back on this map number 1.
Yeah, SEMO's just not really been able to get any ultimates online. They're close to that Orbital Ray. They've got the Kitsune Rush as well. These support outs should help them get into this point, but their Zarya is just going so low as she tries to advance forward. Pooter Scooter on the Orisa is just bullying her in the front line, and Twist Crazy, Lunar is just trying his hardest to keep him alive right now, but with ultimates coming out, SEMO's finally going to get a pick. The grab, the Dragon Blade, it's going to be enough to get this flip going. The Orisa goes down, and that's all that frontline pressure off the table. SEMO's finally going to flip this point over.
Yeah, they get the flip, but I mean, 3 ultimates invested for that. And meanwhile, Miami, they're building up to theirs, and they're just going to try to burn theirs to take the flip back.
Yeah, it looks like perks are starting to come online. Lunar is going to have the Kiriko Miner. I think that's the one. It gives like extra healing for dealing damage. So starting to see some of that stuff come into play, but with Miami having done so much damage so far in this series, oh wow, that Molten Core from Bonesaw almost took out the Venture there. They're just going to be forced to disengage.
Forced to back away. Still, point under control of SEMO. Killian.
Oh, just so much damage done to SEMO early. You see the health bars go low across the board and on with the blade. Just slicing and dicing in the back line. And that's going to be the point flip going back over to Miami.
And I don't think there's going to be a response either. Miami will take map number 1.
Yeah. I'm pretty dominant showing on Control Center. SEMO really only able to break open that point from and stopping the 100-0 with a barrage of ultimates coming in towards the end there, but not quite enough to win the round over.
Question is, do you opt to swap? You know, we started seeing some of those minor perks come in. Do you swap them over, reset that to fit the composition of this map, or do you keep what you're doing, keep what you have, and try to use that advantage? Pooter Scooter has swapped over to the Ramatra.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a bit of a better pick into the Zarya here. You're going to see Twist Crazy. Oh, he's actually going to go back to the Junker Queen. So he's going to reset that perk progress. He actually will have some progress left over from when he was on Junker Queen early in this round, but not much you can see. I mean, they just did not do much when the Junker Queen was in play, so.
Looks like Miami only swapping the Ramatra. Ooh. Nice early kill, though, by Junker Queen.
Yeah, with Killian moving over to the Brig, it's a pretty easy target for the Junker Queen Genji combo, and I think just an axe swing plus the Genji diving in, just enough to take that Brig out. So an early advantage over to SEMO right now, but in the meantime, Miami's managed to get bunkered on point with that Ramatra Torbjorn combo. It's just so much poke damage coming into this brawl setup for SEMO as they try to push in, and they just take so much damage. Bonesaw's able to claim one, and despite the early pick going SEMO's way, Miami, they're able to claim the first cap.
Yeah, they get the cap. They're going to push this advantage. They're trying to find these. They know that they found the pick onto the Juno, but unfortunately for them, they can't find anything else. SEMO managing to get away.
Voodoo Scooter equipping that Void Surge perk. Going to give him a lot more poke damage on that staff, adding some more projectiles in there. And Esses is just trying to get in, but he's taking so much damage in the process.
Just trying to stay alive here on the point.
Yeah, they know they have to evict Bonesaw on this Torbjorn, but Nitrous just picks him off with the torpedoes. It's really hard to dodge that out.
Online too. Voodoo Scooter has theirs too. Miami just in full control with the team wipe.
Yeah, it's really hard to play the Genji into here. As you can see that Torbjorn perk coming online. A little bit of extra ammo with Overload, but it's really hard to play the Genji into this Torb Juno setup because you just have so many auto aim abilities. And Genji, he has the deflect, but that's only one cooldown. He really relies on his mobility to dodge a lot of damage and auto aim abilities. Kind of be his downfall, but Twist Crazy, a nice axe swing, comboing in there with the commanding shot, getting the entire team involved. Voodoo Scooter seems to think this is winnable. He's investing in the Annihilation, and the picks are actually flipping over. Oh man, 3 early picks go SEMO's way, but Miami just completely flips this fight on its head. Twist Crazy wants to invest the Queen Ultimate in here, seems to think this is still winnable.
I mean, they find
it might well be.
The Genji.
Lotus comes back into the fight, but oh my god, so much damage from the Ravenous Vortex. And that Void Surge perk, just so much damage coming out from the staff. Voodoo Scooter is putting on a clinic here on the Ramatra.
Oh,
4 for him
4K.
in this fight. And that might just seal it for Miami of Ohio here. 95% and counting, and there might not even be a touch available for SEMO.
They're trying. Genji is getting close.
He's got the
they will get the
Dragon
touch.
Blade, but oh man, the Orbital Ray. I mean, that's just so much healing. He's going to be able to find the Juno, but not much else. And with the damage that was coming through, Voodoo Scooter still on point. He is sending those punches flying. There's a Molten Core on point as well. It's going to deny a lot of space. And yeah, it's just Bonesaw, Ramatra continuing to clean up here. Turret gets a 2-piece, and that's going to seal the deal for Miami of Ohio. 2-0 here on Lijiang Tower. They're going to go up 1-0 in this series.
Yeah, and really just a dominant performance, especially Voodoo Scooter. That Ramatra looked so clean. We saw the power of that first perk. It just shreds. It just does so much damage on these squishier members. It is incredibly terrifying to look at that without a tank.
Yeah, I mean, playing the Junker Queen into that is really rough, and it's surprising because Junker Queen historically has been a bit of counter to Ramatra, but with that perk in play, it gives you that little shotgun spread, extra damage on the staff, and it's just so much extra burst as you're trying to poke down that brawl as it engages, and it's very devastating to play in against the Junker Queen.
Yeah, and again, this is how the perks have really shifted up the meta. You know, this old counter, you know, the Ramatra being countered by the Junker Queen has kind of flip-flopped now thanks to these perks, even just the minor one being that effective against it. Can't wait to see the majors. We didn't get to see much of them. There were some hero swaps by the time they came online. The map was kind of already over, so I'm hoping to see more as we move on to map 2.
Yeah, that map pick will go over to SEMO since they lost the previous map. They'll also get the first hero ban, and we'll be heading into that map right after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the first game of the day here in our Mizzou Esports Overwatch Invitational. I'm Son of Garrett, joined once again by my co-caster Aurora, and it was a pretty one-sided map ones. Miami of Ohio taking a pretty dominant 2-0 on Lijiang Tower against Southeast Missouri State.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that we saw was a couple of those swaps, but also the minor perks really coming into fruition. You know, the Ramatra Junker Queen, having that first level Ramatra minor perk, it really shreds through Junker Queen. That matchup kind of flip-flopped a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, those perks are going to be really fun to watch throughout the rest of the day. And if you are joining us for the rest of the day, we'd like to give a quick shout out to our sponsors. Thank you to Red Bull, Reactor Gaming, Advanced GG, MSI, Corsair, and Be Quiet, all of our wonderful sponsors helping to make this event possible. And we're going to keep going right now and heading into map 2. It is going to be Suravasa, and I believe we have the hero bans coming through shortly. It's going to be a Torbjorn ban by SEMO. This was their map pick and first hero ban, Miami of Ohio. They're going to be banning out that Zarya.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Torbjorn on the last map. It was incredibly effective. Miami played it so well. The Molten Cores, I mean, it was making so much space, so much aerial denial. SEMO didn't really have an answer to it, so I think, you know, banning this out for map 2 to try to take things, you know, a little bit more under your control and a little bit more comfortable, I think is definitely a good choice.
Yeah, and I think the Zarya ban, I think that's really a target ban for a specific counter, because we saw Miami bust out the Orisa at points on that map. The Zarya, a pretty effective counter to it, especially moving on to a flatter map like Suravasa. So I think that's a pretty smart choice. The other thing with Torbjorn is he is a very good counter into Hazard, so I'm wondering if SEMO's going to bust out the Hazard on this map. We've seen him still getting a lot of play. His perks pretty strong. I think a lot of people have been going for the extra range on his Violent Leap for that major perk, so a lot of really good stuff for the characters still available in this map. But heading on to Suravasa, I think we're going to see a lot of Brawl. Lucio back in play as well as Sojourn. I think we're probably going to see both of those heroes played for both teams. They're just so strong on a map like this, and probably just going to see some good old-fashioned Brawl Overwatch with both teams just slamming into each other with these big 5-man comps.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of going back to that classic, you know, just pick 5 characters that could really pound on each other, really beat up the other team, and, you know, you just hope you win out on those fights. We are still waiting to get into game to find out what the comps are, but like you were saying, the the Torbjorn being banned is one of those counters to Hazard. Maybe we see Hazard. He does kind of fit into that brawly sort of comp, so maybe we see that.
Yeah, I'm interested too. It also opens up a lot more opportunities for flankers.
We did see a lot of Genji.
Yeah, Torbjorn, I mean, the turret just historically has been so good at checking any characters with mobility because of the auto-aim. So we saw some Genji last map. Didn't go so well for SEMO, obviously, largely because it was getting checked by that Torben Juno. But heading on to this next one, do we see maybe some Tracer get played? That's not something we saw on that last map. I've heard from a lot of pros that Tracer's major perk with the flashback, which resets all of her blink charges on recall, a lot of pros seem to think that is one of the strongest perks, if not the strongest in the game right now. So very strong character, but early on, it's going to be some interesting setups for both teams. I'm very interested to see if they actually stick this. I've got to assume Lotus is not actually going to play Mercy, but we're seeing a Malga.
Yeah, we are
Miami.
seeing Malga. We're also seeing Ball switched over to Junker Queen, and yeah, they are swapping over to that Juno. So
yeah, okay, so it is going to be Juno for SEMO, Kiriko for Miami. Both teams going to be running that Lucio as well as the Sojourn, and a Reaper Malga combo for Miami of Ohio. This is going to be really tough to play into for Twist Crazy. Just so much damage being output from the Malga straight into the Queen. I mean, Malga's forte is just laying damage into the tank, and early on, Alfonso just gets in there, takes out the Lucio, and he's just burning through that Junker Queen.
Yeah, they're just burning through the HP bars. They find an early 3, and that'll easily give them this point.
I mean, I mean, it's just so much damage being pumped into the Junker Queen. I feel like it's almost unplayable into this setup. I mean, with the Reaper and the Mauga, you just gotta play so carefully and aggressively to try and pick off someone early before that Mauga can do enough damage to really chunk you down. Speed ring in, and this Junker Queen going to be trying to charge into the back line, gets a nice axe swing onto On, takes out that Sojourn, dealing a lot of damage to the Kiriko, but this Mauga is still a threat. And the longer this fight goes on, the more damage is going to be pumped into this front line. It's going to be tough, but the Mauga...
Alfonso is just raining fire. Will get taken low, and actually they do find it, so they will get the flip here as well. Dizzy laying some fire as well, looking for these last kills, but shot does go wide. Lucio eventually gets picked up.
Yeah, really good play, I think, going for the Sojourn. That's definitely the most vulnerable character in this comp. But again, as this game goes on and perks start popping up, that Sojourn perk where she gets the double slide, that's going to help a lot against this Brawl setup from SEMO. So they really need to get an advantage early, get their own perks online to try and swing this advantage. Early on, Miami of Ohio going to be pushing up this left side. And they're going to be looking to go for a similar setup here, just pumping a lot of damage and going in with that overrun. So much damage being pumped into Twist Crazy right now, though. Sound Barrier comes out from Miami just to make sure they can survive this engagement, and it's enough. Just a damage war of attrition. Miami ends up winning that out thanks to the Sound Barrier from the Lucio, and they're going to flip this point over. Still 80% to SEMO. They're going to get another fight in here.
They're trying to find this stall, and they do.
That's a really good stagger onto the Genji there. Still, SEMO, they have a big ultimate advantage available, but ultimates are going to be coming online shortly for Miami.
Perks as well.
Yeah.
We see those minor perks begin coming online. Nitrous Oxide, Alfonso have theirs.
Oh, and it's going to be an early fast push coming through from Miami, and they're just going to try and catch out this Queen early. So much damage.
Blossom.
And the cage fight, it's going to stop the touch. Really amazing play from the Mauga there, and it just cages everybody in with the Death Blossom. SEMO doesn't even get a chance to use any of their ultimates. I think there may have even been an Ajax in there.
I think they did use one. I think the Sound Barrier was used by SEMO, and I mean, it's just eradicated in an instant.
Yeah, so many ults available, but they just don't get the chance. And yeah, I think that Sound Barrier, I think Lunar tried to pop it. It might have gotten canceled, though, so we may have had our first Ajax of the day. Might need some confirmation on that, but still, Miami of Ohio, they're going to have early point position, but they don't have the ultimates to keep this going. They only have the Kitsune Rush, and SEMO, they're coming in here with an Orbital Ray, a Rampage, a lot of powerful tools to break this open, and Estes is just immediately going to go in. That Cardiac Overdrive is forced from Alfonso, so he's going to be forced to play back right now. That Mauga main defensive tool not available, but going to charge back in here with a Kitsune Rush, and Twist Crazy is just immediately taken out. So much damage being pumped in. SEMO, they're going to try and go in with the Orbital Ray Dragon Blade combo, but Estes is just pushed so low, he's forced to disengage. He can't do anything with that. And Alfonso, in the meantime, just charges straight through the front line and takes out both DPS, and Miami just going to quickly flip this back over.
Yeah, quick flip there. We saw the Dragon Blade come out, the Orbital Laser as well. It did help stall. It did help SEMO get that early cap, but I mean, it's just an instant flip. Alfonso charging into the front line, and this is Mauga, just raw power right now that SEMO has not found an answer to.
Yeah, it's interesting too, though. We haven't really seen either team make any swaps, and I think it's just because of those perks. They're so strong. Now you're going to see Dizzy coming in here. He has that Overclock perk ready to go, so that could be potentially pretty deadly.
But immediately Bonesaw
immediately takes out the Genji. And that's just so much pressure off the table. Alfonso still has the Cardiac Overdrive available, so they're just going to keep charging in, and a massive overrun cleans things up. Final fight territory for this point. SEMO, they still have the Overclock, they still have the Rampage, and they've got another Sound Barrier ready to go. But they're coming into more ults from Miami, and with this cage fight available, I think they're just going to want to go in early and try and stop the cap.
Yeah, maybe, but Miami, they're about to hit 4 ultimates on, and Bonesaw hitting the Death Blossom now.
Oh, the Hanzo just
fight.
trapped in there. Overclock from Dizzy, going to try and find something here. Rampage coming out.
Sound Barrier,
though, to answer it out. And not too many players hit by that Rampage. And Twist Crazy, he's just going to get taken out. Overclock gets no value. And Miami, they're going to take another point here. Send this to map point.
Yeah, and SEMO, they invested so many ultimates. They used, 3, 4 ultimates. They can't find the cap. They only get 2 out of Miami. Bonesaw and On still having theirs respectively. Moving on to this potential third and final point, SEMO, they have not found an answer to this. Maybe you go for a swap, but at this point,
Yeah.
you know, these minor perks are coming in.
I mean,
It feels really tough.
they swapped to the Hanzo to try and maybe get some more poke damage, the threat of the one-shot, but Bonesaw just immediately goes into the backline with the Death Blossom, and this fight's over before it even began.
Yeah,
Point hasn't even unlocked yet in Miami. They've got all the control in the world.
yeah, a clean ultimate there. Bonesaw with the Death Blossom in the back. You know, just tearing SEMO apart. It's a free cap for Miami. It is a big ultimate invested by Bonesaw, but SEMO, they're still not able to get it. The Kitsune Rush goes in, and they're just going to try to push out SEMO before they can even get close to the point, and it works out.
Yeah.
They find 4. Twister, crazy.
I mean,
The only one alive.
yeah, SEMO's just been on the back foot this entire series because Miami, they have just been really good at taking quick engagements and just immediately running it down. And SEMO just doesn't expect it coming, and they're getting punished every fight for it. This time they're going to play a little bit farther back, but still on with the disruptor shot of all things. Manages to find S's, and that Hanzo just hasn't been doing much of anything since that swap came through.
SEMO trying to get away. Has the major perk now. So some of these major perks are starting to come online here for SEMO,
You're
but
seeing
again, a
all
lot
the
of them
defensive
aren't.
cooldowns get burned, and with nothing left available,
and they're stuck
Cage
in the
Fight comes
pit.
out. Dragon Strike to try and chunk down this Malga, but it's not nearly enough, and everybody's falling low on the side of SEMO. Alfonso just going to clean them up in the spawn, and that's going to be map 2. Even more decisive than map 1 even, I'd say. Miami of Ohio just dominating throughout that Suravasa.
I mean, I think a lot of it has to go to the Malga. Just so dangerous, so much damage. There was really no answer from SEMO. We didn't see an early swap, which might have been a good answer before those perks started to come in. But once they started to come in, when you swap and you're going up against that minor and major with nothing, it feels like you're at such a detriment.
Yeah, I feel like really SEMO needed to make an adjustment on that tank early. The Junker Queen is just really hard to pull off into the Malga. I would have liked to see something like a Sigma. Obviously, Zarya was banned on that map, and I think that would have been a very, very good pick. I think that was actually Miami's ban, so a pretty smart one there to ensure that they were able to play that Malga effectively. But yeah, SEMO, they've got one more try. They've got another map pick and another first ban coming up here. I wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe ban out the Malga, or at the very least take Miami to a map where it's not going to be as viable. But in the meantime, we are going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with map 3 right after this, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back. It's been a one-sided series so far. Miami of Ohio taking on SEMO in round 1 of the Mizzou Esports Overwatch Invitational. And SEMO, this is their last chance. They're on match point right now, and we're hearing their map pick is going to be Route 66.
Yeah, and we also know the bans as well. It is going to be SEMO taking out that Echo as the first ban, Miami responding with an Ana ban. So interesting to see an Echo ban coming out. We saw Mauga being so dominant last map, not being taken off the table here, but also we have not seen Echo played by Miami this whole series yet.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting, and I'm really wondering what the thought process is behind the Echo ban. It makes sense that they didn't ban the Mauga because you're just taking them to a map where it's not going to be as strong inherently. This is a very dive-heavy map, so I suspect to see something like either a Winston, a Hazard, or a D.Va. And Miami, though, taking the Ana off the table is very interesting because it does inherently make it a lot harder to play the Winston comp because Ana is just probably one of the biggest key characters in enabling that setup. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see something maybe like a Brig Juno and a ball comp coming out from Miami. We haven't seen any ball yet today, but so far most of our maps have been more brawl-centric. So very interested to see what these teams come out with on the dive angle.
Yeah, I'm curious. We do see immediately, yeah, as you were saying, the D.Va locked in here, at least at the start here from Miami.
Yeah, so it's
and
going to be the Brig
SEMO
Juno.
running that, running the Hazard.
So Torbjorn is going to be back available again for this one. I believe Zarya was banned out in the last map as well, so
Yes.
SEMO does have the option to play the Zarya here as a counter to the D.Va, but it's not the best on this map. Zarya historically just able to beam through the D.Va, but it's not as good when the D.Va can abuse verticality on a map like Route 66. So.
And yeah, I mean, we also see Genji locked in. Bonesaw is going to be so effective versus that.
That's going to be a little bit rough. So this is going to be the Hazard comp for SEMO.
I would like to see, once they figure out these comps, I want to see an early swap before these perks become such a major deal.
Yeah, early on, Twist Crazy tries to get a wall on to Bonesaw, but just misses completely. Suzu already forced, and just so much damage getting pumped into him. The double shotgun with the D.Va and the Torbjorn. It's just so much pressure on the Hazard, and he's going to have a really hard time getting in.
Oh, they're trying to find.
Ooh. Oh, I think he got messed up by his own team there. Twist Crazy throws in the wall, and it prevents Esses from getting in there onto Bonesaw, and Twist Crazy is going to end up falling because of that. A little bit of miscommunication there cost SEMO the first fight there, and they're going to have to move back into their own spawn.
Oh, it looked like a really good pick there, almost onto Bonesaw.
Yeah.
But they just couldn't follow up on it. A little bit of a misplay from the team, and Twist Crazy punished.
It is going to be a Winston here. I'm not too sure about this. D.Va is just so good at marking the Winston, especially with no Ana available. It's going to make it really hard to stay in and follow up because you don't have that bio-nade. And in the meantime, the D.Va is just going into the backline, which is completely unprotected. Hooter Scooter jumps in, has no healing to back him up because the D.Va is just pummeling the backline with damage. And once again, Miami just completely shuts down that attempted dive.
Are we going to see another swap up here? I mean, maybe it's pretty early into the game. You could go for another swap before perks become a problem, but no, they're just going to continue on with this Winston comp here. Genji still locked here as well as that. Oh my god,
early
the damage.
Ray. So much damage coming through. The D.Va with the damage just shreds through pretty much anything. Yeah, and it's just a really rough situation there.
Pushed all the way back to their spawn, 3 fall.
I will say, I think one of the other big advantages to running the Juno in this setup is that Orbital Ray ultimate giving the damage boost. You're dealing more damage, so you're building your perks faster. So it's kind of just a compounding effect. With Juno's perks are also really good, and she's helping the rest of her team get them faster. So as Miami just continues to have an advantage on this long full hold where they're going to be doing more damage and more healing throughout the course of this game, they're going to be getting the perks faster and winning harder. And I mean, Pooter Scooter is just completely uncontested.
Yeah, just
Lucio.
running wild in the back line. Nice shot there. It's just going to be another clean fight over to Miami as once again forced back. They're even going to find the Ash at the end for the stagger.
It's just so devastating for SEMO. They are going to have ultimates available, but the Kitsune Rush, I mean, if you're not able to get it on high ground, it's going to be really rough because it's just so easy for Miami to try and disengage that. S's are just sitting in the disruptor shot, taking so much damage. And that Genji, once again, just going to fall early. And without that available, you just have nothing to follow up alongside the Winston.
Yeah,
Dizzy is trying to get some damage at long range on this Ashe, but
oh,
so
the
much
stagger
poke.
on the Lotus.
Wow.
Oh, they're looking for this Winston as well.
They're going to get the DMAC, but Twitter Scooter has both of his major perks available. And the Bob gets thrown out by Dizzy and takes the Bob gets thrown out, takes the self-destruct damage, and just immediately gets taken out. That's just an ultimate down the drain for SEMO. And they're getting hold in their own spawn.
Yeah, Bonesaw still has Molten Core available, holding on to it. This healing back to full. Winston can't find him, and I mean, they're just stuck in the spawn. 20 seconds left. SEMO.
Under 30 seconds, too. Yeah, I mean,
They've got to make a play, but I mean, you have ultimates, but so does Miami at this point.
Dizzy's going to swap over to Sojourn, try and get back to the point a little bit faster, sacrificing some perk progress for that, but this Diva's just going to go straight into the backline. The Molten Core as well getting layered in, and the Genji's taken out. The Kiriko's taken out. Bonesaw's going in with the Torb Hammer, and there is just nothing SEMO can do here. He gets the hammer kill. Oh, man. Why you got to do him like that? And Miami, just a dominant full hold here on SEMO's map pick.
I mean, we saw some swaps from SEMO, but I mean, I don't know if swapping over to Winston was the play. You were saying that it's just so hard without that Ana having that nano that you can't really dive as effectively.
Yeah, it's just so rough here. And at least one of the advantages for SEMO is because on the way the perks work on these double-sided maps is when you switch side, the perk progress does reset. So it does give them a little bit of a chance to catch their breath, regroup, and rethink their strategy so they're not locked in with to what they were running before. But at the same time, they only got 30 meters of progress. That is really, really bad. And, I mean, your only option here is to try and spawn hold to just prevent Miami from just immediately winning out.
Yeah, SEMO's got to play this, defense side flawlessly. We do see the Hazard Genji Venture picked up as well. That's a little bit of a shift as Miami is, I don't know if that's going to be their final comp. We see a Widowmaker and a Bastion here locked in.
Yeah, I mean, a setup like this, it seems to be Miami suspecting that the spawn hold is going to come through from SEMO. The Bastion could be a pretty good surprise pick to just get some heavy damage onto the tank. And
swap
this
Widow.
Hazard setup.
Yeah, Hazard setup. They do swap the Widow for the Ashe, and Juno picked up here for Miami as well.
Yeah.
They don't have to get very far. This has to be a flawless spawn hold from SEMO, and immediately they're onto the point and pushing.
Yeah.
Oh,
what? Excuse me?
What a nade. What a absolutely phenomenal dynamite there.
Yeah, I mean, you can't be getting caught out like a Venture like that. And with both DPS down, I mean, there's just nothing SEMO's going to be able to do. Miami is just surging forward, and they're just going to cap this up uncontested. Twist Crazy is the last hope, and he eventually falls. Miami taking this in a dominant 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw the hold from Miami. It was clean, and SEMO just could not replicate that.
Yeah, I mean, just a really rough series of affairs for SEMO. And with their position in the bracket as well, this means they're going to have to play an extra lower bracket game just to play into that first round of the losers bracket. So they're going to be taking on the loser of our series between Texas A&M and Columbia College in our next half of the first round, and that'll be coming up at 1 o'clock, I believe.
And I don't think we have the final score for that match yet, or if we do, it will be posted on the screen after we hop to a quick break. But yeah, it just really sucks for SEMO to be in this position, having to play that extra losers bracket round. And now you're in the losers bracket, you don't have those games that you can give up. It's got to be flawless if you want to make a run from the lower bracket, because once you're knocked out from the lower bracket, you're heading home.
Yeah, I mean, just a really rough series of affairs. So just to give you a little bit of an update to our schedule, our first round right now, this first half of the first round, we are playing our first round matches are going to be Lindenwood versus University of Nebraska Omaha, and of course Texas A&M versus Columbia College. And then once we wrap up the second half of this first round at 1 o'clock, that's going to be Kansas taking on Kansas State in a little bit of a Garden State smackdown. And then Oh, actually, just hearing a little bit of an update, we are going to be pushing that series forward a little bit, so we will have some more action coming your way soon. But yeah, it's just been really fun to see how the perks have really changed the game. And if you're wanting to get in on the action and test some of these perks out for yourself, well, we have the place for you, the Mizzou Gaming Lounge. Open 7 days a week, open to all Mizzou Rec members and the general public for a small admission fee. Free to all Mizzou Rec members, though. So if you want to come in, try out some Overwatch, we got other games available as well, including newly added Marvel Rivals. It's a really nice place to check out, and we're using it for this tournament right now. So a lot of teams having a lot of fun in there.
I mean, and also, if you would like to come in and stop by our soft seating to watch the games live here in person, you get to see all the players play, and you get to kind of have fun, mingle around. There's some a lot of stuff to do. Prizes later, I think, something giveaways potentially for players, but you still get to watch the action live here in person.
Yeah. So with that, we are going to head to a bit of a break. We'll be back with some more action later on in the day. Our next series will be Kansas versus Kansas State, but we're going to give the players a little bit of time to regroup, recuperate, and then we'll be back with some more Overwatch action later on. Welcome back to the Mizzou Esports Overwatch Invitational. I am Son of Gary, joined once again by my co-caster Aurora, and we are getting into the second half of our round 1 games here, pushing a couple series up. A lot of teams not wanting to take that extended break, so our next series of the day is going to be Missouri Western State taking on, I will actually have to pause on that, Wichita State.
Wichita.
Right. We got a lot of teams here today, so
Yeah.
it's a little tricky keeping track of all of them. Of course, we've also got all of our stuff here on the perks.
Yep.
A lot of stuff to keep track of, but we are going to do our best to guide you through this today. And this should be a good series. Map 1 is going to be Lijiang Tower, and I believe we are going to have the hero bands coming through shortly.
Yes.
And yeah.
Bans here as well. Looks like it was Wichita with the initial ban. They're going to take out that Torbjorn. We did see it before in that first map earlier today, the first series of the day, and it was very strong. We just saw how much zone control it brings to the table. Like you were saying, the ability to pick off these mobile characters because of the auto-targeting. And meanwhile, Missouri Western, they're going for the Doomfist.
Yeah, it's been interesting on both sides. For Wichita State, generally when you're banning out the Torbjorn, it means you're going to want to play something more mobile. Particularly, I think it's an indication that they want to play some Genji, maybe some Tracer, and especially Hazard. Hazard, very the Torb is a really good pick into him, largely just because he's so hard to jump and he does so much upfront damage that it can really, it's one of the only things that can really put a lot of pressure on the Hazard and force him out of an engagement.
I think also with that, you know, these mobile characters, Doomfist also kind of fits that very mobile, especially, you know, with the new perks as well, having that empowered punch once you hit 3 people. Doomfist can kind of fit that niche, so I think taking that away from them, seeing that the first ban was that Torbjorn, is kind of a little bit of a target as well.
Yeah, totally. I think that probably was part of the idea from MWSU. But on a broader angle, it's possible as well that there's a specific comp that they want to play, that they're maybe a little bit afraid of a Doomfist on this map. Lijiang does have a lot of areas for environmental kills, and the Doom can exploit that a lot, especially with his new major perk where he gets an automatic empowered punch from from hitting enemies with his seismic slam. That's very, very strong. And on a map like this where it's just so easy to boot people off the map, having that up more often can just be deadly. So I'm wondering if we see something like a Reinhardt coming out from MWSU. Rein, probably one of the worst matchups into Doom, just because it's so easy to knock him around. But it looks like it's actually going to be a Junker Queen.
Yeah, Junker Queen, we did see this for our first series of the day. It did not look the best. There was an Orisa against it that kind of shut it down. Looking at the DPSs, it looks like WSU, they are going to be playing this Bastion.
Yeah, this one's interesting. I think on a close-range map like this, it's not terrible. And especially if MWSU doesn't see it coming, this could do a lot of damage. Tactical Grenade comes out, does so much damage to the Junker Queen. Oh my, wow.
The rain of fire.
I just don't think they expected the Bastion to come in that quickly. Lucio speed boost got everybody in range there, and just the combo of the Gatling gun plus the punches just rips people to shreds. Wow.
Absolutely.
Just really good stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Just clean wipe, clean fight from WSU to start things off. They pick up a clean ace. I mean, yeah, I agree. I don't think they were expecting the Bastion this early, and it pays dividends.
And they just use their speed ring so early and don't go off of it, and just once that's expired.
Oh, but shiny.
Oh, okay. MWSU, they clap back as the engagement comes in, but players are falling on both sides. It's up to the supports to keep this going right now. Kiriko just trying to duel out that Genji, but in the meantime, Wichita State, they're managing to hold on to things. Still, Genji on point for Missouri Western.
There's a touch.
But
meanwhile,
yeah, the Venture's back in the fight now. They're just
but almost.
Health pack. Oh, managing to shove the Genji to the side too. This Genji is in a bad position. He's gonna have to get booped out by the Lucio. Oh, and Pride goes straight off the map. A fantastic play there from Tool. He's gonna end up falling though as Axel comes back into the fray. Cleans up some more.
Oh, the ultimate coming out here from Bastion, trying to rain down fire on the point, but gets just absolutely taken down. It's gonna be a flip.
Wow, a scrappy engagement for MWSU, but they managed to pull it out in the end. Bastion, once again, that was invested by Wichita, but obviously probably one of the worst ultimates in the game, so it's not a huge loss. But on the other side, Missouri Western, they're going to have this Juno ult available. And this is an interesting dynamic I think we've seen a lot recently is the Kiriko Lucio versus the Kiriko Juno, whichever teams prefer. And early on, going to be seeing the power of that Juno coming out. The Orbital Ray is just going to force Wichita State to back up. They just don't have anything to match that as they don't want to invest their Kitsune Rush in this fight. So they're just going to let that expire, back up, and come back in here with some more ultimates.
Oh, Kitsune Rush now going to be used.
Pulsar Torpedoes coming online, doing a lot of damage.
Oh, Juno's gone.
Yeah, Albugo just sits out in that sight line a little too long, and Widow just picks him off.
Sound barrier is well invested here from Missouri Western for this push.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates being thrown in here. We got an Annihilation, though, rolling from Shiny, and that just does so much damage over time. And an extended fight like that is just so hard to deal with for Missouri Western, so they are going to end up giving the flip back over to Wichita State. Tectonic Shock is available, and Pride, you see how deep he's playing. He's just waiting for Missouri Western to rock up. He's going to let this one rip. Oh, this could be a big one. Curse is moving in, but the rest of his time, here comes the Venture. So much damage coming in. Sound Barrier comes in from Wichita State as well to keep this fight going, and they are dealing so much damage. Junker Queen and Genji are getting staggered out, and they really need to reset fast, otherwise they're not going to have a touch. Really nice flick from Widow. And 90% and counting. I'm not sure Missouri Western can get back in time. Wichita State, they're holding up. They want to deny this touch. Overclock coming in from Vayu. The Lucio trying desperately to get on over to the point. Oh, he didn't get the touch. Fathom, the boop. Excellent play in the Lucio mirror.
Really good try there to try to get the touch, try to get that overtime, but like you're saying, just taking them out right at the end before they can get that touch means Wichita goes up 1-0. Do we see any swaps now is the question.
Yeah,
We have these minor perks coming in. Do you opt for a swap knowing that you are going to be down a perk? We do see one Ana going to be picked up here for Wichita. It doesn't look like Western is opting for any changes and
spray.
No other swaps. Oh, no, we are seeing an Orisa as well.
Yeah. This doesn't really surprise me too much. Personally, I just don't think Junker Queen's perks are all that. And I just don't think the hero is that great. We've seen in our last series, SEMO tried to play it. It didn't really work out too well. And even into the Ramattra, which the Queen is supposed to counter, it's just so much poke damage. She just doesn't have a great opportunity to engage. Wichita State, they're just going to move on quickly over to the objective, try and get some early positioning, and it's actually going to be a Pharah pick for Wichita. A lot of long-range damage coming onto this comp for Missouri Western, and they don't really have the greatest tools to deal with this, so with a positional advantage, Wichita State, they're going to be able to cap early. Missouri Western is going to have to take the initiative to engage onto this.
Yeah, they're going to just let the cap go through as well, setting up here Shiny. A lot of damage with that minor upgrade here.
Yeah, Albugo almost gets picked off there. Curse just trying to get some damage in with the Javelin, and Shiny's going in on the Ramattra. He's actually going to get spun in by the Orisa and taking a lot of damage, but it's actually Pride getting in there. The Burrow just going to go ahead and take out that Genji. And yeah, I mean, this has just been, again, once again, something we saw in the last series, the Genji just going down pretty consistently.
So low.
Yeah, if you're just able to take out one of those DPS early, it's just so much pressure off the table. It makes it that much harder to engage.
And now Pineapple Kitsune Rush. First ultimate online here of map number 2. And they're just going to stall off. Fall back away from the point as it gets about 45% here. And they're doing a really good job of just stalling this composition from making space, even allowing them to touch. Kitsune Rush here invested.
Deep into the MWSU backline, and Fathom, of all people, gets in there, takes out the Juno. I mean, Albugo has just been playing some really, really aggressive positions for a character that's so vulnerable, and it's been costing them in fights. The Griffins, they've got closing in on 4 ultimates available, but playing into a Sound Barrier barrage. That's just going to let loose immediately. I think that was a Suzu setup as well from Pineapple, just making that far invulnerable for that entire ultimate, and so much damage comes through. Shiny's able to clean up off of that beautifully. A quick 4-piece for the Ramattra in that fight, and yeah, you are just seeing a lot of great perk usage, a lot of great ultimate usage, and
they're going to be low on time. They need to get a touch, but Orisa is just getting run down here. Shiny
my
trying to
God.
find this.
Shiny
They're
has
gonna
the
burn.
Annihilation too, and the Sound Barrier doesn't hit onto the Sojourn. He sees the opportunity, goes in, takes him out with the
They
Annihilation.
do get a
Orbital Ray
touch.
is online, but Albuquerque has fallen, and there's just not enough members online for Missouri Western. They have advantage on the point, but with Wichita coming back in, a nice spear from Cursed might be able to keep this going a little bit longer. And the blade from Axel, able to find the Lucio. Ramacha going low, and a massive play from the Genji for Missouri Western.
Oh, but Genji finds Orisa.
Oh dear, it's the Avenger still alive.
They do get the switch.
Get the flip on over, but these players are coming back for Wichita State. It's a dangerous position for Missouri Western, but I think with their own players coming back, they are going to be able to hold on to this for now. So a really great effort, but a lot of ultimates invested for both teams.
Yeah, really, really scrappy, really long fight there for both these teams. Missouri Western, they do take the switch. Oh,
okay,
what a shot.
Okay, Tool just is the wrong place and gets slammed by a rocket, and Pride again takes out the Sojourn, and it's just all crumbling apart for Missouri Western. Wichita State storms back onto the objective, and they're just going to flip this back over or take the map away.
Yeah, it was a good flip, but Wichita, they respond quickly to flip it right back over, and they will pick up this first map.
Yeah, I mean, a really good showing from Wichita State, but I think what you're seeing is really just like compositional differences and just picking the right heroes first. Getting those perks online can really snowball into a big advantage later on. We saw the Junker Queen come out on that first round, didn't look too great, and at the end of the day, Missouri Western just opts to switch on over to the Orisa instead, thinking that they're going to get more value out of that swap rather than sticking on the Junker Queen and trying to get those perks online. So we'll see what they have in store for the next map, but pretty rough affair.
Yeah, they will have map select, they will have first ban as well to maybe look at, what went wrong, what do we ban now? Their matchup was very much of a problem, but there were so many different things that were problems right now. We did see the one flip was good. It was a really good fight. That was the kind of the one sign of life that Missouri Western showed. But after that, it was just a complete stop from Wichita.
Yeah, and we'll be able to see what their map selection is right after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. We're going to give our teams a little bit of time to reset, recoup after that first map, and we'll be back with map 2 right after this. Welcome back. Wichita State taking things away in the first map of this series against Missouri Western State, but we saw some signs of life from the Griffins trying to make some swaps late in the match, but really that perk differential kind of came into play at the end there as Wichita State was kind of just able to run circles around them in terms of that. So it is going to be Missouri Western's map pick heading into the next map. It is going to be Suravasa, and we'll be able to see the bands shortly.
Yeah, and the bands.
Having a little bit of
Oh, there we go.
difficulties.
Sorry
There
about
we
that.
go.
Bans here for the sides. Wichita going up for that Juno as their follow-up. The initial ban was from Missouri Western, and it was going to be that Venture. So taking out that DPS threat that we did see that Wichita played it, and it looked pretty good.
Yeah, a little bit interesting. We're seeing Wichita State. They're definitely targeting what Missouri Western wants to run. I think most of that last map they were running the Juno Lucio, whereas Wichita was running more of the Kiriko Lucio setup. So Juno's not going to be an option for this one. I think we're probably just going to see a Kiri Lucio mirror from both teams, and especially with Wichita State looking a lot better on that back line. That definitely benefits them. But pressure on the back lines as well, because the Venture isn't going to be in play. A very strong DPS hero for getting into the back line and just kind of harassing those supports. So we'll see how that really shakes out. The other thing I really wanted to note as well was the Doom ban on map 1. It's from what it sounds like, Wichita State does have a Doom player, so coming into this next map might not have been the smartest choice for Missouri Western, as Suravasa pretty good for Doomfist. So
yeah, we'll have to see if Midwestern has an answer to that Doomfist. Maybe they're expecting Wichita to grab it, and they're gonna hope to grab a good counter pick to it and kind of counter the composition, knowing that they're gonna play it. But I mean, a good Doomfist is still always scary, and it is actually just going to be the mirror matchup at first here, as both are playing this Junker Queen.
Yeah, it looks like Cursed hovering that as well. Mirror matchups for both teams, but actually looks like a Sombra potentially for Wichita State.
I think it is.
Yeah, they are going to come out with the Sombra. Okay, this one's a little bit interesting. We haven't seen Sombra too much recently. She's got some interesting perks. I wouldn't say necessarily strong, but definitely some weird ones. The healing one is especially interesting. But yeah, this Junker Queen mirror really revolves around timing and just engaging at the right time, getting some good pulls, and immediately it's going to be Missouri Western going on the offense.
Oh, they find the first. That's immediately traded back, though, as finally Cursed finds Shiny.
Yeah, these Junker Queen
bloody
mirror
fight.
fights can just get really messy as both teams kind of slam into each other. Ooh, the Genji, tries to find the Sombra, but Pride is a little bit more mechanically skilled there. Gonna throw a virus on a Curse though, but a bit too much HP to handle on the Junker Queen, and Missouri Western is gonna go ahead and get the first flip.
Yeah, so they do grab it. Very bloody brawl to start off. This is kind of what these teams comps do want to do, though. This is a very brawl-heavy map, and running the dual Junker Queens means that you kind of do just want to take these real scrappy fights, as immediately we're jumping into another one.
Yeah, I mean, Missouri Western, they're playing positioning off the point, but an aggressive engagement from Wichita State, and the Genji and the Queen just go in, take out 2 in the backline very quickly, and with no response available for Missouri Western, they're just going to have to surrender this one over and try and get out with their lives. Tool's just going to go ahead and attempt to tax this Queen over. They're actually still fighting this a little bit, but yeah, Axel just gets caught out on the side, and Widow is just going ham right now.
Yeah.
And these are some bad staggers. I mean, this is going to allow Wichita State to get up in percentage and pretty much equal what Missouri Western was doing. And they're just taking this fight outside the spawn. Widow goes in, Vayu goes down. And now it's Albugo under pressure. The Queen is trying to hunt down this Kiriko, not able to get out of there with the wall climb. And on the other side, Curse takes out the Genji, but it's not going to be enough as Missouri Western is just stuck in their own spawn right now. Still, actually, with the respawn advantage, they're able to re-engage there, and it looked like Pineapple went in with an aggressive swift step, so the Kiriko gets punished, and Missouri Western is going to be able to make their way over to the point, but
I don't know
with
if
as much time as Wichita State ate off the clock, they're going to be up to 80% in terms of positioning, or point percentage, so one fight, and they're going to be able to flip this point back over.
Oh, look at the ultimates as well. Almost all 10 ultimates online.
Yeah. Vayu does have that extended mag now, so the Sojourn going to be able to put out some more pressure for longer. With Pride setting up for a hit on this Sombra. He's looking for the Lucio, gets the hack, gets the
Finds
virus,
it.
and it's just so much damage. Albugo's not swift enough with the Suzu, and I think it came out as well. Shiny just rips a rampage through there, and with nothing able to cleanse that out, it's a team wipe for Wichita State, and they're going to most likely just claim this first objective. I don't think anybody from Missouri Western is going to be able to get into touch in time.
I don't think so. This might just be the first point going over to the side of Wichita. Really good investment from Shiny with the ultimate. Finds, I think, most of Missouri Western.
Yeah, and I think it was a really great play from Pride to go for the Lucio specifically, because that denies the sound barrier from going off to counter out the rampage. And with Pineapple or Albuco teleporting in and trying to use the cleanse to save the Lucio, you have no counters left for that rampage. Early Kitsune rush for Missouri Western. Oh, they're going to invest their rampage in there too, but it's just not going to be able to find anything. Finds a Lucio, doesn't even think he needs to invest the sound barrier in there though, because the rest of his team is just cleaning things up. And two big ultimates invested for Missouri Western, not able to find anything here. Wichita State.
Pride with that ultimate. Finding all of Missouri Western was such a pivotal moment in that fight. Missouri Western, they try to take the fight to WSU, but I mean, once that comes out to counter the engage, it just shuts it down. Now we see the Kitsune rush here from WSU.
Tool once again taken out with sound barrier, as Lucio is just getting hacked consistently. Axel goes in with the Dragon Blade, but it's just immediately answered out by a sound barrier from Wichita State. Gets hacked, gets taken out, and Vayu with one off the overclock, it's just not going to matter much, as Widow is still going crazy on this Genji.
Yeah, just going absolutely crazy, doing such a good job this game, finding the backline consistently. Missouri Western, now Tool, the only one with an ultimate for these upcoming fights. There's 80%. Does Missouri Western try to get this flip, or do they play?
We'll see a swap. Vayu is going to move over to Tracer, getting rid of that Sojourn perk progress, but Sound Barrier comes out from Missouri Western, trying to tank this engagement. They're able to find the Genji Asbel, but Axel is falling very low on the other side. Still, Fathom goes down, Lucio off the table. I think Missouri Western may have finally cracked this open. A lot of damage from the Sombra being outputted, and with this more mobile DPS setup.
Oh, they're even going to find the backline, Kiriko.
Yeah, they just are having a really hard time pinning down this Sombra, but with the rest of Wichita State falling around her, there's only so much Pride can do on that character. So Missouri Western, they've made some adjustments. It's going to be Genji Tracer for them now, so both teams running very mobile DPS lineups. A lot of pressure going to be getting put onto both supports for both teams.
We start seeing these major perks come in. Battle Shout here, the pickup for Shiny, and they're just going to try to run in. They do have the ultimate now available, and they're going to burn it.
Yeah, a really big rampage comes up, and Shiny connects with a lot of players still. Answered out by a Kitsune rush from Albuco, and that does a really good job of zoning Wichita State away and keeping Missouri Western alive, but for how long? Kirsch goes down, he oversteps a bit, and a nice knife from Shiny is able to finish off his equal. Another great knife lands onto Vayu, and Shiny, the Junker Queen, just cleaning things up. And Missouri Western going to be dropping another point here. Wichita State very quickly heading to map point.
Yeah, on to the final objective here. Missouri Western, they need to start picking up these points. They had a good run. It got to 93%, but, I mean, yeah, you were saying Wichita State, just such a good response. And
Widow wants to find this
they're
Kiriko, but
trying.
the rest of the team go in, but the EMP from Pride connects onto 4, and Cursed Albugo go down. A really great engagement, and I think a lot of that came off the back of just Widow getting into the backline and being a really good distraction that Missouri Western just didn't see the Sombra coming.
Axel is able to find Pride, but I mean, it really doesn't matter. The respawn comes out, they get the objective, and now Missouri Western is on a timer.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a Rampage available, but you've got to work around the Suzu from Pineapple, and with the Kitsune rush out, this just becomes so much harder to engage into. Axel tries to go in, but
Widow,
immediately
the blades
unleashed from Widow finds 2, and Missouri Western forced back again. Axel still has this blade available, wasn't even able to pop it in that last fight.
Fathom as well has that sound barrier for a potential fight. Curse,
Yeah.
a good response if Curse invests the Rampage.
Yeah, it just makes it so hard to get this Junker Queen off because you've got the Suzu and the Sound Barrier. You've got to get both of them out if you want any chance of that ultimate getting any value. I think
Oh, that's a good way to start.
Oh, yeah, Widow gets picked off early. And Missouri Western might not even need to invest an ultimate into this. They are going to throw the blade in anyway just to make sure they can finish this out, as point is above 90%, so they really needed this fight win to keep this map going. But they are going to be able to get the flip. Some older ultimates coming online as well. They've got Tool, Sound Barrier. They still got this Rampage, and closing in on that Kitsune Rush. That's a really powerful engagement tool for when they need to use it.
Are you close to this Pulse Bomb? If you can find a pick onto potentially the Kiriko, it really could switch a fight up.
Yeah,
if they're
it
able
can
to
be
get
a
it,
really-
but they're getting
Oh,
jumped
boy.
on.
Yeah, it can be a really good tool to at least try and force out one of those defensive tools from Wichita State. Kitsune Rush comes out from Missouri Western. They go for the re-engage.
Oh,
Big
nice
pulse.
shot. Nice bomb.
Catches onto Widow. Sound Barrier out from Tool to just make sure Missouri Western stays in this fight, but I'm not sure they really needed that. That's a little bit overkill, and they're only at 60%, so Wichita State is going to be able to come back in for another quick fight. That's a big tool that I don't think they needed to expend. And
I mean, Shiny
the other
invested the
side-
Rampage, though.
yeah, on the other side, Fathom does have his available, so still Cursed hanging on to that Rampage. Just the threat of that is forcing Wichita State to hold on to defensive resources, but the Shockers, they have to go fast, and it's going to be a
Sound
early
Barrier.
Rampage. Yeah, it's just going to get canceled out by the Sound Barrier, but Shiny was taken very low in the meantime. If they can clean up this Junker Queen, Missouri Western might be able to do it, but two quick picks go the way of Wichita State. Still, Bayou and Alviogo, they're trying to fight this out. The Junker Queen is oh so low, and they're finally able to clean her up. And in the midst of the chaos, Missouri Western is just barely able to squeak things out. The point flip did come through for Wichita State, but Missouri Western, they're going to flip it back over.
Oh, but the tap.
It's just the Genji
And they
left.
find a pick.
A really good deflect, but with nobody else here to follow up off of it, Widow's efforts are going to be in vain. So Missouri Western will keep this map going. Still, they got to win the next 2 points back-to-back if they want a chance to take this map away.
Pride EMP has been so powerful in these fights, and it's back online. Vayu has the Pulse Bomb again. If they can find someone important, it managed to find Widow really quickly in a really good spot at the start of that fight.
Yeah, still.
Needs to make it happen again. As now
EMP
Widow,
blade.
the blade online too.
Yeah, this EMP blade could be pretty devastating, and Tool immediately hacked out. Once again, they're targeting the Lucio, but the peel is there this time. Axel takes out Pride, but it is a trade. Team's going 2 for 2, 3 for 2 now, as Shiny is trying to get into his backline, putting on some pressure on his opposing Junker Queen, and Missouri Western, without the numbers to sustain here, they're just going to go ahead and back off, give the flip on over to Wichita State, and they didn't have to spend anything to get it. Bayou also dropped the Pulse Bomb in there as well. Didn't really find any value, so not a really great deal for Missouri Western.
Oh, Kitsune Rush here as well.
Oh.
Pineapple, though, falling quickly.
Yeah, early push in here, but Bayou, or Pride rather, gets another hack onto the Lucio and takes him out again. Tool just time after time has been the
Missouri
target.
Western finds 3.
Yeah, they're actually managing the battle back in this fight. A lot of resources were expended to go in onto that Lucio, and it doesn't really pay off for Wichita State. They get the pick, but at what cost? You're overextended. You take so much damage in the processing.
And investing that Kitsune Rush is such a big tool. Not going to be up for the second part of this. Missouri
Still,
Western, they're getting close to some big ultimates
they
now
have
that
an
are going to
EMP
be
to
up.
re-engage. This is going to go onto the Kiriko.
Oh, and they're going to burn it.
Misses the virus, but it's not going to matter. The damage boost onto Hack Target is more than enough with the machine pistol, and immediately going to find 3 picks. Just not much you can do when both of your supports are hit by that. So you're relying on them for the lion's share of the defensive utility. And Wichita State, 1 ultimate needed, flip things back over.
Missouri Western crucially saving theirs for this potential game 2 fight. And Wichita State, they've got 3 pretty big ones of their own as we get into the potential final fight.
Oh, Widow going in with the
Game
Dragon
2.
Blade. Suzu's used early, and it's going to be a Rampage answered out by Curse. He's trying to get an anti onto a bunch of players, and it's not really going to end up doing much. As the sound barrier comes out, a counter rampage comes through from Curse, though. Finds a couple, but
They're just not
nobody's
gonna let
there
him
to
get the
touch.
touch.
And Missouri Western just baited into an engagement outside the point, and they just don't have any members left over to get on over to the point and contest it in the end. A really great play from Wichita State there to really divert the attention, and they end up claiming the map. A bit closer than we saw in map 1, but yeah, Wichita State still firmly in control of the series, up 2-0 now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was a really good play, really good read by Wichita to kind of take the fight to them. Why fight on the point when you can fight away from the point and make it that much more stressful? Because someone has to think someone's got to touch point, otherwise it's game over. And when you're fighting for your life in that situation, it's really tough to get to that position.
Yeah, and I think we saw Abugo even dropped in the Kitsune rush, but it's on such a bad angle, parallel to the point where they couldn't really use the speed boost to get in and actually get the engagement that they wanted. So they're just cornered in that back area away from point. They're not able to drop like even the Tracer or the Lucio away to go contest that point, and plays right into the Shocker's hands. So that's going to do it for map number 2. So we'll be back with what could be the third and final map in this series. We'll see if Wichita State has some tricks up their sleeve, though, right after this short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. What was a bit more of a back and forth second map, but Wichita State still managing to take that last one away, up 2-0 now against Missouri Western State. We are still in our first round here in our Overwatch 2 Invitational here, hosted by Mizzou Esports. Welcome back. And we're heading into map 3 now. Missouri Western State on the back foot for most of the last 2 maps, but they've got a fresh map pick coming in here, a fresh hero ban as well, and they are going to end up getting rid of that Sombra. Proved to be a bit of an issue on that last map. Looks like our little overlay is having a little bit of an issue, but that second ban for Wichita State is going to be Hazard. So no Hazard available. We haven't really seen him at all through this current series. I think we saw him a bit in the previous one, but definitely a strong hero here on Coliseo. So makes a bit of sense for Wichita State to be getting rid of him.
Yeah, and the Sombra really was tough for Missouri Western to deal with. We saw it get really good flanks, picking off those key members and those EMPs at the right time. We're just shutting down Missouri Western's game plan going into those fights. So taking that off the table is a good call. And as you were saying, you know, Hazard, this is one of their better maps. So just taking that off is a good one to do.
Yeah, a little bit interesting that we didn't see a support ban. I kind of expected this from at least one of the teams. Just because they've been running pretty different support comps throughout most of the series so far. Missouri Western preferring the Juno. Wichita State actually banned out the Juno on that last map. I was half expecting Missouri Western to maybe try and ban that Kiriko, just so their preferred style has a bit more of an advantage on this one, but they seem to want to be taking more pressure off of their backline by getting rid of the Sombra. But I'm not sure if that's going to be the smartest choice because Venture's back enabled now. They banned Venture on the previous map, but that ban's expired now. They're going to be available now. So no matter what they do here, there is going to be some pressure on their setup. So I'm interested to see what they run in terms of tanks here with the Hazard ban.
And we've also, Missouri Western, they've only really been playing. Oh, we do get to see the Doomfist from Shiny. We have been teasing it. We have only really seen them play in the previous maps. That Junker Queen now going to be on the Diva. So a little bit of a change up there. But again, Shiny on this Doomfist. We were talking about it earlier. This is a character that he's very comfortable on. So
yeah, even enough to pull out a target ban on the first map. But we haven't seen it yet in this series so far. It's going to be a Diva setup for Missouri Western. So this is something we've seen more recently in OWCS, a very poke-heavy style with the Torb and the Sojourn. Now with Cyril and the Diva, they are just aiming to protect their backline as much as possible. That defense matrix can provide a lot of peel, but Venture is already going in looking for that Ana. Actually, it's going to be going in on the Sojourn and Shiny, getting in the action. So much damage coming through, though, onto the Wichita State backline. I think a Bionade came through from Albugo, so Wichita State forced to double back. The pressure they're putting on, they have to double back to help
they
their
find Ana,
team, but
looking for Venture.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
Venture is going to get punished, and Fathom in extremely deep on this Lucio, so an aggressive dive from Wichita State nets a kill, but they overextend in the process, and Missouri Western does a pretty good job of punishing that. Still, value very low, and Shiny is still very much alive and kicking on this Doomfist, putting out a lot of damage.
Doing so well on this Doomfist here on this potential final map. Oh, but good.
He really doesn't want to burn that empowered punch, but is able to use the Seismic Slam to escape. He's already halfway to his first perk as well, so probably going to be going for that overhealth bonus. Pretty strong to allow the Doom to stay in that fight.
Once you also get that, you know, the Seismic Empowerment, that major perk, it is such a big upgrade for Doomfist.
Pride, I think, oversteps a little bit. Just has a Torb turret checking him on the side, so by the time he comes out of that burrow, he's already half HP, just gets shut down. And Missouri Western, they are able to push back the aggression and then get this bot moving in the other direction.
Yeah, finally able to get control, try to start pushing in their direction. We do see some ultimates coming online. Z-Roll has his ultimate online.
Yeah, I guess it's
going in.
It's important to note there was a tank swap for Missouri Western, cursed out of the lineup, so they've subbed a new player in here to pilot this Diva. Axel's going to get a trade here.
Oh, but
takes
a
out
good
Fathom,
bomb in the back.
Re-engage.
Widow.
Wow. some massive pulse bomb set up there, and with the help of the Doomfist and Venture, just gets in there, cleans up 3. Oh, and they're going to get the stagger onto this D.Va as well. Actually, Pineapple really wanted that kill, so the Yana's just going to finish her off there to prevent the stall. So Missouri Western coming back in now. Only able to get 12 meters on their own push, and Wichita State nearing the checkpoint. They're sending this Doom in deep to try and put some pressure on and deny the touch.
Working.
So much damage going on to Vayu. The Sojourn goes down, but Cerule in the meantime is able to get an effective counter dive, but it's a little too late as the cap comes through, so that's going to give forward spawn to Wichita State. So even as these members are falling, they're going to be able to re-engage very quickly at the middle of the map.
Yeah, they will be able to re-engage quickly, but Missouri Western has regained control of the robot. They are starting to push it back so that they can get rid of that forward spawn. And that they will.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates available for Western, but Vayu just stands still for a little too long, and a bio nade comes out of nowhere, takes him out.
Zero finds Pineapple, though.
Yeah, I think Pineapple may have just gotten into a bad position to lay that nade down, so he gets punished for it. But sound barrier, railgun charge, maximum for Widow, and he's just going to take out Tool.
Nice shot.
I think that was a tectonic shock setup as well. Pride just getting everybody low and makes some easy pickings for the Sojourn. Cerule is going to dump in the self-destruct, but just gets stunned out of his remech and finds no kill and no survival there. And once again, Wichita State, every time they lose a fact, they just come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, and they're going to try to get this forward spawn again. And I think that they will. Forward spawn once again. This Doomfish such an aggressive position right now.
Ooh.
Has the ultimate as well. Oh, a good punch. And Molten Core invested now as well.
So he actually didn't go for the overhealth perk. He went for the reload perk, so getting a bit more ammo every time he hits that rocket punch. And a lot of damage being pumped into the back line. Pride gets in there, and they've just had so much trouble dealing with this Venture. I think it really has come down to it was a swap from Widow on to the Sojourn with that extra range, just able to farm down that Torp turret a bit more and really make sure that the Venture is a bit more uncontested.
The Nano is available as well.
Yeah.
As this keeps pushing closer to the spawn of Missouri Western.
Yeah, 90 meters plus. I think that over 100 now. Ooh, and Pineapple, he's got his major perk. He's got the crits.
He's got the
head
hunting.
Yeah, this is. Ooh,
the overcharge invested.
Yeah, I think he must have had that the Sojourn overclock perk. So high damage headshots, able to one-shot some of those squishy heroes. That's gonna push some of Wichita back for now.
Oh, Nano.
Yeah, they're just gonna come in with their own overclock and just immediately fire back. The D.Va goes down, and with no front line available to peel for these more vulnerable members behind, Missouri Western setup just crumbles, and Wichita State, they are just charging ahead. That level 3 turret not doing much of anything.
Oh, and they're about to get the final point, 3 meters. They've got to touch.
So
they've got to do something. They finally get a stall.
Tool's got the rally. This is trying to keep people up.
Oh,
but
Shiny in the back.
Solo, the bio nade comes through, and they're going to get the DMAC onto the D.Va. Vayu goes down, and so much damage coming in. The Doomfist for Wichita State rings the death knell, and Missouri Western State falls here, a 3-0 for the Shockers.
Yeah, Wichita State, after that map number 2 where it was a little closer, they just answer back. They don't want to give Missouri Western any room to work with.
Yeah, just a really dominant push map. After the last one, it ended up being a lot closer than I think we even kind of expected. But Wichita State, we knew they had the Doom in their back pocket, and they pull it out on this map, and it works wonders. I mean, just so much pressure being put onto the back line. Even with the Anna Briggs setup, which in theory you should be able to boop the Doom around, get some sleep darts onto him to prevent that damage from really coming through, it's just not enough, especially with the Venture just consistently harassing the back line.
Yeah, and we also saw the Venture coming back in, really effective to follow up with that Doom. We did see as well Widow earlier into the map on that Tracer, finding so much success, and then swapping over to Sojourn, still putting on that long-range damage consistently, good, clean headshots, and Missouri Western, they just didn't have an answer yet. Even with the swap to the, the Bridget, it just wasn't enough to deal with the dive.
Yeah, so Wichita State is going to move on to the next round in this tournament, and we've got some more matches coming up. Our next match on stream will be Kansas versus Kansas State, a really great rivalry coming through here. But we are going to send it to an extended break. We'll have some updates on the scores from some of our off-stream matches, and don't go anywhere. Tune in later, and we will be back with Kansas State shortly.
Good morning, Mizzou esports fans, and welcome back to the Overwatch Invitational here at Mizzou. I am Alec, and I'm here joined by Ian. And as of right now in this round, we have KU versus K-State. Should be a very exciting game coming up.
Yep, full-on Kansas match now. After we had a little lunch break and stuff like that, just after last game, switched out some people. So far, it's going to be pretty interesting because whoever goes on to this will actually play against Mizzou in this next coming up round.
Correct, yeah, and that one will for sure be exciting. I am looking forward to seeing Mizzou play in this tournament. But yeah, very exciting game so far. I mean, what do you think? What are you predicting?
Well, this one has a pretty good chance of at least going to a 3-1, 3-2 even possibly round. We're seeing the bans. Torbjorn, as we've seen a lot of times, has been playing either pick or ban. So it makes sense to see a ban along with Kiriko. Really strong character recently.
Yeah, I would say definitely two strong characters there, so the bans are understandable. Just Torbjorn, all his turrets and everything, plus his ultimate just being
Level
extremely
3,
strong.
baby.
I know, yeah, I cannot stand Torbjorn whenever I played Overwatch. It's the same with Kiriko as well. That Suzu just being extremely strong, plus, Kitsune Rush also bringing a lot of impact to those team fights too. So very understandable bans there from both sides.
Yeah, a lot of that too with just those two characters. Pretty much every team that has them is playing entirely around them. So with that out of the way, we're probably going to see a bit of a different healer setup. The Torbjorn's probably just going to get swapped out with another off DPS, maybe a Tracer, maybe a Genji's been pretty popular. I think that's probably the most likely option. Although actually I don't believe, I would have to check on that, but I don't know if any of these have a particularly strong Genji player.
I also am not sure either. However, like you said, though, those would be two nice picks. We have seen both played so far throughout the tournament, and we are in the game.
Sojourn.
Yeah, we do have a Sojourn pick for almost both sides.
Wait, Kiri's on. Oh, it banned. Was it only banned for the enemy team?
Yes,
Okay.
I do believe so. Could be.
Okay, because of how the bans are flipped.
Yeah.
Okay. We're having a little restart here, just getting back into this. So yeah, with that, having one person out of a Kiri really makes a big difference because you have to play your entire team comp around that Suzu.
Exactly, and just lots of, like you said, different comps have to form around those supports and everything, to make sure everything.
Pretty much every tank has to wait until Suzu comes up before they can press Q.
Exactly.
Otherwise, it's just wasted for the 20-second cooldown.
Exactly. Yeah, so just slight delay there. Have to do a quick restart.
Not even to
the
mention
map.
with some of the new Kiri ones, 2 teleports, stuff like that, or move speed, or faster heals. It gets so strong so quickly.
Exactly. Having double swift step. I mean, just so much movement around the map
the big
for
thing
Kiriko.
that I've seen with that is TP in for a immediate cleanse, particularly on like ultimate stuff like that. I've seen it with like Gravs or Sigma ult or anything like that. Ram kind of, but not really. And then they just immediately TP out and just go back to healing.
Exactly.
It's really free. They don't have to worry about it at all. Okay, so we're seeing Juno Lucio instead of that Curie. I wonder if it's a map thing or if it's just a switch thing.
Not sure, but yeah, I do like the Juno Lucio. For the other side as well, we have that Ana and Juno as well.
Yeah. I wonder if they're using Sim as a TP engine or actually planning to stick with it, because that does make a difference here. And I'm guessing it's probably for a TP and then just going to switch off. As we see
you are
immediately
correct.
again. We're looking for a little aggression here, especially from Kansas instead of from KU here. Immediate damage onto Sojourn. Looking to try to get a singular pick as Zarya takes a ton of damage on Kansas State's side.
Like the huge railgun kill there onto the Lucio early. Both Zaryas just applying quite a bit of damage to each other there.
Zarya is going to force an immediate back from KU here. K-State's working their way out, and it looks like they're going to get this first point.
Yeah, which is a good cap there for K-State, just forcing off KU. Doing a very good job at holding the point as well, but Kansas State.
We're seeing
Sojourn.
the Zarya immediately go online here. 100 charges early into the game is going to shred as we see KU's immediately going out, winning the kill. Then Genji coming in with the last one. Lucio's already back with another boop and then immediately killed by Tracer. Finishing it off as someone else is trying to cut their losses a little bit. Lucio's just running around the map now.
Yeah, 3 members of K-State falling on the point. However, Kansas still has not capped the point yet.
Yeah, they're working on it, but really just a little stuck there. Dynamite comes out from Ash trying to get a little more damage. Meanwhile, Factor's taking a bit. We're seeing a nice little tank brawl here as Kansas State's trying to force their way in, but taking a lot of damage off that. And they're running out of cooldowns quick. Their Honest getting singled out too, and that's really rough for them here. They're not going to be able to get it. Just a little miss right click. Zarya's coming in to clean it up, and they get bolt from KU's instead. Meanwhile, they've just been singled out here one by one on Kansas State's side. Their Zarya just kind of left them.
Yeah, at Kansas State, Zarya just completely going crazy in the back line, knocking out 3 members for Kansas and recapping the point now.
KU did get a little greedy there, just with a touch too much, trying to finish off those kills on 3. Once that Genji died, it was kind of over from that point.
I have to agree
get
there.
those kills confirmed.
Have to agree there. Now just Kansas State back on
Sojourn's taking a lot of damage here. Immediately goes down. KU down 1 already. Ashton's out of the match. Meanwhile, they lose another one with Juno. Ult's live, but that doesn't matter anymore. Genji goes down by another one with a good, nice tracking from Guido.
Yeah, Kansas State just doing a fantastic job here of keeping KU off the point, you know, just pushing out those healers, focusing on those DPS as
We
well.
actually saw that Guido already had his perk live, so he's going to have one-shots possibly on this next coming ultimate on those squishies in the back line.
Yeah, that is true. Perks are coming out, which is exciting to see.
Immediately, KU's losing another. Kansas State just looking to clear up this game nice and quickly. Already using the ultimate. That's going to get them to at least 90% before they can even think about touching.
Yes, Sojourn's overclock putting in work for Kansas State.
Make them able to live that finally. Only trading out the Sojourn for a Zarya, and it might be too late. I think it's too late for the Zarya to touch it all.
Yeah, I would have to agree there. I mean, like I said, Kansas State is just applying so much pressure onto KU here. I mean, there's not really much they can do.
Yeah, they're pretty much just hoping to get a last little touch. Except, KU's able to grab it finally after a little bit of work towards it with a ball switch, which not, honestly, completely expected considering what they just went through.
Yeah, it looks like Kansas State just went ahead and, you know, backed off of the point, gave them a chance to regroup as, you know, they are in the lead right
We see
now.
both support ults going out, immediately finishing off the Ana, who's the only support who has an ultimate left to drop. Just kind of KU's looking to try to do this a little slower. They want to take one pick out instead of the whole bunch. And it's so far working for them better.
Yeah, I think the Wrecking Ball switch for KU probably, I think helped a lot.
Genji's to Tracer switch that probably helped a lot more with that.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, they were just able to apply.
They switched to a more focused dive comp. Their comp was a little less focused last time. Now it's focused up a lot more.
Yes, have to agree with you there.
You hear the Sojourner coming out. That's going to be some deadly shots. Immediately going on the Tracer. Now they're trying to look for another one, possibly hitting the Zarya. There's one in the background. Can they get them? No, have to fall back. Ult's over, but now they're still just looking to try to clean up stuff. Zarya's really low, immediately killed by the Juno. Looking to try to get some more from the back. Gets the Juno. Looking for the last one on the Sojourn. Just waiting for the stagger. They could kill them at any moment.
I say, yeah, a fantastic team fight there from KU. And like you said, along with the stagger as well, leaving the Sojourn alive.
They're down at least 1 for this coming up fight. They can't get that Sojourn there in time.
Yeah, so the hero swaps for KU just applied so much pressure onto Kansas State. And I mean, it looks like now KU is going to just take the points here.
Yeah, Kansas State's trying to get the last little touches in, but it's a matter of if they can. They're trying to get 1 at least. Zarya's going in full charge already, which is devastating if they can get some nice shots on. That's 1 down for KU. That's a lot of their damage on. That's another one. Kansas State might have this in the end. We have some people boosted, looking for some move speed. Sojourn, Tracer's getting out. Tracer. KU's coming back, trying to finally finish off 1, 2. Sojourn, the only people alive is K-State's Ana, and that's it. Kansas State flipped that at the very end with the quickest regroup they could possibly manage. Literally the singular touch from Tracer winning it.
Yeah, that was extremely well played there from Kansas State. I kind of lost faith a little bit there. I really thought KU was going to take that round.
That last couple touches just to get into overtime really got them there. The fact that they had those ultimates up too, that was what really paid off in the end, because KU had to use a lot of their ultimates to win the previous fight already.
Yeah, just a fantastic showing there from round 1 for both sides, I would say. Going to the nitty-gritty, both of them being on 99% there.
You see a lot of a switch. My dog died switching back to Zarya from the Wrecking Ball, and actually Ashton was on the Ashe earlier. I don't know what they're going to stick on, but they're switching to Sim for the TV. We'll see what they switch to afterwards.
Yeah.
But it's very different considering the fact they now have an Ana too.
True. Those like the Sim, both Symmetrics
Tracer
going
back
to Tracer.
Yep.
both comps are the exact same.
Yes, a little bit of a mirror match. This is really kind of the skill difference here.
Yeah, pure skill matchup.
Harrow looking to get a lot of value in. Meanwhile, they're just getting some nice little heals out. You're not seeing too much ult charge generated from that last fight, especially from Kansas State. KU's pulling out a little more ahead, but not by much.
Yeah, and it just does look like Kansas State, finally starting to get into good positions around the point. But KU does have kind of point advantage right now. All of them
Kansas
are
State getting
near
a lot
it.
of charge off that, which is going to be devastating for this fight coming up shortly. Let's see what happens here in the end. Trying to hold off on that bubble. We'll see where this is going. It immediately goes to the back line, trying to find someone. Tracer goes down for Kansas State, meaning KU's at the advantage here. Another one goes down. That's the Juno. That's their main heals. And the Ana. Kansas State's running on empty here. They're just at one left, just the Zarya, who they're trying to stagger a little bit, with just a couple seconds behind.
Yeah, they use that pressure really well. Basically first to get to the point, and they just held it until it unlocked. And very nice team fight there from
early recall
Kansas.
too.
Once again, just applying so much pressure, keeping them, closer to that spawn.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the second level perks go down now, so it's really just a matter of who can utilize these new changes.
Exactly.
90 charge already still for KU. Meanwhile, Kansas State's running close to empty. Not to mention a Sojourn, and they're having to go through a tight point. A singular vortex there is gonna shred.
Yeah, I'd say looks like the Zarya and the Tracer from KU both have ultimates, but
Immediately forced to immediate grab and sticky, trying to get a lot of kills. Meanwhile, KU's trying to come back in. They get 4 already. That's everyone except for just Juno, who gets a little staggered and ends up jumping off the map just to save some ult charge.
yes,
They did use 2 ults for that, though. Although one is Tracer, and that basically is a third ability.
right. In my mind, I was expecting kind of like a combination of the ults, with the Graviton Surge mixed with the Pulse Bomb. I feel like
It was
that
really
would
just
have.
there to guarantee the kill on the Ana, which was pretty important for that fight.
True. Yes.
I guess 2 ults for one person works as long as you get the win.
Yeah. 3
Immediately,
ults.
Juno's down on K-State. KU's trying to push some aggression on this. Immediately gets to the Ana. That's no supports left. If they can get out of here, it's going to be pretty much a win. Zarya's down. They get 1 off, but immediately die for it. And they use the Sojourner for that, too.
Sojourn
K-State's
ult now
hurting.
down.
They could not do anything with that. They lost 1, and then they lost their whole team because of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
1-1. This is already looking really close matchup-wise.
Very exciting round there.
Really, just a lot of it is just a matter of whoever is getting the first pick is playing a lot of aggression, and that is killing whoever's there.
True. Yeah. I'd say it is.
And when you're a Zarya and you're able to hold your charge going into a next fight versus a Zarya who can't, ooh, your damage is doubled compared to them.
Yeah. And it
Meanwhile, Thinking's been doing a lot of work with those ultimates. Hero has been a little bipolar with it, where he'll get some kills, but if he doesn't, it gets really bad.
Yeah, from what I noticed from these team fights too, KU's Zarya just constantly, her power is just being charged. It's like they just keep
Harman
hitting
is
her
just-
bubble
yep.
for some reason.
Yes, that's really hurting a lot of the times. Like, and a lot of it's just bubbles getting deleted by both teams. Look, KU's already to 90, and the point's not even open yet.
Exactly. Just very good
70
positioning
on
here from
Kansas State
KU
side.
State.
Meanwhile, we already are seeing we're seeing a 30% to a nano already from Kansas State side. That just shows how much damage has been already pumped into KU.
Exactly, but KU's Zarya just holding strong on the point. However, Sojourn being kind of wow.
Harrowman getting in the back line, getting out both supports. Even if they die, they lost 2. It's still definitely winnable for KU. They can push into this, but it's a matter of if they live that long. That's a 210 damage per second Zarya they're looking at, but they kill them. Meanwhile, it's pretty even on point now, with Kansas City actually having the point now, except KU took it back right afterwards. That was just a tight little tap once they've managed to get in there.
I have to agree there. I really did enjoy seeing I believe it was KU's tank go ahead and save their Sojourn.
Yes.
Stuck in that corridor there.
Yep. Really, this entire matchup is based on who can get the first kill and who can get the most value off of it. because we see that immediately. We know who is being favored. Like, look at this. Their Zarya's already so low, but they're able to get out and immediately get heals because of it. Kansas State's trying to hold their ground here, just trying to work their way in slowly. Meanwhile, KU's getting melted. Only 100 health left on the Zarya. Gold comes out. They're going to get 30 damage per second on that too, or 30 max health. Immediately, KU comes back with the clapback on Kansas State. Now only left with one, just the Tracer, who's just trying to stall and just trying not to lose the ult charge.
Yeah, massive graviton surge there into that corridor to catch, I believe it was about 3 people.
Yeah,
it was
my
just
God, that did
allowed.
so much there.
Yeah. This is easily allowing
Not to mention,
their team to take over.
Not to mention, Pulse Bomb's a free ability, and being able to throw that onto a Graviton Surge, ooh, 300 damage across the whole team, plus whatever anyone else can throw into it, is ridiculously insane.
Exactly.
Boosted ends up going down first. Tracer Ashton just going in there and getting a quick kill. Duel's going low too, hoping to ends up getting killed by Ashton as well. That's another one down. Giwa going down to My Dog Died. My Dog Died just keep going in there. Now it's just a matter of the one person, and if they can't do anything about this, which doesn't seem like they can, they're gonna lose. They have to get on point.
Nano Boost does go out on both the Ana and the Zarya.
We see a little little grab stalling.
Yeah.
But that'll be KU's first win of their maps.
Yeah, fantastic teamwork there from KU. I mean, just everything
seeing
just
how quick
moves
that
so
match-
fluidly.
How close that match was just in the beginning. We saw 99-99 second round. We saw percentage from both teams on each map, which is really hard to do whenever it's a Zarya too.
Exactly.
Because you have to kill them, otherwise they're going to be bringing 60 charge to the next fight.
Exactly. Very exciting map 1 from both sides. But we are going to go ahead to map 2. We will be right back. We will see you soon. Welcome back to KU versus Kansas State. We are going into map 2 after an exciting map 1. Very strong showing there from KU, taking the 2-1 victory there. I am excited for this map too.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Zarya with pretty much everything being built around that as the tank, except for a little period of time where KU actually switched to a Wrecking Ball to make it to point on time.
Yeah.
Which really saved them that entire round and the whole map in general.
Exactly. I do believe that, that Wrecking Ball swap was definitely a very smart and strong thing to do, to apply all that pressure onto K-State. Going into map 2 now, we are on Rialto with the hero bands being Orisa and Juno.
Juno totally makes sense. If you're not banning Kiriko, you're banning Juno. That's how it works. You have to have one. We saw it last round. Both teams had a Juno for pretty much the whole game.
Yeah,
except when they had an Ana. You have Ana, Kiriko, Juno. Ana's actually in the game now, playable because of the perks. That's really what gotten her there. You have 3 characters to choose from. One of them's getting banned every time.
Exactly, yeah. Plus, map 1 being basically a mirror match the entire time as well. I think now we would probably see some diversity through those comps.
Yeah, probably a decent bit. I might expect to see a little bit of just swap out the Juno for Akiri and probably swap out the other support as well just to pair that a little better. Okay, I consider myself stand corrected. Reinhardt from Kansas State. We are flipped sides, so just keep that in mind. Reinhardt on Harrowman on Reinhardt on a Rialto that is going to be interesting. I'm pretty sure my dog died wants to go get poop kills. He wants them bad.
Gotta respect the Reinhardt pick. I love playing Reinhardt at times. It's just so fun being in people's faces.
Shield bash.
Exactly. The shield bash as well is just absolutely insane to have.
Yes. In general, though, we're going to just see a lot of aggression from Kansas. Meanwhile, KU's going to play aggressive. Kansas State's going to play a little bit more back just from looks of it. They're going to get aggressive, but they want to be a little ball of death.
Exactly, yeah.
Actually don't see any Kiriko, which I'm very surprised about.
Yeah, as am I, usually with Kiriko being the strong pick, but I assume with these comps, kind of works fluidly
On a
there.
break makes a lot of sense here for KU.
Yeah.
Especially with that kind of dive comp. They need someone to protect it. Meanwhile, Ashton does get one in there. Just the little pylon, but that's enough. That's a little less healing for them to deal with. Meanwhile, Vector's trying to do some stuff, and they're just trying to find it. KU's trying to find an angle. Meanwhile, Hawk is getting low.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like the...
Why is the Fire Strike blue? Immediately, that's My Dog Died's dead. Factor's dead too, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but losing your tank versus the DPS is a lot worse. If they can try to kill this Harrowman, though, or wait until My Dog Died gets back, that's what they're looking for. That's their win condition, really.
See, at first it looked like
bad too.
KU was actually just applying a lot of pressure onto Kansas State, and it looked like they were just free capping the point there, but with...
KU's doing a lot of work now, too.
Yeah.
They just have to get... with this kind of comp on KU, they just need 1 to 2 picks, and they can just go ham on the rest of the team.
Exactly. Before the second to last team fight, it did look like the Rhine taking out the Wrecking Ball there kind of worked to their favor, but I mean, KU just took right back over.
Yeah. My Dog Died. Whenever he dies, 15 seconds later, he's in the fight again.
Yeah.
Does not matter what you do. Meanwhile, Harrowman's trying to get back to point, just trying to get some aggression, take up some space. His ultimate is live. My Dog Died having to back off from it. Ashton also having to do the same. It's really just a matter of if Kansas State loses people, they lose hard. That is the whole deal.
Looks like all ultimates are about to be up really soon. 4 up for Kansas State and 3 about to be 4 up for KU
picked
as
off
well.
by Giro. That's rough to lose, especially since Ashton's been doing a lot of their killing.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Wrecking Ball
Genji
sitting in the back line.
With that new perk, ooh, that's spicy, especially with that nano.
True, yes, I would love to see what the Genji is able to pull out here.
We see the Reinhardt ult. Let's see how many he gets. He's gonna have to back off with that level of health. Yari's the only one saving him. We see the blade coming out, but it immediately goes down to a great shot by Thinking there.
Yeah, massive minefield there in the back line from the Wrecking Ball, just taking out the back line, just separating the Reinhardt from his team. I mean, Elari was the only one that was able to heal, but it just wasn't enough at all.
Yeah, K-State's lost a couple people there. Look at how much space they lost off that. They lost half a point because of it.
Yeah, I mean, KU did a fantastic job there of, just pushing off, just separating the entirety of Kansas State, and being able to get that pressure onto the point.
Here's the kind of big difference, though, between this map and the last one. Since we're on an escort map, how KU's been playing this is basically they're not staying on point. They're literally retreating whenever K-State starts to push on them and then coming back for a fight again, just with that dive comp.
Which I think is, very smart.
It's a little slow, but it's safer, and that's what they want.
True, and I mean, it has been working so far.
Yeah, there's the Havoc in there. There's Hazard in there. Just doing Hazard things, trying to knock out my dog tag on the ball, but just not quite doing it.
Yeah, I am not too familiar with Hazard. I would assume is it a decent pick into that Wrecking Ball?
Yeah, it's a relatively decent pick into that Wrecking Ball, especially because it can block a lot of the damage, especially from that Sojourn and stuff. Especially with some of the stuff he's got, it's not too bad. I'm sort of liking the pick. I think it's a bit better than what they had going before with that Reinhardt, mostly just because it gives them some mobility to cover for their supports. We see my dog trying to get in, gets up the Sojourn. The Ana's the only one nano boosted left. Meanwhile, Yari's just being pushed back, completely unaware.
Yeah.
Doodle goes down too. It's just a matter of how long can K-State hold on to this, and it seemed like not much longer. That's Hazard down. They get the point. Meanwhile, they're just trying to stagger the Tracer as much as they can. Ashton, Gyro's having to go back and still gets staggered by probably about 10 seconds there.
Yeah, the overcharge and nano just kind of being wasted there.
Yes, especially with how quick they were able to handle it.
Exactly. Sojourn was just immediately knocked out near the point, and Ana's nano just not doing anything for either of them.
Nano only works if they're alive.
True.
Meanwhile, my dog dog's trying to get some work in here, but has to retreat early. Gyro's trying to cover for it. Gets the sticky on him. Let's see how much damage this does. My dog died really low here. Let's see just a little bit. If they can get a little more damage on my dog dog, they have a pretty good shot at winning this team fight. But they're not quite able to do it, as he is able to go grab a health pack too. Except he's slept and low and anti, and that does it. 2 kills for the side of K-State. This might be what they need to come back from this. If they can get a nice foothold here, especially in this side of the map, oh, that's really good for them.
Exactly. With the Wrecking Ball being down now, it just gives Kansas State the ability to just completely overwhelm KU at this point.
Harrowman switching off Hazard to the Zarya works pretty well in a similar vein of just able to cover your supports more. You just need to stop the Wrecking Ball from having a fun time.
Exactly. I mean, hopefully, the Zarya being able to get as much charge as possible there. Minefield does go out.
They need to win like 4 or 5 fights in a row, and Zarya's the best pick for that because if you don't die, you keep your value.
Exactly, yeah. Genji being just cornered in that building over there. Nano Boost does go out onto the Ana and the Zarya.
Yes, which is the only reason they didn't lose that fight entirely, just able to keep them alive. Zarya's trying to cover everyone else, but it's a really big struggle. They're out of cooldowns too, and they're just trying to get this ball down before the enemy team can cap. That's Gyro's down. And meanwhile, we see Blade come out. Only gets 2, but that might be enough here. They just need to kind of keep themselves alive long enough for K-State to just slowly get whittled down.
Exactly. It did look like the game plan there from the Wrecking Ball, forcing everybody basically back into their spawn. It almost worked, but the Genji was just able to blade and cut down the entire back line.
Factor made a great play there on capitalizing off the my dog died, who just switched off from ball to Zarya, kind of realizing that they need to get that charge build up first before even initiating. But since my dog dad was in their team, Genji just said, all right, I'm going to go kill your squishies. You're up here with us, so I'm just going to go be back there.
Exactly. It almost worked for KU. I did see the vision there, and it did look like KU was able to wipe a little bit of Kansas State, who were near the spawn, but Genji, that was a very intelligent play.
We see the grab come out. Let's see how much it does. Ooh, with the Yari ult, that's going to kill 2. With the support and the Zarya too, that's a lot of work done. And they're just playing pick, pick, pick. K-State's getting a lot of work done there.
Yeah, it's very strong ult combination there with the Graviton Surge.
KU has one kind of half fight, and that's about it. And that's if they're lucky. That's why they have to switch to the Lucio here, too.
Yeah, I mean, 15 seconds left here. I mean, it's all or nothing for KU right now to get
honestly,
this point in.
That KU ban is really coming to hurt Kansas State here. Not being able to switch to Orisa to hold this down as well, that's hurting a lot.
Exactly. Nano Boost does go out.
Yeah, but Zarya is pretty low, too.
Both sides now.
Yeah. It's just a matter of who can sustain the longest here. Zarya is trying to fight on this front line. Meanwhile, Ana's trying to do whatever they can. Sojourn's low as they can physically be. That'll get them down. Everyone's dying on the side of Kansas State. KU's finally going to be able to do this. Are they going to? They get the full 3 points at the very end, the last second they could possibly have. They didn't even have a full team fight. They had to switch to Lucio just to get there.
Yeah, I mean, very intelligent swap there from the support to get to be on Lucio. Quickly get the team back on the point, and I mean, it worked out to their favor.
Yeah, having a little bit of ultimates in there and it being able to invest it when K-State figured they didn't have to worry about it because of the time. They just tried to ult, keep the fight longer, and it just didn't work in them. They were just able to get just one person on, and that's all you need to end up sealing those kind of games.
Yeah, and with KU making it fully through this map, just makes it even harder for Kansas State to come back in this game.
Especially with 0 on the clock. It's going to be a bit rough here.
Yeah.
We see Gyro on the Widow and Ashton on the Widow, too. We're going to see a little Widow 1v1 here.
Should be exciting to see
Yeah.
that. I dislike Widowmaker so much sometimes.
I'll put it this way. There's a reason that pretty much none of her perks actually do a lot.
People do not like getting one-tapped already. I think adding more power to Widow would just be disgusting.
I think the only viable perk she has is if you hit a shot, you get 4 seconds less on your grappling hook. But either way, we do see the Kiri. We do finally see the Kiri from Cynics here. It's going to be a little aggressive from KU. They're mostly going to be playing, a kind of a main chunk, and then they're going to have 2 off anglers. Is pretty much what it's going to play like.
Exactly. Yeah, I do like the comp here for KU. Seems already, as we can see,
from Ashton.
kind of defensive here. Lots of poke and distance with the Widow, and then the Zarya just being able to also apply pressure, getting in the face of Kansas State.
Not to mention, thinking on there, able to still provide value, because normally the thing that comes with Widow is you have a lack of that long-range damage. If you have a Sojourn in there too, it hurts so much if they can't deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot to focus
Honestly,
on there.
they're probably just going to be looking to send Factor over there to just go to try to assassinate Ashton. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I definitely would have to agree there. And my dog died just sitting on the point, too, kind of.
Get the kill on Haruman, too. That's really big here, especially in a Zarya 1v1.
Yeah. I mean, just right now, so far, looking, kind of good for KU.
Able to hold. We've already been a minute in. They've barely crossed the bridge so far.
Do have the Winston swap for K-State.
Yes. A little interesting. I think it's just mostly to build towards this dive comp, because that's really what they're playing towards now.
Exactly. I mean, now you can easily just push back the Widow.
Yep. If you hate getting one tap, just 5v1 her.
Exactly. Do have a Genji as well. I mean, it does look like they just want to possibly just push out that Widow.
Ooh,
and
Haruman
the
will go down again just
but
from those nice clean shots by Ashton once again.
Yeah, it just does not matter because KU is just doing a fantastic job here.
It's really going to be who can really do the most. We see him switch to Reinhardt. Haruman just not knowing what to pick, and once now perks are here, that's really bad in the long term.
Yeah, I mean, it's just looking very rough for K-State here.
Yeah, I'm wondering what's going to be the thing. What's going to be the thing here? We do see the little perk come up. Yeah, Widow's able to just get so much shots off just because they have 12 shots per mag instead of 7, doubling pretty much. Haruman going down again. They're getting picked so much by that. I think they really just need to go send their Genji on a side quest to kill Ashton.
Yeah, I have to agree there, but I mean, it just looks like none of them are able to move around the map, unfortunately.
Especially once Infrasight comes out, you might as well just be painting a giant line on yourself that says "shoot here."
Yeah. Yeah, Ashton just being able to hold these points so well and take out the DPS and the healers. I mean, it's just looking rough. Genji does kind of find a flank there
Yeah,
and takes out the Illari.
They're looking for the Widow. Let's see what they can do. They get out the Widow. This might be the little thing Kansas State needs, because if they can get a fight going before KU does, just like this, they have a pretty good shot at pushing support on this.
Exactly.
Zarya's going down too, but it's just a matter of can they keep their Reinhardt sustained long enough. Their Zarya might get out, which is not really what you'd like, but good enough considering the situation they were in before. Charge coming out. They want to get that Zarya killed. They don't care if the bubble stops them. That'll happen, but Reinhardt's really looking low for it. Luckily, they have the Ahri backing them up.
Yeah, Factor finding those 2 picks onto the Illari and the Widow, I mean, just kind of set the pace there for Kansas State to allow them to come back in this game and push the payload.
But wasn't 3.5 minutes good?
Yeah.
Because that's what they took to do that.
Lots of ults coming out, though.
Meanwhile, KU's coming in at the 11th hour trying to finish this up. Meanwhile, Zarya's about to die. They're trying not to because they need My Dog Died alive to do it. Factor's coming back. He needs to get this done, otherwise it'll be KU's match. But they're able to do it just in the nick of time. 2.5 minutes on the clock. About 2 minutes less than you'd like.
Yeah, lots of a nice clutch there from Kansas State. I mean, just really wasn't expected, but it looked like the Genji pick did make a difference there.
Yeah, especially with that nano.
Yeah.
That's really what you need with that kind of stuff.
The Reinhardt also, putting in work as well, being able to apply that pressure onto the Zarya.
A little bit of aggression here, especially once they're able to shatter those bubbles pretty quickly if they want them dead. Meanwhile, My Dog Died's going to immediately get eviscerated from it just from the one shatter. But Harrow's going to die for it too, and I don't know if that's even worth it here. It does mean they get distance, which is good for them. But have you seen people try to finish capping on this point? It's not fun.
Yeah, it's not at all.
Especially considering how close the defenders spawn. They're in that little back corner area. It's not great.
Yeah.
But if Kansas State can hard win one match, they have a pretty good shot at making it all the way. Meanwhile, Doodle will go down. That's kind of what they K-State's. That's kind of what they're wanting. Thinking going on a rampage. 2 supports already dead, and that Zarya will kick off Factor too. No deflect can save him there. Hero trying to come back, killing out Swirlhawk, and Hero man just trying to get something done, but immediately going to die to it. A minute on the clock. Hero's just not letting them get ultimate charge off it.
Yeah, I mean the positioning there from Reinhardt also just kind of scary, just in the faces of KU entirely.
What do you think K-State's game plan needs to be?
I mean, at this point, you need to just regroup with each other. You need to, kind of sit behind that Reinhardt, get as much push onto the map as you can. And, you definitely do need to use the Genji to get to that back line.
Get that Nano Blade online, too.
Exactly.
Honestly, what I'm partially wanting to see here, too, is Iari ult, and I want to see something trigger that and hopefully get a big fight, especially here.
Genji does fall, but the overclock does go out. Doodle and Boosted still sitting on ult.
That'll be 1 dead from each team. A bunch of ults being used here. Thinking getting out another one. Pyroman just trying to live as long as he can. K-State's trying to do what they can here, hoping for something, but 10 seconds on the clock. Unless there's divine intervention, nothing else is going to save them here.
Yeah, I mean,
they have, 2 alive, and none of them are near point. 3 seconds on the clock. It's just a matter of they can't even get there in time. KU's holding off so well there, being the second map.
Yeah, I mean, interesting game there, fun game there from both sides. Very nice game plan from K-State.
Yeah, we saw a lot of aggression in that first round, and we see a lot of that heavy play Zarya and sustain into it. Meanwhile, K-State in that last round, they were really they didn't know what tank to be. It felt like every time they were switching, they're like, I don't know what to do now.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially with perks, you're losing value every time you switch.
Exactly. Just very strong defense there. Very fun map 2. We will be right back and get ready for map 3. See you soon. Welcome back to K-State versus KU. We are going on to map 3 after another exciting game of map 2 with KU taking it as well. That school being up now 2-0 on K-State.
KU 2-0. The first round of the last map, they barely in the very end, 0 seconds on the clock, got to third point. They were just really able to hold it down nice and hard when it came to into that defender side.
Exactly, and then showing just a nice showing there when they were put on the defense, stopping K-State from really doing anything. Going on to map 3 now, we are on Eichenwald.
We see a Tracer ban.
The other one, Tracer ban.
Having to change because you can't ban the same Kira twice in a row, because they just had Havoc on the last one.
True.
Or Hazard.
Was Hazard banned last game? No, I don't think Hazard was banned.
No, that was the last full match. Yes, we do see the Hazard ban coming through with the Tracer ban from K-State. Honestly, K-State needed it bad. That Ashton was, Ashton probably got so many solo kills it wasn't even funny.
Yeah, and then with the Hazard ban, I believe Hazard just being a decently strong tank as well. Kind of stopping those dives. I believe.
Yeah. It kind of. Honestly, I think the reason they were a little unsure about that is because without the Tracer, they don't have to really worry about Hazard as much. Because if they don't have the Tracer to do as much dive, it's probably just going to be filled in by place by a Genji, and it's not going to change anything. But, so be it.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, looking forward to map 3 now. Maybe understood.
So we're gonna see. So really, what's going to change here? There's a couple of things, right? Ashton's gonna be forced onto probably Genji, maybe Widowmaker, but not Tracer anymore. Unfortunate, right? KU's not gonna be able to sweep as hard with that. Hazard, Kent State hasn't been consistent with what tank they're playing. That doesn't change too much, honestly.
True. I mean, yeah,
it removes an option from the rotation.
I mean, yeah, with the constant tank swaps, like you said. I mean, I guess just knocking out one at this point.
Yep.
Since Kansas State's tank, I guess is trying to just play counter watch here.
If KU didn't have a really reliancy, I'm pretty sure this is how this went down, right? They were planning on this is my guess, all speculation. I'm assuming KU originally was thinking about banning Ana. They saw the Tracer ban and wait, we're going to have to play Genji now. So they can't ban Ana anymore, so they just went with that random tank they had. Because Ana is kind of just been what's been holding K-State together, really.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, especially with the strong ult that nano boost is,
But without that,
Going into map 3 now, K-State showing a Zenyatta.
We're seeing a lower rate of healing here.
Yeah, more
dive,
fight, more damage.
They want more damage, more fights.
Which, Zenyatta on both sides, along with KU pulling out Moira.
I'm not surprised about it all from Factor. Ashton actually going fully back to the sniper, going with Ash. We'll see if that actually sticks, though, because they have another 15 seconds. Moira, I'm surprised about.
Yeah, I mean, Moira can easily just be, one of the most annoying heroes on the map, with her ability to just act like a mosquito.
She just only has damage and healing, and that's really what her downfall is.
Yeah.
Oh, Brig. This is a light healing comp. Now, the thing is that really how KU is going to have to do this, though, is they have to wait for my dog dive to get the first set of perks so he can get Pack Rat, because before then, they don't really have sustain. I mean, what's he going to have, a singular Orb of Harmony on him? Maybe a pack or two?
Venture now getting the Orb of Discord, taking a
comp,
decent amount of damage.
It's a little rough when you have such a chunky tank.
Venture in misposition does fall, so does the Brigitte.
Yeah, K-State's KU's actually losing a lot of people from this just because K-State's been having some good damage. Yeah, Ashen hasn't really been covering Giro well enough for it to stop killing them yet.
The Zenyatta pick did come in handy, but
and now they have to walk for 3 miles.
Yeah, unfortunate with these maps for sure, having to walk so far.
Yeah, Doodle's just gonna have to make a pilgrimage. Meanwhile, Factor's gonna get taken out by Venture there. Ashton's trying to force people back. It's seeming to work pretty well though. Zenyatta finally back to the fight. Who would have thought? Meanwhile, K-State's just, or KU's just getting on to point. Already a third done. They have a venture in there to stall for a little more time, which is pretty much going to be what they're going to do.
Yeah, it does look like KU is just going to go ahead and take the
They
point.
lose the whole point because how it kind of went down is Hawk died. They're down to support.
Yeah, and it was just kind of take over from there. With Wrecking Ball as well, just being,
Yeah.
so annoying, holding that backline, pushing off
Yep.
the supports
Especially
and the
without a
DPS.
Discord orb to make it do more damage.
Exactly. It's just so far not looking too good for K-State. Just a lot of pressure being applied, especially with now Wrecking Ball taking out the Zenyatta, but Alari getting Zenyatta's get back there.
Yep. Meanwhile, Harriman's really charged all beyond belief. But they're just slowly capping point. Ball's already back. That's really how it is. You knock out the ball, he's there. He's there again. That's just how it goes.
Do have double support ults up for K-State, and Genji has ults up as well. 4 ults available for KU.
Yeah, pretty
Bob
much all the
going
ults come
out.
You see Ashton come out, immediately going for the blade. Factor gets immediately taken out. Meanwhile, KU's going around with this game. Hero trying to get some value out, but Venture ends up taking out another one with Harrowman going down too. K-State only using the one ult. Meanwhile, KU used 2. Not that the trade is different, but they're losing the whole fight off that and getting a lot of value just off the push cart.
Exactly. Decent amount of ults going out for KU, while K-State is still sitting on 4.
We do see Zenyatta grab the levitation. We'll see if he starts flying somewhere.
Exactly. Could end up seeing double Zenyatta ult.
Which is likely to happen, especially whenever that grab comes out.
Minefield did go out, and it does take out the Zarya.
Yeah, KU's just working with as much value as they can physically grab here.
Yeah, just allowing the Venture to just apply so much pressure there to the back line, shove them into the castle.
K-State's just been trapped this game. That's kind of how it's been. They're trying to force their way out, but it's hard. We're going to probably see, unless Harrowman immediately dies, immediately Ashton just doing work, switching off from that Ashe to Sojourn, just a really good pick. Doodle trying to live. We did see the trans come out, but that's about it from both teams. Meanwhile, Doodle getting a lot of the ult charge back just because he's still in the fight, and it's a matter of honestly, they don't have a great game plan here.
Yeah, I mean, the Transcendence did go out, but it just wasn't enough. Just it seemed like a lot of mispositioning there from Kansas State.
Yeah. KU's playing really aggressive here, and they're just trying to see what goes on with the rest of this.
Graviton did catch 3 from KU.
Hero popping off with the Ashe. Maybe Ashe is a pretty good option here, considering they just took out, what was it, both supports in there?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Very good Graviton there from Harriman, allowing, just stopping the push from KU.
Yeah, really saving their lives here, because KU's been deadly on those assaults.
Doodle with a nice headshot as well onto
You do see
the
the 6
Sojourn.
orbs. Trans is already back up for K-State. KU is only at 40%. Just that aggressive how Doodle has been playing here, especially with the ball. That's just free ult charge on a stick. Wendy's getting a kill. Meanwhile, Hawk's getting another one too. Factor's out of the game.
Yeah, big kill there from the Venture, taking out the Zenyatta, who is very strong. Both support ults are available for K-State.
K-State does have a really charged Zarya too, which is very deadly. We do see the trans come out, which is going to stall a lot. Meanwhile, KU is coming back with it. It's a lot. It's just a lot going on there. Doodle having 10 HP and hoping to try to live here. Ashton's using the ultimate and getting another kill off it. Hoping to see another one. Not quite getting another kill, but it is going to be 2:43 on the clock left for KU.
Yeah.
Even compared to last, we know how their holds go from last point. They might get a 1.5 taken. Not the biggest end of the world. KU, if they hold this fight, that's the end of it.
Yeah, and just a good showing there, round 1 from KU. I mean, the Wrecking Ball I feel like just completely displacing Kansas State. I mean, kind of has them dizzy there.
Yeah. One of the big issues they were running into is that Zarya just didn't have enough cooldowns to keep whoever was getting dived alive. I mean, Zarya's bubble is 8 seconds, lasts 2 seconds. Pile drive's on a 10-second cooldown.
Yeah.
It basically means you can't use your bubble for anything else if you want to stop the pile drives.
Yeah. Did have a good Graviton surge there on the point, catching 3, but it just wasn't enough. And then Doodle and Boosted both using their ultimates, also just proving to
Yeah.
not be enough at all either.
Not to mention now we're dealing with Ashton on Widow, on defense, on Eichenwald. We're probably going to see some hook shots into headshots here.
Yeah.
And
Swirlhawk
Hero's
also
playing
swapping to the
into it
Ana.
too with that Farah pick.
Oh yeah, Farah is picked here too.
I think Farah might be grounded soon.
Think so as well.
We do see KU actually switch off of the ball onto Zarya. My dog died switching off that. Probably just because of the fact that you can't really dive on defense that well. You can, but
Don't
also,
think it overly.
and,
Oh wow!
Yep, grounded. Yep.
Immediate headshot. The moment Farah showed her face,
Yep.
I think maybe saw a pixel of her forehead and just took advantage.
They somehow knew it beyond belief. They might have checked some of their VODs earlier, but they knew that was coming, and immediately, as soon as Giro peeked his head, dead.
Immediate Farah swap as well
Yup.
onto the Sojourn.
Can you blame them? Can you blame Giro?
After seeing that immediate kill, no, not in the slightest.
Meanwhile, they're pushing into this. It's mostly just a matter of who can get the most damage. Doodle's going pretty low, though. And meanwhile, My Dog Died just trying to keep some aggression up. Factor going down. Wendy Frosty taking it out. Just the extra aggression. Sleepdart comes out, getting some one. Alari pylons down. That's a lot of their healing gone out the gate. Hawk goes down, but so does Doodle. And both will probably get back pretty close at the same time. Giro's going down. Meanwhile, KU's holding this hostage from the point. It's just a matter of if they can pull this bubble. And that's going to kill Haro, too. That's all their charge gone.
Yeah,
I mean,
do have to say,
K-States doesn't have much going for them now.
I do think KU definitely just has like the better picks here with their supports. I mean, they're able to just apply so much more healing.
And a decent bit of damage, too. Not the same, but not a bad amount either.
Yeah, I do think the swap off of Alari to the Juno for Kansas State probably was the smarter pick there for them. Being able to get more heals onto their team.
Getting another kill on Giro. He's honestly going so aggressive on him. Doodle's going to die too, and so is Boosted. K-State has no one left that is a healer. All that's really left is just the Zarya, and it's just a matter of if they can kill this last one and stagger them out a little bit, which they do.
This is just kind of complete domination here from
I see.
KU.
My Dog Died has the boost, has the right-click boosting one, so they're just able to just jump up there.
Do not like seeing a Zarya being able to jump up so high and get in those awkward positions.
Meanwhile, Bastion can do it even better.
The
you hear
Graviton
Grav
does
come
go
out,
ult.
immediately just basically using it for stall by this point, but getting 3 off that? That's a worth ult if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, massive Graviton there.
Meanwhile, Factors against Azaria.
You gotta
His
be
sword can be a stick, it wouldn't matter.
you gotta be thinking about the morale here for
Oh, yeah.
Kansas State right now. I mean,
They have to reverse sweep.
yeah, it's just not looking good. I mean, it's kind of showing, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's just, they really look
Especially
like
how
they.
some of their just plays have been. They haven't been aggressive. They've been kind of like walking towards point. It's just a matter of who can get there. And they're just trying to find a kill. And until they find a kill, they're not going to be doing too great.
Yeah, I mean, they really look like they just don't know what to do at this point. Juno ult does go out for KU, and it's just
Just the
doing
nature
so
of
much.
K-State is they're a defensive stronger team, and now they're on offense. It shows.
yeah, it's just not working out according to plan. Giro does switch to the Widow as well. Maybe can pull something off here.
Yeah, it's going to be a little interesting, though, because they have 30 seconds, and this is where we have seen K-State shine. They have 30 seconds to do something. That pressure tends to be what helps them. We saw that in the first map. They're trying to hope this pressure pushes them towards it. We see the ult from Doodle. Immediately, Giro's going down. Wendy's Frosty taking him out quickly. Meanwhile, Herman's going down. So is Boosted. Yeah, K-State is losing the members they had pretty quickly, and it's looking like unless the ball can touch, it's going to be KU's game.
Yeah, I mean,
Which
1
he
second
might
left
touch.
on the clock.
Yeah, he touched.
He did touch, so we are on the overtime timer, but I mean, K-State just cannot get to that point at all.
It's really hard, especially with just looking at a Widow if you see that red dot on your forehead, you just start counting down the time until you respawn.
Yeah, I mean, that map 3 was just that was rough for Kansas State. I mean, it seemed like they just completely
Yeah.
fell apart there in the end.
Yep. That
Um,
morale was low. They were dealing once they switched to offense. You could tell they were like they didn't know what to do anymore because they were relying heavily on that defense.
Yeah, just very well played game there from KU as well. I mean, using a lot of things to their advantage. That
Yes.
Widow pick was very strong.
Honestly, the tracer ban on that second map might have been the better play there. Just
Yeah.
thinking of it, there were just some small things, especially in that ban phase, that were really hurting them in the late game.
Yeah, once again, incredible game there from KU and K-State, with KU going ahead and getting the 3-0 win. That is going to be that game. So stay tuned for the next match coming up really soon.
Yep. See y'all.
Welcome back to the Mizzou Esports Overwatch Invitational. I'm Son of Gary, once again joined by my co-caster Aurora. And we are on to the second round of Winners Bracket, and we got a good one coming up. It's Mizzou versus Kansas, a rematch of the Border Clash with some slightly new rosters.
Yeah, recently Mizzou has undergone a couple of roster changes. Clairvoyant, once again, back onto that tank. Pela is no longer on the team. They've done some swaps around with someone stepping up as well.
Yeah, we got Mocha coming into the roster as a flex support, as well as that Skier moving off of the flex support role, going to be filling in that DPS role that Clairvoyant left behind. But coming into this Kansas match, fresh off a Border Clash, Mizzou came into Lawrence and took away a pretty decisive 3-0 victory. But with the changes to the roster, it's a fairly new team dynamic overall. I have a feeling this one might be a bit closer.
Yeah, I mean, recently they did play Texas A&M. It was a lot
I see your
closer
smile, bro.
than
Stop
they
fucking
really
smiling.
the practice roster, new players in different roles. So
Speed, bro.
definitely
Speed,
some
bro. Why you trying not to laugh?
That's fans, Mizzou with that Kansas gonna respond with
This one's a bit interesting. I think that's
No, just mom. I live in I hop on Overwatch. Why are you smiling?
really one to look to at this
Mizar.
otherwise,
Mizar. This one's one of them. I'm playing a lot.
adventure.
Oh, yeah. I was putting
It's not very nice.
It's a bit interesting. I think largely just
Of course.
Are they banned?
Yeah, as we are loading in, we'll have to see what the comps are selected for both these teams. I'm very interested. I'm curious. What is these teams' take on the meta? This is Mizzou's one of their first times playing with perks, so I'm very excited to see what Mizzou is cooking up. We see Clairvoyant on the Diva. Also, I think we're seeing our first echo of the night.
Yeah, this is interesting. Obviously, Clairvoyant, a pretty accomplished main tank player. He played this role for his first 4 years on Mizzou Premier and only started swapping over to Hitscan this year, this past fall. But back on his main role and his main hero. So it is going to be the on a break for Mizzou, as I suspected. And a Lucio Kiriko on the other side for Kansas. They are going to be playing the Zarya, so a little bit tricky for Clairvoyant on the Diva here. But with a lot of high ground to play around, the Diva can kind of exploit the map geometry to avoid the Zarya being there.
Yeah, it's going to go up top immediately. That turret gets set up on the point here for Kansas. I'm curious how Backstep Bud's going to play this Echo. We haven't really seen it so far. You know, very long-range, mobile character with the flight.
Yeah,
here.
Skier's just
Just
trying
trying
to
to-
turret, and the Torb is just pocketing it with the hammer right now.
The true healer
Most
that
of
Kansas needs.
Kansas is just bunkered inside that.
Oh, they're going to
cage.
try.
The Zarya is super separated. Mizzou might be able to pounce on this, but
Good heals.
does come through, and Ashton, in the meantime, finds a good angle, takes out Backstab Bud, so now Mizzou down a lot of damage. They're going to have to back off. I think the name of the game for Mizzou's comp here, they need to go in quickly and get these picks. The longer they keep the Genji and the Diva in against that Zarya, it's just going to deal so much damage. And Backstab Bud moving over to the Pharah now.
Clairvoyant with a swap as well, moving over to match the Zarya.
Oh no, that's actually on the Kansas side. Oh, well, yeah, actually.
Yeah, they had it. Mizzou swapping from. Oh, what a shot from Ashton on the backstab Bud. This Ash is really picking off these heroes in the sky.
Yeah, that's a interesting one. I guess Wayne doesn't really feel like dealing with the Diva versus Zarya matchup, and just gonna content to take the mirror. Stratocaster does have Nano available. I'm thinking he probably wants to put this onto Skier once that Dragon Blade's up and running, but Skier is still a bit away from that right now. Both
Mizzou.
tanks kind of just trading, but ooh, a
Mizzou's
really
on
aggressive
point
shield up
as
from
well.
Mocha.
They
Yeah.
might be able to get this flip. They might have just unintentionally walked away, and Mizzou get to flip.
Yeah, that was a scary situation that turns out good for Mizzou. Mocha leaps in, and Stratocaster has to expend the Nano to keep him alive still. Both Mocha does get picked off in the end, but the flip has gone the way of Mizzou. Skier going deep, though. That Dynamite is going to take him out, and a grab is going to trap Clairvoyant here on point still. Kansas' Zarya quite low, but the rest of the team is there. To clean things up, Mizzou walks away with 20%, but Kansas gets the flip back.
Yeah, they get the flip back. This Ashe has been a pain in Mizzou's side right now. Ashton doing such a good job picking off backstab, but on the Pharah, preventing those long-range missiles with the hit scan.
Yeah, I have to think Backstab Bud would like to be on Tracer right now, but the ban coming through from Mizzou, or from Kansas is a little bit punishing.
Ultimates coming in for both these sides. Mizzou have 4, the only one not available, Nano at 60%. They are starting to run out of time though, with 85% on the point here for Kansas.
Yeah, and a Bob on point is going to stall things out even longer. No Lucio sound barrier though, so Backstab Bud is just going to be able to throw in his barrage, but not able to find anything. You don't have Nano Blade either, because Stratocaster had to dump that onto Mocha,
Molten
but
Core on
Skier is
site.
doing just fine without it. Picks up 2 kills with that. Molten Core is going to prove a little bit bothersome, but rally rolling from Mocha is going to keep the team alive and kicking. Still 99% for Kansas on the point. Skier trying to hunt down a stagger
Oh,
kill.
can he find it?
Ooh. Backstab
Nice
Bud
shot.
ends up taking that one away.
That's going to be a good stall for Mizzou. Clairvoyant still has that gravity. Ana has that Nano online as well now too. So Mizzou do have the ultimate advantage for the time being, but Kansas, they're going to get that Kitsune Rush up, and that sound barrier is going to be up very soon as well. Kitsune Rush being dropped as well. A nice gravity.
Really clever. Yeah, just completely stalls out the Kitsune Rush. Backs up, but trying to get in to clean up on some of this damage, but ends up falling in the process. So now Kansas has an opportunity to re-engage. This Ashe setup is doing so much damage to the backline, but they got to keep Ashton alive.
They got to get on point. They got to tap.
On point,
They
but
do
Clairvoyant-
stall.
Oh, so much damage coming through from the Ashe. And Zarya just going to get taken out. Still, Ashton goes down before the sound barrier can come through, but Skier
Ooh.
misses the ledge and just can't get onto the point fast enough. And Kansas takes the first round.
Yeah, very well played there by Kansas. Mizzou, they started off with that Diva, and it just didn't work out for them. That Zarya was a pain for Mizzou. We saw the late switch from Clairvoyant to try to match, and it just didn't perform as well as Kansas. They had that tempo. I think Ashton as well on that Ashe was very, very pivotal in the round, taking out Backstab, but consistently on that Pharah, not letting them land that poke from the sky.
Backstab Bud closing in on that level 3 Pharah soon, so he will have some perks available. Most likely going to be taking that Concussive Implosion, one of the more powerful perks here, just basically a mini Graviton Surge. And
They do get that turret, which is a big pickup from Mizzou. They're trying to just fight these choke points. On the flank is Skier.
yeah, Clairvoyant's back over onto the Diva as well. This is still going to be really rough into the Zarya, though. You can see he's taking so much damage. But in the meantime, Stratocaster, nice Bionade, ends up finding Sync. So advantage in
Oh,
Mizzou's
they find the
favor.
Zarya. They're looking for more.
Yeah, both supports go down there, and there's just no healing left over for that tank. So Mizzou finally claiming the first cap here and getting a little bit of stability.
Clean fight there from Mizzou.
Ooh, Concussive
And even
Implosion
they
available.
get that late stagger as well onto Thinking.
Yeah, that perk is that's one of the craziest perks. There's a reason they use that as like the showcase one, just to kind of show off how insane the system is. But most players are getting their major perks online now.
Yeah, the question is now at this point with people getting their major perks,
Oh, double
when do
nano.
you swap a nice play here? Thinking he's going to get taken down early into the fight.
Yeah, great nano from Stratocaster. Keeps himself alive through the pressure because of the perk, and also lets Backstab Bud get in and do so much damage to the backline. Pharah does end up falling, but saves his ultimate, gets a kill.
They're really pushing this.
Yeah.
Ashton now, Bob online. The big ultimate for this point, and Hawk almost with that Kitsune rush as well. Mizzou, got 4 ultimates here. The blade is almost up, and Mocha has that rally too. So Bob's out onto the point here. Is Clairvoyant in the back. Kitsune rush.
Layer in the Bob, layer in the Kitsune rush, and it's just so much pressure coming through. Mizzou's just not able to stand up to it. So they're just going to go ahead and back off. Rally did get invested by Mocha there, but Mizzou still got both DPS ults available, closing in on the self-destruct as well, but they are going to be playing into a grab and a sound barrier.
Yeah, Ashton this roll did invest those, so those are 2 big ultimates used. Clairvoyant close to his ultimate as well. Self-destruct.
It is crucial to note that the barrage plus the concussive implosion combo is pretty strong if Backstab Bud is able to get that going. And
Ooh, so
yeah,
close.
forcing out the beat with just the
Oh, backstab
yeah,
Bud.
wow.
What a big play.
And I think that was a really great setup there from Stratocaster. The nade ends up forcing out the sound barrier, and that just lets Backstab Bud let loose the barrage completely uncontested. We're actually going to see a swap from Kansas. This is interesting. They're going to go over to Sojourn.
This is a late swap.
Yeah, leaving those Ash perks behind, and also going to mirror the Diva. This is really interesting.
Yeah, they're going to try to match the Diva. They lose out on those, tier 2 perks like you were saying. Those are really powerful.
Oh, wow.
And we can see the power from the Diva on Clairvoyant.
Oh, double nano blade up for Skier, but it's Clairvoyant getting in on most of the
in
action
the
right now.
back.
The Diva just dealing the lion's share of the damage. He's going to be able to find one with the blade, but Mizzou 99% and no one available to touch for KU. A much better showing on well for the Tigers.
Really?
I think we're starting to see this comp and how it's supposed to really operate. Mizzou feeling a lot more comfortable there.
Yeah, they definitely looked a lot more comfortable, especially as those, tier 2 perks were coming in. Kansas tried to swap really late into that map, and I think you saw the problem of those tier 2 perks versus, tier 1 heroes, no perks unlocked. It is a really big difference in the power of these characters.
Yeah, we are going to see comp swaps from both teams. The Diva's not going to work on this map in particular because it's just so flat. So Clairvoyant is going to go over to Winston. Sim TP out. We'll see what Skier actually ends up going. Probably, okay, Sombra. That's interesting. I'm not really sure how this is going to play into the Torbjorn. It's just a lot of pressure on the flank. And KU, I think they pulled this out in the first round. It did seem to be pretty effective, but they're also going to go for this Ana Kiriko backline. So a lot more damage, but a bit more vulnerable.
Nazaria, max charge, doing so much damage here, but is getting taken quite low.
Yeah.
Good healing, and immediately just fighting Skier out in the side.
Yeah, Skier not in a great position, and 100 energy Zarya is really tough to go up against. Still, it's a 2 for 2.
Had a 3 for 2 backstep,
Yeah.
but finding the other DPS as well.
It's a little tough with the Zarya still alive, though, but backstep, but there's just nothing that can really deal with him.
Oh, but this
effectively.
Zarya is still a menace.
Ooh.
Finally taken down the backstep, bud.
Yeah, Stratocaster nearly gets out of there. I think a repair pack came in from Mocha to keep him topped up, and Mizzou, they'll end up getting the cap. Very dicey first fight, though, and it's also worth noting, Clairvoyant on the Winston, he hasn't played this hero at all this map so far, so perk progress reset to 0. Combo dive in there with backstab, but it's a 2 for 1, or a 1 for 1. Backstab Bud grabs the Kiriko, but
Clairvoyant
picked off on the exit.
trying to
Here
find a
just
flank.
trying to get a hack onto the Ana, but with the Zarya
Very
bubble
close.
available, not sure he's going to be able to get anything. It's another double nano onto both supports this time. It's actually going to allow them to tank the grab. Actually, a really good double nano there from Stratocaster. Allows Mizzou to keep that fight going and turn things around.
Yeah, now they have the rally online as well. Backstab Bud, a barrage here too. So Stratocaster, really good investment of that nano to keep them alive during that gravity surge.
You see my dog died with the Zarya perks, just able to jump up on that high ground and contest the Winston. That's not something you usually see, but
pretty fun nonetheless.
Oh, Ashton. I wonder if that was a direct hit with the disruptor shot onto backstab, but ends up picking off both DPS. And Stratocaster just tries to jump into the backline, hits 2 with the Bionade, but immediately Suzu'd by Sinks, and Kansas just gonna roll back in here and find the flip.
Yeah, very, very fast fight. Very clean fight there from Kansas. Don't even think they invest any ultimates during that, so they still have their 3 ultimates, make that 4 as Swirlhawks. Nano comes online. Mizzou, they've only got 2 Clairvoyant.
They're going to be
Rage close as well.
EMP is going to be available soon, though, so that could be a really good setup. Backstep takes a face full of damage. A nice railgun shot from Ashton, I think.
Oh, they spotted.
EMP.
Oh, EMP.
Comes out. A lot of damage, but Sinks immediately punishes the Sombra still. Skier gets 1 for his troubles. Backstep Bud still under so much duress. Clairvoyant's going to go ahead and invest the Primal. He's looking for the Sojourn, but she's just getting pocketed up. But a nice direct from Backstep Bud takes her out. Still, the Zarya still alive and cooking. And that double nano perk online for Swirlhawk. He hits the Zarya and himself, and this is going to be trouble for Mizzou to deal with. But as the Zarya goes into the backline, taking a lot of damage, almost oversteps, and Clairvoyant with the nano of his own manages to punish her. Flip actually managed to go over to Kansas during the middle of the chaos, and there's now a Molten Core on point, but Mizzou has the numbers and the damage. Still, Mocha in a bad position, no shield. He is going to fall, but Mizzou has the flip and the numbers advantage here. They are going to keep this defense rolling.
They're going to keep pushing this
advantage
advantage
Torvis
too.
in such a bad position. If they can get this stagger, but the overclock from Ashton picks off Backstep Bud, and Kansas is right back in this.
Yeah, they're going to even find Clairvoyant there. They find all of Mizzou. The rest of the team has to run and hide while the team respawns. They get the flip right on back. Mizzou, now they need to find a play. Backstep Bud still has the barrage as my dog very close to that Graviton Surge now, which is going to be very big for this next upcoming fight. Clairvoyant trying to get in, trying to get to the back line, but it's just getting stopped up in the air. Backstep Bud looking for something, but
He's
just
gotta go
not
for the
yet.
barrage.
Graviton Surge.
Oh, it misses. Looked like he was trying to go for Clairvoyant there, and Backstep Bud's just going to let the barrage loose, takes out the Zarya, but both DPS, or Backstep Bud and Stratocaster go down in the meantime. A Kitsune Rush out on point for Sinks, keeping his team alive with that increased fire rate in Mizzou. They just have to back up and respect this for now. Re-engage once this expires. Clairvoyant jumping into the back line, manages to take out the Ana. Stratocaster is back on the Moira, but Ashton, another great headshot, takes out Skier.
Primal Rage online. They've swapped over to Bala as well. Swirlhawk is down. They're trying to just stall out at this point with the ball here.
Oh.
No perks anymore.
The suck from the Pharah manages to catch out the Torbjorn, and Backstep Bud flies in for the follow-up. Clairvoyant with the Primal on point. This Winston is very, very angry. And the ball just pulled in there. So much damage coming out from Backstab Bud, but it's not enough to really deal with this ball. He's just so tanky, but in the meantime, all the members of Kansas are falling, and a back-and-forth affair finally goes the way of Mizzou.
Oh, wow. Oh, man. What a map number 3. Mizzou do take it, but, I mean, 99-99 going into overtime. Mizzou flipping it at the end there. You know, the last-second ball switch to try to stall on the point as long as you can. It was close all the way up until the end.
Yeah, I mean, just incredibly back and forth. You see a lot of adjustments, and really, I think that really showed how the perk system can shine, and really accomplishing what I think the dev team intended for it, to minimize swapping. Is you see a lot of matchups in that series where, like the Pharah into the Ashe or the D.Va into the Zarya. Historically, those would be really bad matchups for those characters, but because they have the opportunity to get those perks online, it makes it more worth it to stay in those unfavorable matchups because you can get such an advantage with that. And that's been really fun to watch throughout the entire course of this day. A really great first map and a really great omen of what's to come in this series. I think we got a good one on our hands, and you're not going to want to miss the rest of it. We'll be right back after a short break with map number 2. Welcome back. A very close first map in this series against Mizzou and Kansas. Mizzou narrowly taking away Ilios, but KU, they showed a lot of fight in that map, and we're going on to their map pick, first hero ban, and it is going to be Havana.
Yeah, and we also are learning about the hero bands as well. I believe there was a Sombra brand actually for the side of KU.
Yeah, Sombra Band coming through from Kansas, and with them going on over to Havana in particular, I have to think this means they're going to take it's such a good map for that hero, and more specifically, they're also taking Sombra off those better counters in the game. And on top of all that, banning out a can't even take that role.
Yeah, probably
It's going to be a Zen ban for Mizzou. This one also doesn't surprise me. I think Clairvoyant's probably going to want to try and play Ashen again on this map. And really good into Diva. Diva has nothing really to mitigate that orbital discord, so Zen, Zarya really just completely shut that down. Have to see what Mizzou goes for here. Clairvoyant is a pretty talented player as well. Obviously still very good on this map, but
Yeah. Probably gonna
Oh.
has some new crazy experimental idea or team
Yeah.
composition that they want to run.
You're that guy. You're that guy. You got it. No, you got it.
The Sigma, potentially, we did see Clairvoyant on the Diva before, but it looks like it is just going to be that Sigma mirror match.
Yeah, Skier on the Widow, matched up against Ashton. This is a little bit of a dicey one. Obviously, Skier just recently switching over to the hit scan role for this team, so not quite sure how he's going to fare, but a lot of tier 2 experience for him, so shouldn't be too worried. But in terms of the compositions, it looks like it's going to be a Sigma mirror for both teams. I'm a little surprised we're not seeing a Torbjorn for either side. It's going to be the double sniper from Mizzou, backstep but on the Hanzo, and
We're
a
also
Genji
seeing a
for Kansas.
Baptiste as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen him too much today. It's going to be Bap Juno for the side of Mizzou with the more classic Juno Brig for KU.
Mizzou running that Hanzo as well, so I'm playing that double sniper comp right now. Clairvoyant up in the front, trying to get some damage out with those auto attacks, and Ashen looking for these shots with Widowmaker, trying to find an angle.
Yeah, Skier trying to find a better angle as well, just repositioning himself as the two Sigmas trade in the front line. Backstep but looking for something. And
Oh, Clairvoyant.
I think that might have been a Widow headshot taking him low there. He just takes a face full of damage and is easily cleaned up there. And with that front line falling, it's just no shield to stop those Widow shots from coming through. The rest of the team is just going to have to hightail it or fall.
Really good shot there. I think by thinking to really whittle down Clairvoyant's HP. Ashton doing a very good job. Right now in the midst of things, trying to get that shield, trying to stall out this point, but again, they just get pushed all the way back.
Yeah, Mizzou looks really uncoordinated right now. Really not sure what's going on. We saw Backstep Bud go on over to the Genji that fight and putting away the Hanzo. I guess they're wanting to play a bit more up in KU's face, but they just don't really have the coordination to do so. And we are also going to see the Brig Juno swap for Mizzou, so no longer going to be playing the Baptiste. I think this is a good idea. Brig Juno, I just feel like is a lot better in the brawl.
Just gonna be a mirror match right now, both these teams. Ooh, they are falling behind ultimate-wise. My Dog and Syntax have theirs already. Have to see when they want to invest those, as they are still pushing this cart. They've got to the first checkpoint, and they're gonna keep making their way to that second one. And also,
Thinking.
Perks coming through.
Yeah, Thinking just gets a deflected headshot on the Skier, but in the meantime, both DPS taken out for KU. My Dog Died going to throw in the Gravitic Flux and finds Clairvoyant. And actually, KU managing to turn this one around despite no DPS on the table. Really good ult there from the KU Sigma, turning things around. And this card has not stopped moving.
We also see the swap off of Widows for both these teams. Ashton now moving on to the Tracer and Skier onto change as well. So
Yeah, neither player really finding much value. Backstep, but just immediately into the backline. It's going to be an orbital ray for KU, so a lot of sustain. They're stacking the rally on top of it as well, and Stratocaster and Backstep, but just can't find anything through that sustain, and KU rolling on to third point with 5 minutes in the time bank. This is really bad.
yeah, Sojourn swapped over for Skier. Clairvoyant now also going to call a swap over to Ramatra.
Yeah, ended up
Mizzou,
just
they're
throwing the flux away with
Yeah,
that.
they're just not finding this success on this comp, and we see this like uncomfortableness that Mizzou has with these hero swaps. They're wasting ultimates, they're wasting those perks, and Kansas is just getting this momentum continuously. Blade now in the
Blade
back.
And Backstep Bud getting some damage onto the Sigma, and gonna take him out, but Ashton finds him shortly thereafter. It's going to be a retaliatory blade from Thinking. Rally in response from Mocha. Stratocaster just desperately trying to keep him alive, but can't through the onslaught of damage. Only Juno heals for Mizzou right now, and Clairvoyant just desperately trying to stay alive in the front line, but not able to do so. No perks online.
Ashton back over to Widowmaker once again, deciding to try to make it work for this last point. As Mizzou, they have got to find something. There's 4 minutes left, and they need a very good hold here or an incredible offense.
Yeah, Clairvoyant. He's got the Void Surge now on the Ramatra, so that's going to greatly increase his damage output. And Skier, a good headshot onto Ashton, takes out that Widow threat. Clairvoyant going to go in with the Nemesis form now. Send those punches swinging, and this is one advantage of the Ram into Sigma matchup. Those punches in the Nemesis form just put so much pressure on the Sigma since he has no way to mitigate them. But a rally in response from Kansas, and another big Gravitic Flux catches onto Clairvoyant.
Finding one.
Skier ends up falling. Ram extremely low as well. Stratocaster has the orbital ray, but he's not going to throw it into this fight. I think Mizzou thinks they can get another recontest onto here, but Stratocaster,
I don't know if they're even
he's
going
so
to be
low.
able to. They fall.
They pick him off before he can get back in the spawn. That is a really bad pick for Mizzou.
They've
It's
just
gotta
got
be
to
Clairvoyant
try to
to try
tap,
and
try to stall.
Overclock out
They get a
from
stall.
Skier, but he's just getting harassed, held in the spawn doors, and an orbital ray out from KU. It's going to get answered by Stratocasters, but it's a trade of Briggs on point. Blade out from Thinking. He's taking a lot of damage. Clairvoyant in that annihilation on point. Thinking manages to find Skier in the fray. Still, that Genji going extremely low, and Clairvoyant still standing tall on point, but so is my dog died. These tanks just not falling, continuing to get pocketed by their Junos, but with no more DPS available, Kansas is going to cut their losses and double back. They've still got 2.5 minutes in their time bank. Plenty of time to regroup and rethink their strategy.
Yeah, Mizzou holding that. Oh,
Oh,
what a
wow.
shot. That's going to open things up as Ashton now has
Yeah.
the overclock. And they're going to go ahead
Oh,
and use it,
Stratocaster's
trying
in
to
a
find
bad
these
spot.
picks.
He's just going to go ahead and slide on up to the high ground. Swirlhawk with the torpedoes finishes off Stratocaster and Thinking, getting the job done. There's just not enough for Mizzou left. Still, actually, Skier manages to find 2. This is maybe winnable. Backstep, but is back on the Tracer, trying to harass the Sigma, but the Briggs still in play is going to make things so difficult. He is going to get taken out. A Flux for my dog died.
Oh,
He's gonna
does get
prevent
the tap.
touch. But
But it
Mocha
won't be
Stratocaster
for long.
not able to stay standing. And a rally from Sinks. The victory dance. 1 minute and 40 seconds in the time bank for KU. A really good push for this map.
Really good start to this map. I agree. They played that so well. Mizzou just never could find their footing throughout the whole map. We saw consistent hero changes in Kansas. I don't think they really swapped. We saw Ashton pop over to the Tracer and then back over to the Widowmaker once. So they were confident in their selection through that time that allowed them to get those points, get those ult charges, and really push Mizzou back.
Yeah. Now, crucially, perk progress does reset at this point, so both teams will have a chance to go back to the drawing board. It doesn't really matter what heroes they stick on because everything's got reset to level 0 at this point, but yeah, I think Mizzou really got to rethink what you're doing here. Covering the Juno Lucio comp, I think the Ram was the correct play. I think that was obviously what bought the most time off the clock, but KU just rolled into that third point with so much time in the bank that just wasn't enough. But I think this is the strategy Mizzou needs to go for here. The Ram just putting a lot more pressure on the Sigma than Clairvoyant was in the mirror.
Backstep, Bud moving over to the far as
Yeah,
well. Ashton is on Widowmaker.
I don't know about this one.
This is going to be, you know, shooting
I mean, I've
fish
seen
in a barrel.
I've seen Farah on this map before, but generally it hasn't really been viable for a long time. And
Yeah, and just
yeah,
the instant swap when he sees that.
yeah, back to the Genji. He needs to put some pressure on the back line. And Skier already under duress from this Genji. Right on cart. Ashton taking this left side angle, and it's actually Stratocaster of all people finding the first pick onto Thinking. So Mizzou has an entry here. And yeah, with Ashton playing that aggressive position off to the right. Once he tries to grapple across, he's just right into the line of sight of Skier with that railgun shot available. Nice slow as well to catch out the Sigma. So Mizzou is going to get this cart rolling past that first section of the map, which arguably is one of the best areas for the Widowmaker. And as a result, you are going to see Ashton switch on over to the Sojourn. Not really wanting to deal with the shorter sight lines here, so he's just going to go ahead and mirror Skier.
It's just going to be a mirror matchup now. No more on that Widowmaker.
Oh, Clairvoyant's going low, though. He has to pop that Nemesis form for defense. He moves back in here. Claire's, he's going to have to
actually gonna
reposition, but he
fall.
goes in deeper. I think that's definitely a bit of a misplay for the Mizzou tank, and they're going to be forced back here.
Yeah, the rest of Mizzou fall as their tank does. Stratocaster trying to stay alive, trying not to get a really, really bad stagger. He will not. Stratocaster and Mocha managed to get away. Backstep Bud, seeing the swap, will go back over to the far now.
Yeah, this is a bit interesting. I guess he may have been expecting the Sojourn initially, but yeah, I historically, when you've seen Farah on this map, it's A, been on defense, and B, paired with a Mercy. And Mercy is just effectively not a character right now, so I don't think we'll be seeing that. Orbital Ray comes out from KU after losing their Brig, but Skier doesn't really care. Just finds the Juno through that, and that's a big ultimate off the table and a lost fight
Yeah,
for the
Mocha,
Jayhawks.
Mocha trading. It's going to be a trade of orbital lasers here. Mocha investing theirs as well when they see Strawhawk using theirs. So really good read there from Mizzou in order to push that, and that's going to give them this first point. They still have a lot of time, but they've got to get to that end as it is a 1:39 on the clock here still for Kansas.
Yeah, I think this really aggressive backline for Mizzou is working a lot better than they were trying to do with the Brig Juno setup, allowing Stratocaster to play, Stratocaster and Mocha to really just play their best two heroes, and allows Clairvoyant to just aggressively go in with this Ramattra speed boost. But Gravitic Flux out from KU, answered up by a sound barrier from Stratocaster, and a big combo ends up netting nothing. A really, really good trade of ultimates for Mizzou. Getting out that blade and Gravitic Flux and only investing a sound barrier in response.
Yeah, only using one, and getting that blade is a big pickup here for Mizzou. They're going to get some more space here, more time on the cart uncontested. They've been really, really playing this attacking side well, not giving the space, using this momentum here against Kansas.
So interestingly, it looks like Clairvoyant actually. Oh,
Oh,
nice
what
rock
a
run
rock!
through.
Oh, trying to
They're
find
not
it.
even able to get the kill though. Skier just slides on out of there. Really good peel from Mocha, it looked like, but a lot of low health bars on the side of Mizzou, and Mocha out of position, not able to keep everybody topped up. Still, Clairvoyant's able to trade things back, and he wants more. He's going in with the Annihilation. A lot of damage being pumped into this Sigma. He's keeping that tether on, keeping that ultimate rolling, and Strawhawk is so low. If anybody just as much as sneezes on him, he's going down. Stratocaster cleans up the Sigma. The Kitsune Rush not enough to bail that tank out, and once again, another powerful support ult dumped into the fight for no gain on the side of KU.
And we see the swap immediately over to that Rissa now, realizing that their plan has not been working. Backstep Bud. There's going to be the orbital laser now raining fire on this point. They're trying to contest a big barrage, finding so much.
Yeah, the damage boost there from the Orbital Ray. Really doing a good job boosting up that ultimate. And seeing some more swaps. Ashen on over to the Widowmaker. One of the interesting things I'd like to point out, though, is Clairvoyant actually did not end up taking the Void Surge perk for Ramattra. He actually went in with the Prolonged Barrier, which increases his void barrier duration by 2 seconds, I believe. So a bit tankier, gonna have a bit more durable of a shield, but actually he's going to end up just swapping here, and he's gonna move over to the Sigma now, not wanting to play the Ram into the Orisa. Well, Ashton on high ground getting harassed by Backstab Bud.
Stratocaster has that sound barrier.
Oh, a
As
lot
well
of
for
damage
this
into the Orisa.
fight.
Fortify forced.
But so low too, but finds the kill onto Thinking to start out this fight.
Yeah. Clairvoyant wanting to put some more pressure on the Orisa. The Sigma is just so good at denying that long-range util. Blocks the spear, blocking damage, and dealing so much to the horse. And Mizzou, they're knocking on the doorstep of third point. Ashton trying to find a shot. Nice spear from my dog died. Shuts down the overclock from Skier, and Swirlhawk is going to throw in the orbital ray just to clean this fight up. And
Skier investing that overclock did not pan out. Stratocaster though, pivotal, holding on to the ultimate for this next fight. Thinking and Syntax though, they've got theirs for this next fight. 2 minutes on the clock, Mizzou. They've got to get this point as Widowmaker will find everyone.
yeah, it's worth noting that while perk progress resets when swapping, it does give you accelerated generation. So my dog died is already up to a level 3 here on Orisa. He's got the bulwark, and we'll see if he goes for the enhanced javelin or the shield. Be interested to see that back in play.
Stratocaster falling early into that fight is not what Mizzou wants, as now the clock goes down to 135. They've got to start going quickly here.
It looks like my dog died has the charged javelin, so that can be a bit dicey to deal with. More pressure on the Mocha and Skier in particular. Gravitic Flux out for
Grabs
Clairvoyant,
two.
Sound Barrier as well, but the Ajax from Stratocaster, the ult gets canceled, and the Orisa just doing so much in the front line. Oh no.
I don't know if we can show that on stream.
Yeah, the charged javelin. Personally, I actually think that is a bit better than the barrier, just because I think it's still worth it to have javelin spin available.
Ashton
it makes
looking
the
for
ult
this
a lot
early
better.
pick to stop the fight. Backing away now, up in the front.
Oh, no.
Not going to get pushed off the edge though.
Yeah, another orbital ray for Mocha, but who's really here to capitalize off of it?
Backstab Bud is trying. They find Orisa.
Skier with the overclock finds the Juno. I think that might have been, no, not quite a Ray Jax, but the orbital ray comes through, but it gets no value. And Mizzou, they're knocking on the door. Still only 20 seconds left. A touch is going to be available for KU. They're out on the ball. Rolling through, shields up, and getting that slam onto point, but Mizzou, they have numbers here. Still laid out for Backstab Bud. He's going into the back line. All these players for Kansas are low. Slices and Dyson. Draco
Tracer
goes down. It's just the ball and the Tracer left alive, and with no defensive util left, KU is going to fall, but Mizzou tapping an OT. They're only going to have a minute left, and playing into a 2-minute 39 time bank on KU. It's not an ideal situation.
No, not ideal. Unfortunately for Mizzou, they could not push that advantage that they had. A really good stall there from Kansas on that last point. But it's not over yet. Still got a minute. Kansas, though, 2:39 is in a much more comfortable position, especially after their attack side was so clean.
Okay, so this is what I've been waiting for. We haven't seen this all day. So when it goes to round 3 on Escort or Hybrid, the way it works is every character just gets level 3 perks instantly. So no matter what character you're playing, you're going to start out with those level 3 perks immediately, and that can make for some interesting strategies. And we're actually going to see is Backstab Bud moving over to the Mei. I think this is definitely a really interesting one. Mei has some pretty powerful level 3 perks. With the biting cold giving her a slow on her secondary fire, but we'll see if Backstab Bud actually sticks this, though. It's going to be an Ash for Ashton, living up to his name there, and we'll see if he is going to be sticking this.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be an Ashe here, so a little bit of a swap up here going into this final attacking side here for Mizzou. Clairvoyant once again on that Ramatra,
Yes.
reading the pick here of Sigma for Kansas. It's a good read from Mizzou Tank.
Okay, backstab bud is going to go over the Pharah, immediately equipping those Helix shields and concussive vacuum, trying to get some pressure on to the Genji, thinking a little bit of a separated spot from the rest of his team, but pretty safe for the time being. Still, the rest of the team moving up now, trying to put pressure on this Sigma, and Clairvoyant just starts wailing on him with the Nemesis form. Still taking a lot of damage. He's going to have to be a bit careful. Shield goes down, and KU is going to back up a little bit. Only 20 seconds left on the clock.
Oh, a lot of damage onto Clairvoyant, though, and Skier falls.
Oh, such a good headshot from Ashton. Just sets up the kill before my dog died. Skier goes down, and backstab, but in such a bad position. He's able to get behind cover, but Mizzou, they need to retouch this point. He's available.
They gotta try.
Oh, and
no
backstab,
one.
but taken out. Looks like Clairvoyant got on, though. But with Swirlhawk taking out Stratocaster, it's just a matter of time. They don't have any supports to keep this going. Skier's gonna find one, but Clairvoyant is getting chunked so low, and so many members left alive for KU. They're not going to be able to keep this going, so the push ends there. Mizzou, they're going to have to come out swinging on their defense.
Well, only 54 meters here for Mizzou in their 1 minute time. Kansas, over double their time, 2 minutes 40 seconds. They don't have to get very far.
Yeah, I wonder, we might see a spawn hold come through from Mizzou. I think it would definitely be worth it in this position, because even if you get eliminated at that spawn hold position, you should be back in time to at least get a contest for where the golden box of victory is, but definitely a tough situation for them to be in.
What is the comps going to be coming out here?
There's going to be a
Clairvoyant
line.
is going to be playing that Ryan, so I think they are going to be trying to do that spawn hold like you were saying. Backstab Bud on the Mei as well, Stratocaster on the Brig, and Skier going to be playing that Sojourn. So I think you're right. I think they're going to be trying to play this really aggressive, really spawn camp heavy kind of composition in Kansas. They don't even want to try. They already have locked in and are thinking about playing that.
I'm really
Diva.
interested to see which perks Backstab Bud goes for on the Mei, because I think this is one of the areas where it can really depend on what they want to be playing, but he is going to be going for the Biting Cold. I thought he might go for the Cryo Storm, which deals damage with the Cryo Freeze invulnerability. But just going to go for the slow on the secondary fire. Clairvoyant holding the door early on. The Orisa coming out.
Oh, the
really
wall,
hard.
I think, up top as well, trying to stop anyone.
tries to shut
Ashton,
off the
though,
healing,
finding
but
that first kill.
yeah, this Ashe is just so hard to play into. Backstab just desperately trying to stay alive, but thinking is just going to pick them out. A really quick reset. I think Mocha just made a really big mistake there. He tries to get out and gets staggered, so they're going to be down there Juno, and that's their main form of speed boost. Clairvoyant moving on over to Sigma. They
Stratocaster on
really
to
need to try
Lucio
and get
as
back
well.
in time. The Orisa, he's holding up so far forward. Spear gets blocked out, though. They spot him out. They force him out. So Orisa's not going to be able to stop the cap.
Not
Point,
able to
though.
stop it. Clairvoyant going to try to sit on this point, sit in the way so that they can stop it. Unfortunately for Backstab Bud is in a
such
bad
weird position.
spot.
He's going to
Good
have to
wall.
wall himself off, but he's out of the fight now. Not in a position to really get any pressure onto anybody. Still,
A good boop.
KU, they're not making a move right now. Clairvoyant trying to keep this point stalled out.
They're trying.
Oh, it's just
2
so much
meters.
damage from the Orisa. Still, the Mei doing a lot of damage in the front line of her own, and Skier picks off the Genji. My dog died.
Staying alive for so long, finally
wow.
taken down.
I think that was an eat on the Suzu by Clairvoyant. Prevents the invulnerability coming through, and Sinks trying to get some last-minute damage in before the fight's over. Shut down by Stratocaster, so Mizzou continues to hold, but
Look at these
ultimates are coming
ultimates.
online.
Yeah.
Oh, if they can find an
Bob.
early pick onto the Orisa, that could be big, but
Orisa
Those
gonna
aren't
have
good.
the old Bob online. Kitsune Rush gonna be used
Ooh.
as well. Skier and Mocha though
Blizzard.
have theirs. Same with Stratocaster and Clairvoyant. So Ultimate's coming online for this potentially last fight. 40 seconds on the clock here.
they're just trying to stuff them in the choke with ultimates, but I think the Flux went wide.
Bob out.
Blizzard gets some time off the board, but Ashton so low. Bob is on the field, but they find a really good kill onto the Kiriko. Terra Surge out. Not able to find much of anything. And Mocha's Orbital Ray keeping everybody topped up. 20 seconds left, and if Mizzou can find some staggers, this could be huge. They're looking for the
Skier's
for the
looking
brig.
for these. They're trying to find them. They can't
Needs to
land
not
the shots.
overextend.
Oh, that's a
Thinking
big
gets
one. I'm
taken out.
thinking.
Orbital Ray is available for Swirlhawk backstab, but he's trying to wall KU in spawn. With this biting cold, he could slow them and prevent them from touching. It's just the Orisa trying to get the touch, but he's knocked back, boofed by the rock, and against all odds, Missouri pulls it out in the end. An extremely tight map on Havana.
Oh, such a close map. I mean, Kansas had over double the time on Mizzou on that second, attacking side, and they were 3 meters away. They had a really good opening fight against Mizzou. We saw these panic swaps at the end to try to fight back at the end, to try and stall, and it works out. Mizzou get the touch, they find these kills, and it's a really good stall in the end for Mizzou to hold off and take map 2.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like in this momentum-based game, just having that pause in between rounds where you can really reset, rethink your strategy, especially with the perks. Mizzou was the one that really executed that well, to where KU, they got out to a blistering fast start, but they couldn't make the adjustments mid-game, and Mizzou were the ones that stepped up. A really great showing, and it doesn't really feel like it, but we are going to match point for Mizzou. These games have been incredibly tight, but we'll see what Kansas has left to show off, and we'll be heading to map 3 right after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. was one of the closest maps of the day so far, but Mizzou just narrowly taking away Havana by the skin of their teeth, and they are now on to match point against Kansas, and it really feels like this series should have been at least like a 1-1 right now. I mean, I'm surprised we've already gotten a match point, but Mizzou, they've been finding ways to win in these games so far, but Kansas, not done yet. They've got another map pick and another first hero ban coming up here.
Yeah, I mean, Mizzou, these maps have been so close. Despite what the scoreboard may look like as 0 right now, it really does feel like a 1-1. It is really time on that second map point, but all 3 different points. So
He doesn't know either.
we are on to KU going for that far advantage. Been playing it quite a lot. Backstep, but
They just swapped it up.
on this far has been quite a pain in their side. So taking that off, and Mizzou responding with that Zarya.
Yeah.
Are we ready?
Mizzou's had this in their back pocket for a
Did we do
while.
bans? Oh yeah.
They played a lot of the Zarya on that first map.
What did they ban?
Smartly, they decided not to invest
What did they
in
ban?
that
We banned
second
Zara.
map, knowing they were going to be playing more of that style. But now moving on over to Musapi.
They banned Farah.
Getting the Zarya out of here opens up the being able to play without really having any threat on the other side. So it's a really smart ban from Mizzou. Could be the finisher they need, but for KU's comp, banning out the Zarya.
Yeah.
We got Mercy since we were flying.
Yeah, I got you, bro. Yes.
I think it's possible.
We did.
Oh yeah, you got a needler from Halo. I forgot.
Pulled out from Kansas towards the end there.
Yeah, and crucially,
Damn.
talk about
Wait, they didn't ban Tor.
No, Brady, don't
but she is also a counter to Orisa, so
Oh, and yeah, Barissa both sides here.
yeah, okay, that might really okay. I do wonder if we're gonna see either team go for the protective barrier perk, as I think KU both times on that previous map went for the enhanced javelin, but it is going to be an Orisa mirror, and with Mizzou rolling out on a more pokey play style, very curious to see how these two compositions match up. It's going to be a lot more brawly for KU. They've got the Juno and the Kiriko, as well as that Genji, who is going to be under a lot of pressure from the Torbjorn coming out from backset, but this isn't something we've seen too much in this series so far, but I do think it's a very powerful pick, and especially on this map, a lot of frontline damage. Seeing that early, Mizzou being the ones to go early on the aggression, backstep, but taking a nice little off angle, just spamming in these shots, keeping Orisa under pressure, but Stratocaster gets out with 1 HP, just barely able to get that support passive healing online. Wow, that break, that could have swung that fight in a much different direction. But for now, both teams still fairly even, still backstep, but in a bit of an awkward position. Ashen's trying to get an angle to find some shots onto this Torbjorn, and the rest of KU charging forward onto him, but
Clairvoyant taken real low.
yeah.
Has the support though of his team. A lot of Mizzou is actually getting pinged
Yeah.
quite lowly at Kansas.
Mizzou really needs to find an
Sitting
angle
pretty.
to get onto KU supports, because they just do not match up well in the healing mirror. This Orisa on the side of Kansas is just getting so much more of a pocket. And backstep Bud, though, finally finds the first pick of the round, taking out Thinking. So not a lot of pressure on the Mizzou supports now, and My Dog Died is trying to make up for it, but ends up falling in the process. So Mizzou, extended first fight's going to take this away. So
And they will just wipe Kansas. They're thinking finally able to respond, but a little too late for that one. Stratocaster the only one to fall for the side of Mizzou. Really good fight there for Mizzou. A nice pick there onto Thinking. It just relieved so much pressure for Mizzou. We saw My Dog Died really trying to get into the backline of Mizzou to cause chaos, but they really just got picked apart by Mizzou's team.
yeah, rounding this first corner now. 5 ultimates available for Mizzou, but it's going to be Kitsune Rush from Kansas first. That's going to force Mizzou to back up here. And as they try to disengage, My Dog Died just lets the Terror Surge loose. Does a ton of damage, but not able to find a kill. More ultimates coming in. Orbital Ray Mirror. But the Molten Core from backstep, but I think is going to prevent Kansas from really being able to push forward off of this damage boost. And they're going to keep investing the Blade from Thinking. What was he thinking? Immediately gets shut down
Bob
by
out
Stratocaster,
too.
and a Bob just right. I think it just ran off the map. Oh, man. Overclock for Skier now. We are just seeing, I think every ultimate has been tossed into this fight. I think we just saw 10 ults.
I think we did just see 10 ults here
What
in
is-
this extended fight. It's still going on. They're trying to find this Orisa. Finally, they do. Clairvoyant claims 1, claims 2, and Mizzou.
Oh my god.
They're going to try to push forward for this forward spawn point now, too.
Wow. I mean, just just a ridiculous series of events. Ashton, I think, swapped off the Ashe. He's going to be playing Sojourn now, so resetting that perk progress. Skier's going to have a bit of an advantage on him after that, but I have a feeling a lot of players closing in on those level 2 perks after an extremely ult-heavy fight. A lot of damage and healing being dished out. Backstab, but once again, on a little bit of a creative angle, just trying to spam these shots through. Those random Torbjorn headshots deal so much damage, but he's been spotted by Ashton. The Sojourn is trying to go for him, but not in a position to really do so effectively. And with the cap already achieved, Mizzou's just going to go ahead and back off. They don't really need to push into this and just play around the middle of the map.
Yeah, they're just playing the middle, waiting for Stratocaster's ultimate. Clairvoyant has his ultimate as well. So Mizzou are starting to get some big ones. Turret once again destroyed. Rolling Hawk having the Kitsune rush here is pretty strong, and it will be invested as well.
Yeah, Clairvoyant in a bad position. He just decides he has to pop that Terra Surge,
Mocha.
but in the meantime, Kansas, they charge forward with the Kitsune Rush speed boost at their back and take out Mocha, but answered back.
Oh,
Terra
big
Surge from
Terra.
Kansas. And it's a big one. Mocha still, or Stratocaster rather, still wants to invest into this fight though. And Mizzou, the trades are still coming through. They managed to find Thinking, and the rally ends up keeping Clairvoyant alive, and he's gone for the shield. So Mizzou, they want to lean into this poke play style, and we're seeing some Overwatch 1 style Orisa here. This is an interesting one. I haven't really seen anybody play around with the shield perk yet. It's on a pretty short cooldown, 600 HP barrier. It's not too bad.
We'll have to see Skier having the overclock. Mocha and Cynics having their orbital lasers. It's a mirror of ult right now until Backstab Bud picks up Molten Core.
Yeah, my dog died went for the Javelin
there's the
perk.
Vest.
See another
trade.
trade of orbital rays, but Mizzou's has the Molten Core to back it up, and the
Orisa,
shield.
bad spot here.
Oh, I just can't. I think that was Mocha body blocking the Orisa trying to jump up on the jump pad. She kept hitting her head on the judo.
Oh. Backstab Bud maybe a little too forward. Clairvoyant finding a trade, and
Ashton.
Stratocaster too falling.
Yeah, the Sojourn still putting out a lot of damage, but I think that it's just the shield from the Orisa is keeping the team protected and preventing Kansas from really following up on those 2 kills. He's got to slide all the way past that shield, and oh wow, okay, that's a creative use of the ultimate there. So Ashton slides past the shield, and Clairvoyant tries to use the Terra Surge to catch him when he does that, but Ashton actually does end up finding the kill in the end. So creative idea doesn't really work out, and Ashton actually lands one of those sticky disruptor shots onto Backstab, but does a
Skier
whole lot of
also
damage.
getting an unfortunate stagger here now. As Kansas in control is going to start pushing. They have Kitsune Rush. They've got the Blade. Mizzou are not that close to very much other than the rally on Stratocaster. If they stay alive, that's going to be that Kitsune Rush to try to keep this pressure up on Mizzou.
Yeah, I mean, Mizzou's just going to completely disengage that, though. They know they have the lead, and they can just re-engage once this has expired, but they need to do so pretty quickly to prevent them from getting the cap. Clairvoyant got out a little bit. Terra Surge from my dog died. Not able to really find anything, and a great shield just cuts off the Orisa for the rest of the team. And Mizzou rally at their back. A nice one popped by Mocha. Stun's going to find my dog died. And really great play to outlast the Kitsune Rush. Just re-engage, so
Good.
Kansas still about 20 meters behind, 25, and so they're just going to be able to come back in here. Ultimate's available as well, and they're going to reset this forward progress, I think.
Yeah, really good re-engage there from Mizzou. Stratocaster investing the rally, really good call. Cynics now having orbital laser online. Mizzou trying to get this forward spawn point, and I don't think they have it just yet. As Molten Core going to be invested here. Orbital laser comes out. It's going to be a trade of both sides.
Yeah, that's a really good pick by Thinking. really prevents a lot of that value coming through from Mizzou's orbital ray. But in the meantime, backstep Bud.
Nice shots.
Oh, and yeah, Skier. And a lot of damage dished out by that Molten Core from backstep button. Skier just takes the opportunity, pops the overclock, and cleans everything up. And Mizzou back for more forward progress. The level 3 turret doing so much damage in the front.
Oh,
wow.
What a shot.
Yeah, a really nice spear coming through from Clairvoyant, and backstep Bud just finishes off that pin target. I think you're seeing, I really do think in this situation, the way Mizzou is playing, the shield is just getting so much value because they're playing a pokey play style. Another Kitsune rush though, and this time it goes straight down the middle of Mizzou. They're having a harder time backing up and backstep, but he is actually going to end up getting caught. The shield a little late from Clairvoyant, and they're going to continue to try and backpedal here. They don't want any more members to get staggered out, but KU, they are on the offense. Clairvoyant just continuously throwing down these barriers, trying to protect his team, but in the meantime, he's walking a disruptor shot right into them.
He's staying alive for now. Skier gets a good shot on the Ashton. Can't find the damage to finish them off, though. Respawn has come back. Stratocaster is, or Backstep Bud is back now, but Thinking is going to look for a flank here with the blade.
Overclock from Ashton, who really has to respect this, and they're going to get pulled in, though, by the Terra Surge coming through from my Dog Dive. It catches on to Skier. That's a really good pick. He really needed to shut down that damage stuff, but Stratocaster wants to keep this going.
Blade.
Rally is going to bait out the Orbital Ray and the Dragon Blade. Backstep Bud even throws the Molten Core into that, thinking it's still turnable, but it ends up being a much better ult trade for Kansas in the end. Still, Mizzou, they had ults to burn there. They have the Terra Surge and the Orbital Ray still ready to go, and 22 seconds on the clock. Kansas has about 70 meters still to go if they want to catch up to Mizzou's lead.
They will get the forward spawn point. Skier very close to the overclock if he can land some shots here. Mizzou does have the ultimate advantage right now, though, especially as Skier will tick up. So they've got 3 to work with, and Skier finding that first shot is
really
exactly
good
what they
first
want.
pick. Backstep Bud finds Swirl Hawk, and it's all crumbling apart for Kansas. It looks so good early in this series, but it ends with a whimper, and Mizzou, a dominant performance on Runasapi, is going to send KU straight into the loser's bracket.
Yeah, definitely a lot of life in those first 2 matches, but KU, I think the pressure just caught up to them going into that map 3. They had a good run, but Mizzou, they were just on the offense, like you were saying, Clairvoyant. That shield pickup really playing well with what Mizzou was trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, and I think this was one of the examples. We've been talking about perks all day, but every time I feel like every match we're just seeing something new with them, some new dynamic that the teams are figuring out as the day goes on. And I think really what Mizzou excelled at there was they started out on a much pokier play style than KU, and the start of the game was a little bit slower for them, but once they got to that barrier perk, they just had built their comp around that, and they're able to play at range, keep Kansas away, and just stay with that fortified comp, and KU just really had no answer to it. It was a really smart strategy.
Yeah, once again confirming that Mizzou is in fact better than KU. Another 3-0 victory despite the roster changes.
Yeah, I mean, just finishing what they started in Border Clash, 2-0 against them this year, and yeah, they are looking on fire right now as they head into later rounds in this series. But that's going to do it for this game. We'll be back with another one up shortly. I believe our next one is going to be Texas A&M versus Miami of Ohio. Highly anticipated 4 versus 5 matchup. Should be a really close game, and I'll be excited to watch that one. But we'll have a new caster duo coming in for that one, so we'll be signing off for now. Might see you later tonight, but until then, we're going to go to a break. We'll be back later with more Overwatch action.
Welcome back to the Mizzou Overwatch Invitational. My name's Anarchy, joined today by Jimmy. We got a pretty good match coming up. It's going to be Miami, Ohio versus Texas A&M. Both teams are 3-0, so what are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to just seeing some great players and some good Overwatch. The perk update has really shaken everything up. It feels like a whole new world out there where anything could happen. And so I'm really excited to see, what's going to happen here. Looks like we got our bans locked in here on Lijiang Tower.
There will be no Ana and no Sojourn. The Sojourn is interesting, actually.
Very interesting. A very popular pick right now. I'm curious to see how the DPS lineup will look without Sojourn on the table.
Yeah, I'm assuming Miami will play some sort of rush. They have I've seen them play a lot of Orisa Ram, so they might be trying to eliminate that poke range with the Sojourn ban.
And yeah, we'll see what their DPS players have been cooking. Clearly, not totally adherent to the meta, as it were. Gonna be interesting to see what heroes they pull out.
For sure.
On this match here. So everyone is getting ready to jump into this match of the Overwatch Invitational.
How do you think the Ana ban plays into this?
I don't know. I'm curious if that's a targeted ban by Texas A&M, if there's someone on the Miami, Ohio team who they know is going to play Ana. Typically, obviously, a popular support for sure, but not the most popular. Not up there with Lucio or Kiriko.
Yes, Lucio and Kiriko are very popular right now. I think it would be more of we have this play style in mind, and we want and Ana counters that play style, so let's get rid of that option. Looks like we have Roadhog for Miami, which is an interesting pick, versus the Ram comp of Texas A&M.
Oh, no, that I switched over to the Ram again.
Now we're
Texas A&M playing that Torb symmetric comp, sort of a new meta that's been evolving lately. I'm curious to see how that performs here.
Messed up the TP, but it's okay. We got Ring. Early capture for Texas A&M. They get to hold this point. A very hard point to take, actually. There's lots of cover, and they can set up this Torb just like this, spam down these chokes.
Yeah, it looks like Texas A&M, their game plan is already starting here, already working out. Ooh, as a
1-for-1 trade. Miami comes out on top, though, with the trades.
And it looks like we got Killian on the Moira here, putting in some work there, jumping in, and wow.
Yeah, that was really good work from Miami. They closed that distance, even though they got to the point late, and now they're going to hold this choke up close.
And again, like we predicted, we got some interesting DPS options here. Coming out with the Soldier 76. When was the last time you saw that?
2 go down quickly for Miami. Swift just in there, absolutely punching.
Absolutely wrecking house there on the Ramantra.
And a quick flop of the point back to Texas A&M. Bonesaw swaps over to the Reaper.
Yeah, just some quick swingy fights. Interesting to see. I mean, who knows who's going to come out on top on this next fight.
Miami taking this left side of point. And they get control of this point before Texas A&M even respond.
Yeah, Miami pulling up a big flank there. It looked for a second there like they were really going to come up behind and have an easy fight, but Texas A&M is making sure that it isn't the case as the sound barrier is popped. And
a big ult fight from both teams. Trade for trade. Looks like Texas A&M is coming out on top with the trades, though. Blade committed by On. It's good for 1, but that is it. Texas A&M, a big fight for them. Coming out on top of that ult trade. They do. Miami is coming up on the Reaper ult, and Texas A&M has the visor. So, looks like another left side rotate maybe. No, they're just gonna run it down main. quick reset from Miami.
Couple great picks off the Soldier visor there. Really going to swing this fight. It looks like in Texas's favor.
Yeah, Miami has one more fight here. They do have the Reaper ult coming online to Texas A&M's 0 ultimates, so they should have an advantage there, but they have to get to point.
If Bones on the Reaper there can make another flank like he did before, that ult could be a real game changer here.
Yeah. Texas A&M holding close. They don't want to give that touch, but On is there for that touch.
Yeah, sneaking around the backside.
Oh. A big boop from Squid, you know. Junba also getting a trade. And that is it for round 1. Texas A&M comes out on top.
Yeah, Miami there was really interested in taking that flank around the side. And it oftentimes looked like they were going to get it, looked like they were going to take that flank, but it just never ended up working out for them.
Yeah, the Miami has the Reaper Genji, which I want to see taking like paths with more cover, because against the Soldier they're just going to take a lot more damage and a lot more poke, and that's going to burn resources. So I want to see Miami start using cover and like getting to the point without taking poke. We'll see if they can do that here on round 2.
And stage 2 here, there's a pretty wide open area that a lot of the fights tend to happen, and we're going to see if Miami wants to engage on those terms or not.
We do swap to the Torb for both teams, except Texas A&M has the Hazard.
Going to get the pick on Bonesaw there as he goes in and controls that point.
Swef is just dominating this point right now.
Absolutely.
Junbo with a pick on Pooter Scooter, and that's a quick cap for Texas A&M.
Yeah, Swef there really just took control of that fight, really dictated the pace there, and Miami just couldn't get past him.
Yeah, the Soldier seems to be putting a lot of outside pressure onto Miami. I like this right side rotate from them. Avoid taking poke, and they get a pick, so they should push this in here.
Absolutely, their mantra going to go in there, start creating some space, controlling some space. Here comes Swef again, though. He's going to see if he can't turn this around. Wow. The spike barrier there doing a lot of work. As Swef's going to get out, just barely living. But Miami has taken control of the point here.
They should have respawns coming back here soon, but it looks like Texas A&M wants to push onto this point. They invest the rush right into the wall. Don't know if that was where it was meant to go, but gives them just enough to take the point back.
Wow.
Encore with a quick 3K right there.
Encore with some big kills, yeah. That was a pretty valuable Kitsune rush, even though it, like you said, I'm not entirely sure if that's where it was intended, but, you know, perhaps the ends justify the means there.
Yep.
As it really wins them that fight without a ton of ult investment, which they're going to need because Miami is coming up on a lot of ults now.
Yeah, they do have the Hazard ult. Looks like a quick disengage.
Encore putting in some serious work on the Torb.
And yeah, just a quick investment of the rain from Hazard.
Encore is doing some magical things on the Torb. He is picking up a lot of picks in every fight.
For sure.
Got the Soldier, whose name I'm afraid to say here, with the tactical visor. Miami's going to come around. They got the Dragon Blade ready. If ever this flank strategy was to work, now is the time. Here comes the Dragon
Big
Blade.
blade from On. Beats traded, and the visor as well. Another big ult fight, but it looks like the first pick goes to Miami, followed by 2 picks for Texas A&M. The Ramel invested by Miami here to clean it up, but it's not enough. And that looks like it will be it for map 1. Texas A&M coming out on top with a quick 2-0.
Miami played their hearts out there. I really liked what I saw. Tons of flanks, and they had the comp for it. But man, Texas just shut them down at every turn.
Yeah, I think they got a lot of value out of that Soldier and that Torb taking angles, and Miami wasn't really contesting those. So they kind of got funneled into a box and just shot at, and it worked out for Texas A&M. We'll see how they adjust, and hopefully on map 2 we can see a little bit more fight coming from Miami.
I really liked I think the Sojourn ban there kind of played out how we thought it would. We saw some weird picks.
Yeah.
And Torbjorn, I guess these days he's not even a weird pick anymore. He's just going crazy.
Torb is very strong. Yeah. Any final thoughts for you about map 1?
Map 1 was good to show.
Yeah, good show. Good fight from both teams. We will catch you after this quick break. Welcome back to upper bracket round 2. We have Miami versus Texas A&M, and it looks like we're heading to Saravasa. Texas A&M is up 1-0 in the series, but what do you want to see from Miami here going into the second round?
Miami, I feel like they're very close to having their game plan work. They are able to sort of get on the flank, catch Texas A&M by surprise a little bit, but I want to see them adjust it somehow because they're not quite able to convert those flanks into the picks that they need to then win the fight. So I'm thinking something like a Tracer maybe to get in there. I feel like Tracer's very strong right now. Something along those lines.
Right. Going to Saravasa, we have a Lucio ban from Miami and a Ramatra ban from Texas A&M, which is very interesting to me. Very sad because I love Lucio as a main support player. Ramatra I could care less, but
it's interesting that A&M chose to ban Ramatra. I thought they were getting quite a bit of use out of Ramatra last round, if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting to see what they'll play. I know my man's Alfonso is in here, so he's probably going to be on that Mauga. Very confident on the Mauga.
It'll be interesting to see here.
But with no speed, maybe they're going to play the Juno Ana comp? I'm not sure.
Could be. Definitely June is valuable, extra valuable with Lucio off the table. Getting that
For
speed
sure.
boost. Here we are.
We've got Juno Brig on Texas A&M with the Queen versus the Mauga comp of Ohio. Also mirroring that Juno Brig.
Bonesaw on the Reaper. This map might be pretty good for that. I feel like on a flashpoint, there's a lot of angles you can.
For sure. I want to see this Sojourn work an angle, and I want to see Alfonso and Bonesaw get in there and make some space for On to go crazy on the Soj.
Here we go then. Of course, we've got the speed boost.
Both teams pathing the same, it looks like. Sojourn's looking for an angle. Any second now, Alfonso is going to run in. There it is. Big slam from him. TP from Bonesaw looking for a pick, but Alfonso falls really low and unfortunately gets traded. 2 picks goes the way of Texas A&M. And that's going to be a quick reset for Miami.
Yeah, Alfonso there. I liked the play, the getting in there and being aggressive, but couldn't quite get out in time. Even with Mauga, all that Mauga's health and his health regen, you're not invincible.
Yeah, we've got to adjust to not having that Lucio. Even though it was their ban, the supports can't quite keep up with you as much as you would like. Another slam here for Alfonso, looking to open up the fight. Not very committal, though, so they're going to back up.
Bonesaw looking to perhaps take some sort of strange angle there.
And there's just waiting here for anything to happen. Alfonso in. Very slow fight here. Nothing really seems to be happening. They're kind of just
sort of slowly working their way in there.
Bonesaw gets whittled down. Alfonso backs out. Texas A&M trying to commit with this shout here. And it will be good for 2, 3, quick cleanup. And that is going to be the first point going over to Texas A&M.
Miami there couldn't quite figure out how they wanted to move through that choke point, and obviously time was on the side of Texas there as they were holding that point.
Texas A&M also having 4 ults to Miami's 1. They are closing quite a few, so if Texas goes fast here, they can maybe get a free fight win before Miami builds their ults. Orbit for Orbit here. Nothing else committed yet. The rally committed by Texas A&M and Miami.
Sweat.
And again, just Texas A&M coming out on top of these huge ult fights from both teams.
I mean, you just see Sweff is out here simply landing shots.
Yeah, it was a 3-for-4 trade. Miami used 3 ults. Texas used 4. They're going to only have the OC to work with, but this specific point is good for Soj.
Bonesaw TP onto the left side here.
Looking for an opportunity. Alfonso's running in once again. Team's going to try to follow in with the Death Blossom. Doesn't seem
But
to
it gets
find its
nothing.
mark.
OC committed from both teams. No, just Texas A&M, my bad.
Yeah, Miami is having trouble following up on Alfonso's charge in there with the Mauga.
Yeah. As soon as Alfonso goes in with that charge, the Queen just collapses on the back line, and they're not able to heal him. And it's just over from there. See the same thing again, an early hit from Texas A&M. Picks off the back line of Miami, and Alfonso trying to get a flip here. Not quite gonna happen.
You saw the start of that fight, Sweff. Just like you said, just went straight to the back line. Brigitte's down, all the support's down, and from there, if you're Miami, what can you do?
Yeah, Texas is doing a really good job of identifying those kill boxes and setting the tempo. And Miami really wants to be the ones to set that tempo, but they're being forced to react more than be proactive. So
Definitely. You see her on here on the Sombra. Gonna see perhaps can cause a little more disruption in the back line to assist in that push. As Alfonso goes in, drops the cage, but wow, big reflect.
one pick the way of Miami. There's no brig, but 2 picks go to the side of Texas A&M, and now it's an even fight. 2v2 on point, I believe.
Texas A&M.
Yeah.
That's another pick onto the Sombra, but Bonesaw returns the favor. Seems like
Bonesaw just being annoying on this off angle here. Not very committal from either side yet. They're both waiting for their respawns. Alfonso is back onto the point. They can get some cap progress here. The shout invested by Sweff, followed by that Rampage.
Bonesaw putting in some work.
1-for-1 trade here.
Orbital comes down.
Another decently big old fight from both
Yeah.
sides.
Bonesaw really opened up that fight with, I feel, the pick onto the Sojourn there.
For sure.
Some great shots from him we've been seeing.
Miami did invest both support ults, which is very expensive in Overwatch economy. Texas A&M has that rally to work with.
Here they go. Got the speed bubble. Peeking around this corner, trying to get some picks. Looks like they're going to find it onto Bonesaw there.
Yes. The Texas A&M's Sojourn quickly gets 2. On trading 1, though. This is a winnable fight.
Ooh.
Big EMP invested. And Junba falls. On just being annoying on this off angle. Alfonso engaging with that slam onto the Queen.
Barely living there. The regen power of Mauga on full display.
Queen traded for Sombra. Killian holding it down for Miami.
That really could have gone either way. I really liked what I saw there from
Yes,
Miami, though.
a very back and forth fight.
They managed to keep Alfonso alive and establish that front line and not let themselves get collapsed on.
An early engage here from Miami. They want to go before any ults are used by Texas A&M, and that's a very smart play in my mind.
And it looks like it's going to work out there as they get a few big picks in the cage and they manage to just walk around and sweep up.
We do have Queen ult on the side of Texas A&M. That is a scary ultimate, but we have a Orbit in response.
Speed boost going to get him to the next flashpoint that much faster. We'll see here, though.
Looks like Texas A&M is first on point. Probably going to set their Sojourn up high ground and stuff these chokes.
Encore here on the Genji. Looking to snipe out that back line. Or, well, slash out that back line.
Getting close to another Blade and Orbit for Texas A&M.
Wonder if we're going to see a Nano Blade here.
Orbit committed by Miami, followed by the Queen ult by Texas A&M. Nitrous Oxide goes down. The backline for Miami is dead. It was a quick Quick team fight win for Texas A&M.
And yeah, that's exactly the kind of fight Texas A&M wants. Get rid of the supports so that you can actually deal damage to the Mauga, and then you can just collapse.
Yeah, unfortunate there for the side of Miami.
They're going to push in through the street here. Texas opting for an early hold, or a far hold.
Early orbit there from Texas A&M, and it looks like Miami is able to kite that. Only losing On there, but On will be back fast, so this is a good kite for Miami.
Definitely managed to not lose too much in that fight there.
The thing is, Miami's walking into 2 ults here. They need a good EMP here from On to set up an entry. And there it is, right onto the Queen. She goes down, followed by Encore falling to Nitrous Oxide and Killian getting Segs.
Well, you said it. They needed a good EMP, and they got it.
For sure. That was
Shutting down the ults from A&M let them really easily take that fight.
This is last fight if they lose, though, so they really need to hold it down against this Blade and Overclock. Nano Blade, even. Early commitment from Miami.
There it is. The Dragon Blade coming out. Nano boosted. Absolutely devastating as Encore picks up
And
a couple picks there.
some good stall to maybe get some respawns there for Miami, but it's going to be a close touch. This isn't looking very good. Alfonso there on the ball. Does get the touch here. Triggers overtime.
See if they can
OC,
get in on that point.
OC committed by Texas A&M here. Alfonso falls to Junba.
Looking in there with the Sombra, not able to find anything. As the Sojourn just goes crazy with the Overclock. Encore cleaning up that Tracer. And I think that's all she wrote as far as this round goes.
That was a pretty dominant map, too, from Texas A&M.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. Texas A&M played really well there. But Miami, again, I think they adapted the strategy there. And they were able to win some of those fights, crushing through their front line with the Alfonso and following up with some well-placed ults. You know, they did, I feel, better for themselves in that map than they did on the first one.
Yeah, I agree. I think there were a few fights that looked really good on the side of Miami, but just not enough. Texas A&M is holding strong. They're being aggro. They're setting tempo, everything they need to be doing to win this match, but hopefully Miami can come up with some answers.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I feel like both teams have been making very good use of their ults, and I like the Sombra pick there to sort of even the odds, shut down the other team even for just a moment. And, if they could get the timing right, time that with the Mauga charge, they can really just shut down any hope that Texas A&M has of winning that fight.
It felt like Miami was just slightly behind on the ult cycle, and it kind of set the momentum of the game, of that match. But we will see when we return.
Hello and welcome back to the Overwatch Invitational as we are headed into round 3 here. Miami, Ohio versus Texas A&M. It's going to take us to Dorado. And I'm wondering, how do you think the escort type map is going to affect both teams' sort of gameplay here?
Dorado is definitely a very vertical map, so I'm expecting to see a lot more dive-centric team comps, but who knows? Maybe we see some sim TPing Reinhardts.
that would be fun to see.
That's what I want to see, but probably will be one of those dive comps we see coming out.
Curious to see if Sweff is going to go back onto the hazard there. He seemed really dominant on that role. Love to see that again. So you see the bans here. Kiriko, D.Va, out.
Miami just out here with these devious bans. Like, we're banning Lucio, we're banning Kiriko. We just hate meta, I guess.
I guess so. I think the D.Va ban makes a lot of sense. You were saying sort of the you want to see some dive gameplay there.
Right, that eliminates one of those options.
D.Va able both to dive and to have the mobility to counter some dives. So that'll really open things up there for Texas A&M to play the game the way they want to, if indeed dive is what they're looking for.
Yeah.
Which we will find out shortly. So we come into Dorado.
We have Pooter Scooter coming back in for Alfonso here. Probably won't see the Malga this time, unfortunately, but like I said, maybe a Winston, maybe a Ball.
Winston, a great option to get up on some of those roofs. Looking strong with some of the perks he's got. He's looking like he got a pretty nice buff.
Yeah, I love the healing bubble. I think that makes engages so fun when you like say have a Genji or a Tracer to go in with you, and they can just cycle that that healing from that bubble and do a lot of work.
They can be a lot more aggressive when they've got that nice healing bubble to fall back to. Don't necessarily need all your supports to dive in and be there to get you the optimal healing potential.
For sure.
So Winston definitely a good option there. Ball, like you said, I think it's so funny. You don't expect from the outside in to see Ball performing well in these super vertical maps, but you just swing yourself up there.
Yeah, Ball is in a very interesting place. I feel like he can definitely carry some games, but I also feel like he's easily countered. So I don't know. We will see.
Of course, the minefield, great option for defense on this escort type of mission.
What do you expect to see backline-wise? Maybe on a Brig. This is a very good on a Brig map.
Yeah, on a Brig for sure. Without the Kiriko, I'm curious to see if Lucio's going to show up. Obviously, Lucio loves to be paired with Kiriko, but the movement speed is so powerful that you can run it either way. I'm hoping to see maybe some interesting plays from the Torbjorn here. The Torbjorn. I'm assuming there's going to be a Torbjorn showing up. He's been running rampant through all the
in my
previous
comp
matches.
games.
So curious to see. Maybe we'll see that sentry gun placed in some weird spot up on some weird building.
I'm still all for the Ryan TP strat. That's what I want to see. I want to see Miami come out with a Symmetra, Reinhardt, Bastion, Bap, Brig, and I want them to TP. But
TP in there really pub stomp style.
What are the odds? What are the odds I just called that?
You're leaking their whole playbook, man. You can't be doing that.
My bad.
Well, now they can't do it.
My bad.
That's okay.
I am running out of things to talk here. It looks like we're just waiting for a couple players to ready up.
Talk about D.Va's mech. We're gonna go on a quick break here while I believe we wait for the teams to ready up and get us into this match 3 here. So just hold on, folks. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We are back here on Dorado. We're getting straight into things.
And it does look like we have that Winston comp, that dive-centric comp coming out from both teams. Ana Lucio on the side of Texas A&M with a Ana Brig, more standard backline from Miami.
Two Winstons here duking it out on this rooftop.
Just fighting for that space, and Fern comes out on top of that trade on the side of Miami.
They're trying to hold that angle. Gonna get pushed back into the courtyard here as Texas A&M just keeps bringing the thunder. So Winston coming in there and doing some serious work as Lucio comes in there and just helps clean everything up.
Yeah, quick point one from Texas A&M.
Yeah, very quick. We're gonna have to see how Miami adapts on the second point here.
They may have a touch. It might be suicide from the Winston, but it's there.
Gonna duke it out again. And meanwhile, the Sojourn gonna quick pick on.
One pick for the side, or for Pooter Scooter, but it's not enough. Pooter Scooter's another pick for Pooter Scooter. This is Pooter Scooter's point right now. Just stalling it out. A good couple seconds there for Pooter Scooter to stall that out before
And
we.
all the while in the background, Momfragger did some serious work on Tracer.
Squid, you know, taking out Bonesaw there.
Trying to hold this awkward little angle there.
Yeah, Miami's gonna want this Ashe to get up on this high ground, but Texas A&M looking like they are already set up there, making it a lot harder for her to take this angle.
Yeah, the Winston doing a great job of claiming that high ground.
A nano from the side of Miami, and a primal from Fern. And no pick either way.
Somehow
Torb just bouncing in this corner.
Trying to get the shots, trying to land some shots there. Doesn't quite find him, and the pulse bomb comes out.
And Bonesaw, and there's the engagement.
Wow. Huge overclock from the Sojourn there.
Another quick team fight. Starts out slowly, and then Texas A&M just kills all five within like 10 seconds, it seems.
Exact. I mean, between the overclock and the Lucio doing a lot of work there.
Yeah, they're doing a great job of setting up these fights and taking them when they want to. And that's a strong rally invested here by the side of Miami.
We're just trying to chase down Fern there. Decides against it. Decides to pop the primal.
2 picks for the side of Miami. Looks like a quick stable here. They stop it right before they cap second, so it'll be a minute before we see third, but that was a good fight for Miami to win.
Texas is ready to just back up and regroup here.
Yep, Texas down quite a few ults right now. Miami closing both support or both DPS ults and getting pretty close to a nano. It'll probably be nano for nano, but that still leaves Miami with the advantage.
I'm curious to see how that Bob from On works out there. I think that might go really well. Sort of fixing some of the problems that Miami has. Just get another body in there to stop the enemy, give them another target to worry about.
Yeah, Fern's doing a great job of zoning this backline while the rest of his team just kills the Torb. Sleep from Junba. Hits the Winston before he's nanoed, so he actually doesn't get that health.
And the nano Winston.
Still gets the pick on the nitrous oxide. And Killian. 2 more picks on the side of Miami, though. Molten Core invested. It looks like it's going to help clean that up. Primal on the side of Texas A&M, and it's just going to keep the Torb off point. And that's the cap for... Oh, they capped quite a minute ago.
I'm not sure if Fern was trying to stall out the Torbjorn there, or if Bonesaw's dodging was just that incredible, but it took quite a long time to secure that kill with the Primal Rage there.
And they are quick to take this high ground. Miami's going to want to take that back. We see them swap over to the Hazard.
Hazard going to be a great pick on this point. Those upper high ground hallways are the perfect size to put that wall.
Bonesaw gets a pick on the Squid, you know. Mom Fragger finds Bonesaw. It's an even fight for both sides. Winston engages here. Ooh. The Hazard gets slept. It's a good sleep from Nitrous Oxide.
Big sleep. Lets him secure that kill there.
Oh, that was
Really gonna
Junba, my bad.
open up this fight. See as Fern is looking to contest that high ground. Doesn't find the target he's looking for. Miami's regrouping here in the back.
OC from the side of Texas A&M.
And it's a big one. 2 kills by the Sojourn.
Beat also invested here. They want to win it here, and they want to win it now.
And wow. Sojourn here just wrecking house on this last point. Picking up 3 picks.
Yep, capping with 2 minutes and 24 seconds. That's a pretty big time bank.
It's pretty looking pretty decisive by Texas there.
Yeah,
It's gonna be tough to beat.
I want Miami to set up this backline and make sure that they know when the backline's being zoned and when they can engage, when they really can't afford to engage. It looks like Fern is doing a great job of getting on top of that backline and not letting them do any healing, and Bonesaw just goes down, followed by Pooter Scooter. And what is this?
It seems to be we're watching the card bug again. It seems to be a recurring problem for Miami is Fern just knows when and how to jump in on that back line and take out the supports and just open up the fight.
Not even killing them all the time, just taking their focus off of the healing, and it's been quite successful.
We'll have to see here if Miami can be just as effective at attacking this high ground. Going to the Orisa pick, though.
Texas A&M swapping that Lucio over to an Ilari for defense. Increases their poke. They do a lot more damage now. We'll see how that...
See them set up there on the high ground. They're ready. Between the Sojourn, Ana, Ilari. Quite a bit of poke going on.
Very casual setup here from from Texas A&M. So Winston is getting
Fern defending the high ground there from what looked like a pretty strong Hazard play.
yeah, Pooter Scooter getting evaporated.
And they're just content to sit on this high ground and take pot shots, try and find picks. Miami's got to find a way to get out of spawn here. Fragger may be looking for an off angle.
Here comes the engage from Texas, or from Miami.
Oh, great wall by Pooter Scooter there, blocking off the escape for the Ana.
Yeah, Junba goes down for Pooter Scooter. This is an even fight from both sides. However, Miami is down the tank for a minute, but he will be back quite soon.
But Fern is as a tank, Fern is just always where they need to be.
It's a great game from Fern here.
Doing a great job covering high ground, covering the flanks. Look at that, jumping back to defend the back line there. Beautiful.
On gets traded, but he does manage to find Segs before that death. The Nano engage from Pooter Scooter, and Nitrous Oxide gets 2.
Very solid Nano.
Fern's going to be running for his life here, but
Fragger managing to dance around in there.
They will definitely have a touch here, unless they opt not to. There it is.
There it is. Pulse Bomb. Oh, the Pulse Bomb softening it up for Texas A&M. Just go in there, find a few more picks.
Yeah, Primal also invested from Fern.
Primal there almost felt like...
And that was a really good retest.
Setting up again here. Miami's got to figure out how they're going to control this courtyard. Looks like perhaps they're splitting.
They just need a couple meters. But Texas is doing a great job of kiting when they need to and really taking the fight when they want to, when they have the advantage.
Yeah, I mean, they've been doing a great job of dancing in and out, only jumping in when they know they have the advantage.
Yeah. The Nano invested early here. Junba gets traded, however. Bonesaw goes down to Fern.
But wow, and the Nano Winston, what a way to shut down a push. You're not going anywhere near that.
And at this point, we'll still be stuck here on first. Texas A&M with another hold. 48 seconds to get something happening here on the side of Miami, but they have the ults to do it.
Gonna have to see if they can use them. On going in, looking for a Dragon Blade, perhaps.
Just gonna start off with the Primal.
Oh, and the sleep coming in there.
Good sleep on the side of Texas.
Looks like Miami might have it there. And all they had to spend for it was the Primal. Still got the Molten Core, Dragon Blade.
That was a really good fight. They only had to invest one ultimate, and Texas A&M is still gonna have pretty much nothing. I mean, they have a Pulse Bomb, but when does Tracer not have Pulse Bomb? Let's be real.
But yeah, really good fight by Miami there. I expected them to use 2 or 3 ults there, but only investing the Rage by the Winston.
Yep. Pooter Scooter contesting this high ground for a little bit, dropping back to get some healing. On gets Squid You Know in the meantime. Rally invested there by Killian. And the Blade as well.
Nice work by On there, finding the back line. Taking him out.
On dropping lone here, gets some healing from the Brig. And Miami's got a good hold here for, good positioning here for this fight on second.
Yeah, really looking like so far, a really easy second point for them. But Fern's going to come here and see if he can't change that. Pushing the On in the corner with a Primal Rage. Can't find the kill, though.
On goes down to Segs. A big nade on the side of Texas A&M. Nobody goes down yet. And Bonesaw finds Fern.
A menace on the Torb. Putting in so much damage. You saw how much healing that Winston was getting from the Ana there. Still went down.
Pooter Scooter dropping low on point there, forced to drop Bubble. On needs some support there, but doesn't find it. Gets traded out, but Fern finds Pooter Scooter.
Bonesaw spending a lot of time alive there on points, like no one was looking at him. Finally take him down.
They have just about a minute here. Another OT situation, just like first point. Can they cap this like they did the point before?
Texas A&M looking to push forward, hold that high ground. They don't want Miami to even get a hand on it here.
Still a good ult cycle for both teams. I would say Miami has a little bit of a stronger ult cycle coming up, but Texas A&M is quickly approaching on all 5 ults.
Yeah, Texas A&M is going to have all the tools they need to stop this push in its tracks.
On finds Seg. Squid You Know finds Killian. Squid You Know finds Pooter Scooter before going down to Bonesaw. Fern trades Nitrous Oxide, and that is a
Wow, big Bob. 3 picks there.
team
Shut down
fight
that push.
win on the side of Texas A&M, and that is going to be a 3-0 series. Unfortunate on the side of Miami, but I think that they showed some really good moments.
Definitely. Some very good moments from both teams right there.
Yeah,
Miami had
definitely a
some
team to watch.
Some real highlights, for sure.
For sure.
I especially liked Scooter Pooter with a Primal Rage. Felt like all his Primal Rages that match were pretty dang good.
Yeah, I think for me, Fern was a really standout player today. He made a lot of space and was really good at zoning the back line, and I think that honestly was what it came down to at the end of the day. Texas A&M controlled the most angles, and that lost Miami the game.
Yeah, you said it. Well, thank you folks for watching. That's all for this round, but stick around because there's more coming in this Overwatch Invitational.
We are back with the next series of the night. Second to last series, if I'm not mistaken. I'm Son of Gary, joined by my co-caster Ian this time on the desk. Roy's taking a short break. Should be back later, but we've got a good one coming up here. It is going to be Miami of Ohio taking on, don't tell me, I'm about to have it soon, Kansas State. Right.
Yes.
Kansas State.
Both of which have been on stream today. It's going to be interesting to see how they play against specifically each other. Both of which are in the winners bracket, or not winners bracket.
Yes, this is a losers bracket elimination game. So whoever loses here is going home. So high stakes for both teams, and we got a pretty good first map coming in. We got Ilios. This isn't one we've seen too much today, but it's a pretty interesting one. Dive very strong here, and as we're gonna see, the bans coming out for both teams. It's gonna be Ana for the side of Miami. Torbjorn banned out for Kansas State.
Torbjorn's been a really popular ban recently, especially with just with some of the things that have been going on. Plus, he's just been picking up a lot of speed. We've seen Torb Sim pick up a lot of stuff, and Torb's kind of just been the pivotal point of that. Plus, he got some really good perks with all this. Ana's kind of just the core of the top 3 supports that have basically just hailed all gameplay when it comes to the main support. Ana mixed with either Kiri or Juno, whichever one's not banned at one particular moment, will be played. You can't stop that from happening.
Yeah, especially on a map like Ilios. I think Ana's very, very good with the Winston composition. So this pretty much takes Ana Brig out of the equation. We're pretty much only going to see Juno or Kiriko in that flex support role. And the Torbjorn one's interesting as well. Seems to indicate that Kansas State might want to play still more of a faster style with a Genji or a Tracer. So getting rid of that Torbjorn really allows those fast flanker heroes to thrive without constantly being harassed by that turret.
It really is just a matter of K-State. They have a lot of people that want to kind of be on those off angles. We saw that a lot with their previous game, but Bureau constantly on flanks and whatnot. He'll be wherever he can find himself at and get a pick from there.
Yeah.
And with the Torb turret there, that makes it a lot harder.
Okay, so this is interesting. Miami's going to go for a... Okay, no, okay. I thought they were actually going to go for it for a second, but they are going to switch to the hazard composition, and Kansas State is going to stick on the Winston. So that Ana ban might have actually been a target ban by Miami, knowing that K-State was going to pull the Winston out.
Yeah,
so
especially with Juno replacing Ana here.
Yeah,
I'm really the same thing.
I'm really not sure how this is going to operate without the Ana. And you immediately see the hazard gets in there with the Genji, takes out 2. Harmon dives into the backline, is able to take out 1, but that's really not enough. I mean, the Genji dive definitely a lot more devastating, and you're going to see Miami immediately take control of the point here.
Especially since Lucio is able to just get right back into it, pretty much already back to point. The big difference is that Miami getting that first initial kind of hit to it. Not the crazy amount of ult difference, but enough to where it's might make an impact in the next fighter too.
Okay, I don't know how Scooter got that kill, but just immediately picks off the Genji. Factor just stymied as soon as he gets in. And ball comes out, and God, these Kansas State players are just sitting there as the hazard comes in. It's a really good wall to cut people off, but they should have been out of there ages ago.
Yeah, Pooter Scooter's been getting a lot of value with just those like small little dive areas and just getting a giant slash of where everyone happens to be, even though K-State should be playing a touch more separated than to get hit by all of that. Especially with a Brig in the mix.
Ooh, really good wall. Almost cuts off that Sojourn, but it is actually going to be the Lucio falling for Miami, so Doodle manages to find that one. Bit of an overextension and a nice right click from the Winston, so Kansas State finally has an opening here, and they've really got to deal with this hazard. He's been really hard to get rid of. Doodle's going to end up with 3 kills in this fight, though. Taking out Pooter Scooter at the end there, and Kansas State.
Yeah, losing that Kiriko made it to where Miami really couldn't continue going on much. They lost all their healing. They didn't have their cleanse anymore, and you kind of would like that at all times. Kind of just meant that K-State could just, keep doing their dive thing, hit one person, hit the next. Not like anyone really exploded. It was kind of just a matter of one person got killed here, 2 got killed there, 1 more there.
Now, I'm still a bit concerned about K-State's comp, and we're going to see some ults come out from Miami here. Pooter Scooter just desperately trying to get onto the Juno, but the Brig's actually just going to bash onto him with that rally. That's a scary sight. You don't really want to play into that. And the rally investment from Kansas State is going to really negate a lot of the value from the rush, but in the meantime, Miami's actually flipped the point. Kansas State just kind of had to back away from that, and in the meantime, takes out the Juno, and that's going to make it a lot harder for Harriman to survive on this Winston. He's probably going to have to pop the Primal if he wants to keep this going, and in fact, he's not even going to try and invest that. Kansas State is just going to play for last fight here.
Yeah, K-State really wanted to try to like delay that a little bit, especially as we saw like Brig was kind of just forcing them off the top, and they just immediately let them get point. They wanted to play it. They wanted to play it slower, especially from Harriman trying to get a pick, and it just didn't work in their favor. Instead, they just got the point flipped 30-40% earlier than they probably could have if they tried to hold it.
Ooh, downpour comes out. I don't think that lands onto anybody, but it forces the positioning of the Brig, and just gets into the back line, pops the blade, takes out 2. And Miami in firm control of this. Pooter Scooter on the cleanup. That Hazard just so good at cleaning up these scrappy fights. And a flip is going to come over for Kansas State as the Juno and Winston got onto the point, but it's going to be short-lived. Still, Harriman's going to be able to stall this out for a little bit. He does have the Primal. He manages to get it off, but it's really a question of how long he's going to be able to survive here. There are some members for Kansas State back, though, so a pretty good play from the Winston. He actually manages to get the kill onto the Genji. Still Doodle taken out in the back line. But the flip has remained in Kansas State's control, and a phenomenal Primal from Harriman actually keeps this fight going, and the picks are going their way. Really great effort from the main take there to keep that fight going.
Yeah, it really was a matter of K-State just used what was used against them in the previous round. They got the point flip early, and they were able to win the fight in the end when they weren't even sure about if they could. But since they got that point, they got an extra 20% for free off of that.
Yeah, and now it's coming into final fight territory for both teams. Overclock is going to be used first by Bonesaw, but it's going to be answered out immediately from a Blade. Factor grabs 2, cancels out the overclock, and a massive Genji play coming through from Kansas State. They might just be able to steal this round away. Killian dies with the Kitsune Rush, and that's no engagement available left for the Redhawks. And Kansas State, they're all over the objective right now.
Yeah, Miami's basically going to be looking for a last touch to try to finish it.
Yeah, looks like the Lucio got him boosted. He gets the kill. Downpour comes in. Killian, he's back. He's got the Kitsune Rush available, so a lot of pressure being put onto the point by Miami of Ohio, and there's not a lot of support available for Kansas State. They had to switch over to Lucio, but Factor finds his equal in on, and the picks are going the Wildcats' way. Wow. They have that was a phenomenal comeback.
Yeah, both teams were really patient with those plays there. Both were kind of like waiting for the other backup, hoping to see them make a mistake, and really just came down to the end of, okay, this is the go time, and it was just both teams finally like fully fighting in the end. We saw them pull back a lot. That last little bit was them the basically culmination of, okay, we were patient, now we go.
Yeah, and I mean, if Harriman doesn't get that Primal Rage online, keep that point stalled, get the kill onto the Genji, I mean, he just bought so much time for the rest of his team to come back. That really saved that round there, and
we're seeing some switches
yeah,
too, which I think makes a good bit of sense here, especially that Ram.
So
they can kind of keep some stuff going.
Okay, this is interesting.
Yeah.
No, Kansas State is not going to stick on the Brig Lucio, but
I think they were possibly thinking about it for speed.
It is going to be a Ramatra though for Miami, so a lot more damage, a lot more pressure onto the Winston with the Bastion.
They're hoping to melt them.
But at the same time, with the swaps coming through, they're not going to have those perks available, and I think Harriman should be close to those level 2 perks on Winston, that healing bubble in particular. Very, very strong. As we're seeing, Hero is just trying to get in, peppering some damage onto the supports, but Harriman, he's in a bad spot. He's got a Bastion laying a ton of damage into him, and he's just going to have to back around that corner, get out, but
yeah, that Bastion's really doing the job they want him to do. Just melt the Winston. That's your entire job.
A favorable bounce on the grenade for Bonesaw, and finds the Tracer. And as that comes through, I mean, it's just, you need that Tracer to really get in and help the Winston finish off those kills.
Miami just walked into the game plan. Their entire game plan was, okay, use the Ram to sustain that close range fight. And just have Bastion melt the shield, melt the Winston, and all of a sudden their whole team's dead without that tank.
Yeah,
we actually see this immediate switch to Winston. He's no longer cooking up that bubble. It's now Orisa. They kind of had to, too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hate this. Obviously, the Orisa, I think it gives you a better fighting chance against the Ramatra, and if all else fails, and you do end up dropping this round, you can just go back to that Winston. You still have those level 3 perks available if you switch back. But I think this gives them a better chance against the Ramatra. You're going to be pretty even on perk charge overall. So you're just going to see boosting the team in with that speed ring. And Bastion immediately pops that turret form. But Harriman with the forward. Oh!
Giro!
Okay, Giro. A little bit of an oopsie there. And that's going to hurt for K-State.
Yeah, it's going to lose them a
4v5
lot
now,
of
and
this pressure that they had earlier.
they're still trying to fight on the point, but in the meantime, as the Genji goes into the backline, the rest of the team just pushes forward, and he's not in a position to get any damage onto them. Gonna invest the blade anyway, despite the orbital ray going on point, and that gets absolutely nothing.
Yeah, that's a ult basically. That's an ult. That went from an ult use from Juno to an ult trade for them, which is a lot better considering they were having to use that Juno ult already.
Yeah, that was a really bad series of events for
Not to mention, Bastion has his ult. He can stall a bit too.
Yeah, Bastion's
And
just going to come out immediately. I don't expect too much value from this, but in the meantime, Nitrous Oxide picks off the Juno. Bastion ult comes through, combined with the Annihilation, it's just forcing him into a bad position. And a
Rally's
really
still
smart
up.
choice for Miami of Ohio to take a fight close to Kansas State's spawn, stuff them in here, and they're going to do it again, 90% and counting, and this is going to make it really, really hard for them to get a touch. I don't think they're going to be able to get back to the point.
Yeah, unless someone
Bonesaw's
sneaks
just
off.
moving in, shredding things apart, but it is a trade, and they managed to get a member onto the point, so this might be doable for Miami. A great stick cancels out
great
the
stick
overclock
with
from
the
On
ult
and
trade
Hero,
too.
standing tall on the point. The rest of Miami isn't anywhere near here to contest, and they're still scrapping along in this fight. Terra Surge comes out. Oh, the Brig is in a bad spot, but is able to get away, but not before they're finished off by Giro. Ramacha, Nemesis form is expired, and he is at the mercy of this fortified Orisa. Just going to get cleaned up here.
A little bit of a stagger on that Ram too. They don't really particularly care about the Tracer too. They're going to be waiting on Miami's tank for a while.
Bonesaw does have his level 2s up. He's got the perks, the self-repair
Yep.
ability back. Interesting he didn't opt for the turret mode.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of people think that one's good, but the self-repair, it is actually infinite, so he
Yep.
can just permanently heal himself.
Which
But-
is insane, but we also, it does kind of make a little bit of sense considering I'm pretty sure they'd rather have that for this kind of team comp considering they're not going to be bunched up
factor.
much.
He's going so low. The rally keeps him alive, but Doodle's not so lucky. And K-State just trying to survive now with just the Juno heals with the Ramatra. He's charging into the backline, trying to find this lone support, and in the meantime, point flipped over. No one left to touch, and Miami takes the round away.
Yeah, we really saw them early on. They went in with such a good game plan of how to handle K-State's comp because K-State didn't switch, and Miami expected it. We saw that with their team switch. We saw that with their playstyle. We saw what they wanted to do. And now they have more perks to work with, especially with that Bastion. It really can help so many different things. He gets so much better when his perks go online.
Yeah, I mean, this Bastion, we haven't really seen him much today, but it's working really well in this match. I mean, initially pulled out just as a counter to the Winston. I think Miami seemed to have an inkling that this Winston was coming, obviously with the Ana ban and now the Bastion coming out here, but what does Kansas State do to adjust here? It looks like they are just going to stick on this
just gonna run it
Orisa.
back
They're
down.
not going to opt to go back to the Winston. And it sounds like we might actually, one of the players is going to have, we are going to have a bit of a tech pause.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, overall, last round, the big difference here is K-State has a lot of mechanical skill that's been really carrying them during this match. Meanwhile, on the other side, Miami, they have some really good game plans. We saw that from their bans, we saw that from their hero selection going into the second map. We saw that from a lot of their play style. And that's probably going to make a difference here. They haven't really changed too much from that first one, but it's partly because they forced so many changes for that. And they don't particularly want to lose the amount of changes they forced the enemy to make.
yeah, and I mean, when it comes to Kansas State, I feel like on this map, you're going to be a little less vulnerable to the Bastion. There's not as many open sight lines, so there's more corners to kind of duck around and make their own comp work a little bit better. And I do feel like the Genji is going to be quite a bit better here, but it's going to be up to On to really keep Factor in check with those disruptor shots. Perks making those so much more powerful on Sojourn.
This is
and
why he didn't take that turret mode, that tank
Bonesaw.
mode. It
Bonesaw
does so much damage.
Catches that boosted there. The Juno just in the wrong spot, and Harriman just trying to get in the backline, find something. Factor getting in on the action as well, but they're not able to find that Sojourn. He's just going to throw himself into the pit, reset, and Miami gets the first flip.
Yeah, Miami getting the first flip is really important here, especially with that Bastion in tow. Kansas really wants to hold this too, especially with that kind of a recent sort of playstyle. They haven't really gotten too much ult charge when compared to look at Bonesaw's ult, already at 70%.
I mean, it is definitely one of the weaker ults.
It is.
But
considering it's an Orisa on this kind of map, it can still hurt a lot.
yeah, I'm not too sure on the Orisa. I don't know if Harriman actually has his major perk up yet.
Yes, it is.
So he does have the Javelin. Bonesaw, though, just so much damage. Harmon is eventually able to take him out, but not before 2 of his teammates go down in the process, and he's so low, he's just going to get finished off by the Juno.
Yeah, Harmon's
Nitrous.
really getting just forced out a lot. He has so much damage on top of him with that Ramatra doing so much damage along with the Bastion, who still has Sentry. Ooh. Not to mention, even against the Bastion, she can't melt him back in return. Yeah, Harriman's been trying to sort of like javelin it, do whatever she can. Harriman just wanted to hit
and
this.
they've gone ahead and they've moved Giro on to the Sojourn off the Tracer, so it looks like we are going to have another pause coming through.
Something else that happened between matches, we actually saw their Kiri switch to Brig and their Brig switch to Juno, which makes sense. Sort of flying back into it doesn't really change all too much. It just means they traded a little bit of that cleanse into a speed, which isn't too much of a difference. I think it helps them get to point faster though, which I think is kind of important.
Yeah, and I mean, personally, I just think the Juno Brig comp is better overall.
Yeah.
It's more overall healing, more burst healing, and the Juno I think has a much better ult with the orbital ray, even after
The
the
big
recent
big
nerf
difference
to
is
the,
Kiri has damage. That's what you're trading.
but I mean, even with the
Juno
Juno
still hurts.
Yeah, with the Juno perks too, she can headshot with her major.
And
so
you're not taking the other one.
Yeah, I mean, who wants an extra jump? I think Frogger put it best. But I'm interested. No Lucio from either side. I would have thought maybe one of these teams would try the Kiri Lucio or even the Juno Lucio. But both of them want a bit more of that sturdy backline. I think with the
that does
Ana
make a
ban-
lot of sense considering they want to kind of keep whatever other support they have back there safe. And
Yeah.
that's a little risky.
Yeah, and I think with the Ana ban, it's just making things a lot tougher for them. But for Kansas State, they really just need to do a better job of respecting the Bastion. They keep going into these enclosed chokes and playing directly into his line of sight.
Yep.
I think they had a good idea early on with trying to go in with the Tracer and the Genji and try and harass the supports more, but Brig Juno is pretty hard to harass.
yeah.
So,
And especially now that Urisa's perks are online, she pretty much just wants to be going around every corner holding a javelin in her hand.
yeah, totally. And I don't
Either
know.
whether that's
Did he
spinning
ma-
it or throwing it.
Did he maybe
one
make
of
a
the two.
mistake with the perk? Would the shield have been better? I don't really know.
So.
But yeah, I mean, Kansas State, they really need to find an answer here.
I mean,
'cause
we all know from
it's
Overwatch
60%
1
and counting.
that shield's paper thin when it comes to a Bastion.
Yeah, it
and-
looks like we're
yeah,
having a bit
we're-
of still having a bit of technical difficulties.
Yep. But we are 1-1. This shows that there is still definitely competition to be had 100%. Paired with that, it is going to be a little longer of a tech pause, but
yeah, so it sounds like we're having some major technical difficulties with one of the PCs. So we are going to actually go to a quick break real quick. We'll have the ending of map 1 just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Sorry about that short delay, but we got all of our issues fixed here, and it's going to be Pooter Scooter going straight into the back line with an annihilation, and Miami just wants to look to close this out immediately. 84% and counting, and Kansas State on the back foot. It doesn't look like anybody's even going to be able to touch the
with that
point,
hot
so.
of an entrance, you'd figure that Miami spent that whole time doing a little team huddle.
I have to think they knew exactly what they wanted to do here, and
That's
this might
Miami's
be a pretty quick return to the desk here. It's going to be a touch by the Sojourn. Overclocks popped by both teams, but one of them is going to fare a lot better than the other, and
Especially
unfortunately,
with a new kill on the
it is not going to be K-State's. Terra Surge coming out. Blade finds 1. Blade finds 2, actually. Factor maybe pulling this one back.
It'll be hard
from the
though,
depths,
for sure.
but yeah, it's just going to be so hard to evict a Ram and a rallying Brig as a Genji.
Yeah.
So K-State will eventually fall. A fairly close map 1. K-State with a great effort on that first round, but just not able to adjust
Double
to
99-99.
Yeah, not able to adjust to what Miami was throwing at them those last 2 rounds.
Miami's just been a king of adjustment this game. Like, we saw that early, we saw it late. As soon as the tech pause happened, they knew exactly what they were doing as soon as we got into the match, and K-State was not able to capitalize it like they were.
And I mean, it was just a bad situation that K-State was put into. Miami they knew that they had the tools and the ability to just press the go button and go straight on them after they came out of that pause, and they just executed it, and there wasn't really I just don't even think there was much that K-State could have done.
Yeah, other than just, have god level prediction just all back, because Ram was practically already in front of them, about to get a kill.
Yep.
I think we saw all of 3 seconds it took for them to already lose one and almost lose another, to the point where they had to run into spawn.
Yep. Well, we're going to be leaving as soon as we came back, pretty much, but we are going to have to toss it to a quick break. Map 2 will be on after this, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The series between Kansas State and Miami got off to a pretty hot start at round 1 on Ilios. Very back and forth, but from there, Miami kind of started to run away with it. So we are now heading on to Kansas State's map pick. It is going to be Route 66. They are also going to get the first hero ban, which we should be able to see shortly. I'm really interested to see what they pull out on this map. It seems like they've wanted to play the Winston a lot. The Ana got banned out in the last map, though, so it made it a lot tougher. So I'm wondering, I'm assuming K-State is probably going to pull out a tank ban just so they can protect that Winston. But really interested to see what Miami bans on the other side.
Yeah, on the other side, we're going to see the Lucio ban, and we're going to see Miami with the Hazard ban. Okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah, that is very interesting, honestly.
Yeah, so Hazard banned out for Miami. I really expected them to ban the Winston. Kansas State didn't play Hazard at all. And in fact, Miami actually played it to a decent amount of success on that first round. But Lucio ban, a little interesting. Ana is going to be available, and I would very much expect Kansas State to play the Winston comp, but makes things a little tough if there is a Bastion on the other side. Miami ran that through most of the back half of the first map, so I'd expect them to try and run it here, especially on the defense.
If I remember correctly, Haro also has a ball that he uses, so it can still be dived, and they might have felt more important to protect the Ana as opposed to protecting the Winston. That is my thought process of what could possibly be going on.
Well, the Ana can't be banned again, though.
True, you're right. Then maybe they're predicting their break, but that seems a little unlikely.
It's definitely possible.
It's definitely possible.
I mean, if they want to play ball, the brig's a lot better into the ball. And in fact, they're going to end up playing Kiriko Juno. That's very interesting.
Yes.
But it is going to be a Winston setup for the Kansas State offense. They could also switch these supports around and spawn, so it's not guaranteed. But Miami, they're going to go to an Orisa comp. So we saw them run the Ram last time, and it was an Orisa for Kansas State, but the roles are going to be a bit reversed here, and they are going to be running the Torb instead of the Bastion. So no Bastion on the defense, still the Torb. A bit tricky for the Winston to still play into, as well as that Orisa. Just a lot of damage pressure and stun. Not the most fun thing to play into as a monkey.
Something I'm a little interested in, though, is they have this Genji.
This is a close hold. Kansas State was not expecting that. And Harmon just walks out, and there's a random bone saw right in front of him. Hello, Torbjorn. Goodbye, Torbjorn. And Kansas State, a little caught off guard by this spawn hole, but they deal with it pretty decisively. Miami, I think, wasn't expecting K-State to figure them out so early either.
As I was saying, though, they do have a Genji without that nano to pair with it. It's going to be a little harder for it to find value, especially with they do have a little stronger people from Miami, but hopefully we'll see what value Factor can do here.
Well, they do have the orbital ray. They can combo that up, but Pooja Scooter immediately swaps on over the Diva and just completely nukes Harmon as he tries to engage. And I'm not sure he saw that swap coming. The Diva just so effective with the shotgun damage into the monkey. So Kansas State immediately forced back after that first fight. And you can really see the merit of the spawn hold. Kansas State pretty much just got the normal amount of distance that they would have gotten anyway by the time Miami comes back. At the same time, Harmon is actually going to switch over to Zarya. I don't know about this. Zarya, obviously good into Diva, but a little tricky on this map. Harmon, he might be able to get that perk online. The jump perk, I think, should let him reach this main high ground, so maybe not too bad, but I haven't seen this yet, so
that's
we'll
probably
see how
going to
good
be the
it
main
is.
mobility thing they're going to have to work with.
Yeah, well, he's already taken a ton of damage. Despite the beam and the bubbles, the Diva is still doing a lot of work on him, and in the meantime, Kansas State has not had an angle to really engage so far, but they've spotted out this Torbjorn off on the flank in a really bad position away from his team, and Factor immediately pounces on that. A really great catch, but they've still got to evict the rest of this team. It's going to be Orbital Ray, but On slides away from it, is immediately greeted by a Dragon Blade from Factor in the Orbital Ray. It's able to trade out the Sojourn on the other side, but the picks are going the way of Kansas State and Miami. They don't touch the point. So K-State just sneaks that in right under their noses.
Yeah, K-State really got some work done with the blade. They were able to get a little bit off the Juno. It didn't really do too much, but as soon as Factor got that first perk online for his Dragon Blade, he said, "Okay, I can commit with this now. I have my life steal. I can survive a bit better."
Yeah, Harriman is really close to that jump perk, and that's going to make things a lot easier for him on this second point. Bonesaw also going to be switching over to Tracer. Hovered over the Cassidy for a second, but is going to opt for some more flank pressure. And I think this is a smart choice, playing into this double flex support backline with the Juno Kiri. But both support ults available for Kansas State, and they're immediately going to drop that orbital ray in. Some great peel coming through to save the Juno for the side of Miami, and Bonesaw, he's looking for an engagement, but he's got to wait out this ray, and he's actually spotted out by Doodle there, not able to get in.
We are seeing the Kiri ult live, along with on Miami's side.
Boosted. He's in a bad spot, but narrowly avoids getting picked off by that overclock, but Pooter Scooter is there for the follow-up. D.Va takes out the Juno, and support ult's not going to be invested into this fight, as Miami just immediately answers back after the ultimates expire and pounces on them.
Pooter is actually getting a lot done, being able to switch over to different targets and just kind of ignoring the Zarya a lot of times, because whenever those cooldowns are up, Pooter Scooter just having a field day in their backline. Along with that, we're seeing some ultimates go online, but we did see the Sojourn ult, which got a little bit of value here, but it kind of just forced Harriman to have to look at Sojourn as opposed to focus on the D.Va, who just went and had a field day.
Yeah, grab is available, but Harriman's gotta have to be careful to not get this eaten. He does have his perk available, so he's going to be able to get up to high ground a bit easier now, but how do you approach this? Well, the answer is a Kitsune Rush, immediately dropped in. They are going hard on the back line right now. Harman actually hasn't activated his perk. Okay, there he's actually going to get it. And he is going to go for the jump perk. That just is objectively the better one, but no picks going the way of either team so far. Harman just really hanging on to this grab. He threw it out. I'm not sure if that actually landed. No, that did land. He's able to pick off the Juno with that, but immediately just focused down by all the other players on the side of Kansas State. Factor's got another blade. We've seen him do crazy things with this before. He gets two in the backline, but is immediately taken down, and there's nobody else there to help him out. So Pale's going to stop right before the checkpoint. Still got a little bit of ways to go, and a minute 40 on the clock.
Yeah, K-State out of ults entirely. They have 78 to a Juno ult and is that 87 to the Sojourn ult on Gyro. Meanwhile, Miami's at 2. They're almost to a third with that Sojourn. They are pretty much at 0, though, for both their support ults, which makes it a good chunk harder.
Yeah, definitely. So no ults available to engage. They'll have this overclock soon, though, but they're playing into a self-destruct and that pulse bomb. And I mean, the self-destruct is really just going to make things hard. It's just going to make it really hard to kill this D.Va. It's not really that much of an offensive threat, and Bonesaw just immediately goes in, picks off the Sojourn, and Kansas State, they seem to think this is winnable. They're throwing in the orbital ray, but the super overclock, oh my god, just immediately eviscerates that Juno. The one-shot capabilities with that overcharge on full display there, and on just gonna go after another. Wants this Genji as well, but that one's gonna be taken away by Killian, and we're starting to see these major perks come online. It's really Miami that's taking full advantage of them, and they've still got ultimates to work with.
Yeah, that Sojourn's really using that mobility to its fullest. They're not able to get to high ground as easily, which is a little annoying on this kind of point. But the amount of times we've just seen them sliding around and just completely rotating to get a better off angle is so many times.
Yeah, totally. 30 seconds left. Kansas State, they've got a Kitsune Rush. They've got an overclock, but the question is, when are they going to be able to get out of it? Kitsune Rush drops first, but Giro goes so low. It looks like he's under duress by Pooter Scooter, but they're taking this D.Va low. This Kitsune Rush pressure is paying off, and overclock is going to come in, but answered out by an orbital ray, and Giro, he's just caught out in the side room. Bonesaw goes down, but it's going to be so hard to deal with this orbital raid front line, and Harman, he's actually swapped over to a D.Va of his own. No perks available anymore, and with the blade online, Factor just goes down immediately. They've lost out on their Genji, and there's still a self-destruct available for Pooter Scooter. Kansas State, they're running on fumes here. I'm not sure how much longer they can keep this going.
Yeah, we did see Harriman switch to D.Va, which didn't do them too much, especially losing out on all those perks they had already accumulated through the rest of the game. I guess it is they're just basically doing, if you can't beat them, join them, and that's kind of the end all of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really last-minute swap, and I'm not really sure it was worth it. I mean, you have the Zarya perks, but he just wasn't doing that much damage overall. He was nowhere near his secondary perk, so just loses out on a lot of value there. But now you get a chance to soft reset. You've made it decently far on second point, so if you're able to get a good hold on first, which Miami was not, so you have that as an advantage, but you really have to come up with a quality strategy here. And I'm really curious to see what Miami busts out on the offense because we haven't really seen them in a situation like this yet.
Yeah, it's really just going to be how long can K-State hold in that first point, because that first point's basically going to be a lot of their work, because they have to basically get it before they can finish capping second. And there's a good chunk there where it's really hard to hold going like at the first part of second point, because they're just all straight. It's a big area that they have to cover. We do see a Reaper currently. Oh, never mind. Junkrat. I'm wondering if that's going to stick in the end.
No,
We do see both divas.
There's no way. I mean,
Junkrat is better now.
Harriman, yeah, it's going to be a Tracer for both.
Tracer makes a lot more
that's
sense.
completely expected. So it is going to be dive comps for both teams. Both teams are going to be mirroring the Diva once again with the Brig Juno. The only difference is a Tracer for Miami. They're also going to roll out on a Widowmaker, just try to get an early shot here. Actually, he's not even going to do that. Going to go immediately back to the Sojourn. So near mirror match on both sides. This is going to have to be a really good defense from K-State, though.
Yeah, and they're not holding quite as close, so they are going to lose a little bit of distance, but not enough to really write home about.
Yeah.
Just
Diva's
unfortunate.
playing up right now. The rest of the team just playing on top of Big Earls, but Factor playing a little bit of a dangerous position. He's already burned that deflect, and Pooter Scooter somehow manages to just get in and take out the Sojourn. How on earth did that happen? That's a massive mistake by Kansas State, and it's going to cost them this first fight. I mean, Harriman is just desperately trying to stay alive. He flies back up to high ground after taking a little bit too much damage, and the rest of the team, they're just bunkering up here, trying to survive this onslaught coming through. Oh, that disruptor shot nearly catches onto Factor as well, and On and Co are just cleaning up right now. Harriman gets demeched, a little bit of a stagger, and
Yeah, a lot.
yeah, and it's crucial to note there, Miami of Ohio never stopped pushing the payload, so they're just going to be able to cap this up.
3 minutes on the clock practically. A lot of that was Harmon took a lot of aggro there and had so much healing that was just pulled away from everyone else in the team. I'm pretty sure their Juno could not stop shooting at them that entire period of time.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really, really bad play from Kansas State across the board, but they have an opportunity to show up here, but it's going to be a tough one. 5 minutes in the time bank for Miami, and they don't even have to get fully through this second point. Pooter Scooter already has a Diva Bomb online. I don't even think he used his in the last round. It's really just an insurance method to ensure he can stay alive. And just immediately getting onto this high ground, putting in a lot of pressure as Kansas State, they're all clumped together, just trying to survive and taking a lot of damage in the process. Under threat from the Genji, and Harmon seems to think he can dive in and finish that off, but he's not quite able to do it. And in the meantime, Giro is also getting harassed. Bonesaw getting in on the Tracer and trying to find this Sojourn. In the meantime, this cart has not stopped at all. It's just been a relentless march by Miami of Ohio, and they're finding the picks. Giro goes down, and despite an orbital ray, Busta is going to fall shortly after, and this might just be it. Harmon throws in the Diva Bomb. He needs to try and find something in this fight. But Miami of Ohio, they are knocking on the door of just finishing this map out and winning the map.
It really was all down to a matter of fact of who could get the Juno ult first. Miami got it maybe 5-6 seconds before the Kansas, and immediately as soon as that went down, they got 1 kill, 2 kill, and then all of a sudden finally Kansas State has it.
It's a good stall from the Diva, but the bomb is going to stop people from touching. I don't think anybody's going to be able to get through. Yeah, the bomb just completely stops them in the choke, and nobody's able to get to the point in time. Miami just wins.
Yeah, that was really big plays there from Ohio there at the very end, able to just shut down the point using that Juno ult to just clear enough space, get 2 kills immediately, force it to be a much better advantage on that 5v4 than 5v3, and then all of a sudden they do have the Juno ult on the other side, but they were just pushing through, and once they got that whole team down and able to place that bomb there, you're not challenging 800 health that well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so rough. I mean, Kansas State, I really feel like they needed to send someone lower to have another opportunity to touch. They should have seen that coming. But they just don't read that, and it really seemed like they were not on their A game coming in that second point, and it was a good push on that first point. I see no reason that they should have gotten demoralized, but it's kind of a mental collapse from them. So we'll see if they're able to keep things going in the third map. They are going to have the map pick and the hero ban, but it's not looking great for them so far. But we'll have to wait and see how this series ends right after a short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with map number 3 right after this. Welcome back, and it is going to be match point here in this series for Miami of Ohio. Kansas State on the back foot after 2-round losses and some situations that I think they could have, they definitely wanted to do differently, but the pieces did not fall in the Wildcats' favor, and they are staring down the brink of elimination right now in this loser's bracket. It's going to be their map pick, and we're going to see what that is coming through shortly, as well as their first hero ban. So I think that's a really big advantage for the teams that really, any team that loses out, they do have the advantage of having both the map pick and the ban. And Kansas State, they are going to go ahead and ban out the Juno, as well as pick Suravasa. So interesting diversion from this series. I think a lot of the series so far today, we've seen it start out on very brawly maps, and then maybe we go to a dive map later to change up the tempo. But it's been the opposite. We started out on Ilios, then went to Route 66, and on both of those maps we saw a lot of dive. So heading to Suravasa, I think we're going to see a lot of brawl. Miami responds by banning out the Zarya, so maybe indicating they want to play a little bit of Orisa. It could be a mirror from both teams, but very interesting to see.
Yeah, and also Juno makes sense. We saw a lot of that last one. I think the big difference maker here is going to be, we've seen Miami adapt a lot, and I think the big thing that's going to have to, the big thing, if Kansas State wants to win, they have to basically adapt to what Miami's adapted to them for. If Kansas can do that, I think they have a pretty good shot at this.
Yeah, I mean, the big adaptation, of course, is going to be the Bastion. I suspect we'll see it again on this map. I'm not too surprised we didn't see it on Route 66. I think it might have worked on a defense for Miami, but they just didn't end up going for it. They had a different comp in mind, and it worked just as well. But it actually is going to be a bit different tank compositions for both sides. Alfonso hovering the Wrecking Ball for now. Harmon on the Junker Queen, but he was initially on the Mauga, Alfonso. We've seen him play this a lot today, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see him pull it out on this map. I think this is arguably Mauga's best map, and especially into the Junker Queen comp. I mean, we've seen this matchup earlier in the day, and the Junker Queen, it's not fun for her.
Yeah, Junker Queen, it's just bad for it just because the nature of Mauga, it's just going to be a melt fest if Mauga can get into it properly.
Yeah, I also really don't like the support lineup for Kansas State. I think they are going to struggle with mobility. They don't have a Lucio. They need one. But they've really liked this double flex support setup so far, and with no Juno, they're just going to resort to an Ana Kiriko and hope this Queen speed boost is enough for them. But with the Mauga on point, it's like, how do you engage here? You have no speed, you have no entry, and as soon as you try to walk in, this Mauga's just going to launch overrun at you and just slam your backline, pump a billion damage into your tank. This is so hard for Kansas State. They just used the the commanding shout to get a better angle, and the Mauga's already in on the Queen. So much damage. The Torb gets around as well, and Bonesaw is just going crazy. There needs to be a major swap from K-State. This comp is not going to work.
Yeah, Mauga just completely, essentially rotating on Junker Queen, and they're just collapsing on them with their team. Yeah, Harriman couldn't have done anything about that other than just not be there. And they just, if they see Mauga, they lose. That's how it works.
I mean, they need to get an ante on this Mauga, ideally, but there's a cleanse in play. Giro can theoretically charge some good railgun charge off him, but that's about it. And Harmon, it's just such an unfavorable matchup. I really don't know why he's sticking on this Queen. He could go Orisa, he could go Sigma, but he seems intent on making this work. And the Mauga's just going to go straight into the back line. So much damage from the overrun, but he is antied. A really good play from Doodle, and the Suzu is not there from Boosted. But still, in the meantime, both supports get picked off for Miami of Ohio, and the point's already at 99%. They took so long to get involved on that first fight that by the time they get in for the second one, it's already too late. Miami's already got full control, and they're on to the next one.
Yeah, Miami was able to do that. The only big downside that was to that fight was Mauga got anti, immediately evaporated. Killian wasn't really there with that cleanse. Otherwise, it would have just basically been Mauga going to Slaughtertown in the middle.
Yeah, and I think one of the other things with Mauga is, I mean, he just does so much damage that he's going to get these perks online extremely fast. He's going to have that kinetic bandolier, most likely, and it's just so rough for Queen here. Why are you sticking this? You have barely any perk progress. Please just make a change. I'm begging you. But Harmon early on just trying to get some poke on to the enemy Mauga, and he's just going to disengage real quick and wait for that Kitsune Rush to come through, and it is a big one. A lot of boosting coming through, and Sound Barrier getting layered in as well. It's just so much utility. for both teams. I think there was a mirrored Kitsune Rush, but the Nano goes onto the Kiriko. That had to have been a mistake, and Kansas State is paying for it. One comes through in terms of picks for them, but they are just getting farmed otherwise. And the Torbjorn, he's trying to go for the hammer kill. Factor's actually able to trade him out, but it's not going to amount to much in the end.
Yeah, they're really stubbornly sticking to this Junker Queen kind of setup. Juno's banned. There's going to be Kirikos everywhere, and having the Ana against a Malga honestly does not account for much, other than you have the guaranteed cleanse being used. But that's not even too pivotal to Kansas' plan. I mean, I guess they can do anti, get it cleansed to Junker Queen ult, but that's about it.
Yeah, I mean, 60% and counting. This is final fight. Overclock comes through from Giro. He needs to find something with this, but the Cardiac Overdrive is going to keep Alfonso alive for the moment, and Nitrous, of all people, gets in and picks off the enemy Tracer. Kansas State health bar is going low across the board, and just they have no answer for the amount of damage getting put out by this Malga.
Miami just going for a really quick, already at 2 points here, with no one else from K-State being able to get in there. And ults are pretty even on that front too, and Kansas State has a Tracer ult, which is...
Yeah, I mean, Miami just hasn't even had to use that much. They've cycled through their support ults, I think, a couple times at this point. Killian's almost to another rush, but Alfonso hasn't even dropped his cage fight once so far, and there's still a Rampage on the other side. Factor's got a Pulse Bomb. This has to be the entry for them, I feel, in this point, but Suzu from Killian could just be able to cancel it out very easily.
Not to mention, we're going to start seeing some major perks hopefully soon, but it's just going to be a matter of if they can keep this fight long enough for Nano and...
Oh my, the cage from Alfonso just canceled Harmon's ult. So he just completely loses out on the value from the Rampage. Factor chucks his Pulse Bomb in there, sure, why not? And yeah, the rest of the team's just going to reset off the side of the map. That could not have gone worse for Kansas State. You take a bad situation and it just gets so much.
We found out why the cage was being held onto, though.
Yeah. I mean, a really great reactive play
Yes.
from Alfonso. I mean, he's very good at this hero, and I'm surprised he's rated this long into the series to bring it out. But yeah, taking this team to Sorabasa was a mistake, and Miami, they're just going to punch him in the teeth, going straight in with the Kitsune Rush, and Anti is going to catch onto Alfonso, and the Suzu does go wide to try and cancel out that Anti, so Alfonso is going to be stopped for the time being, and Giro manages to find Bonesaw, so finally an entry for them, but it's short-lived. Giro gets taken out, Sound Barrier Overclock layered in, and once again, the damage is just overwhelming. If this comp from Kansas State can't find a quick kill, they just lose out in the war of attrition. They just can't compete with the sheer amount of health and damage from this Malga comp.
Yeah, it really just is a matter of the fact that Miami has been playing this in such a way. And just
It's at 90.
Yeah.
They can't touch.
No.
It's over. I mean, good night, Kansas State. Way to make a statement. Miami of Ohio, they're moving on. Kansas State goes home.
Just a matter of how much they were able to destroy on that 3-0. Did Kansas State ever flip point even?
I don't think so.
Not to mention, the reason Miami was dominating so hard, they were doing so good on these technical plays. Like we saw that with the cage fight, canceling it. We saw a bunch of really good cleanses here. Everything K-State had on them, period, in skill, Miami was making it double to triple in their technical ability with it.
Yeah, totally. We're having a little bit of an issue with our camera right now, but that is going to do it for this series. We're going to have one more after this, and it is going to be a good one. Mizzou taking on Briarcliff University, one of the marquee matchups of this tournament, and that is going to be our last series of the night. We'll be coming up after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our next and final series of the night. And this is going to be a good one. Mizzou is taking on Briarcliff. The first matchup of the day featuring some heavyweights here, top 4 seeds. And I have a feeling this is going to be a good one. We've not had pretty much any close games on broadcast outside of that KU-Mizzou game, which was still a 3-0. But I'm holding out hope that this one might break the curse.
Yeah, the curse continues of the 3-0 streams. We've had a couple of 3-1s throughout the day with some other teams, but every stream game has been a 3-0. We're going to see if the last game of day number 1 is the same, if the curse continues, or if we can finally break it.
Yeah, we'll be heading into the first map shortly, and I believe we overheard that the first map is going to be Ilios. So, a bit of an interesting pick, and it is going to be a Doomfist ban for Mizzou. I think these might be reversed. I believe Mizzou actually had the second ban since Briarcliff was the lower seeded team. I'm mistaken. Never mind. The first map for higher seeded team gets first ban. So yeah, it is going to be the Doomfist ban coming in first for Mizzou. Potentially a target ban. Not really sure what the tank situation is for Briarcliff, but Mizzou clearly not one to play into this. And Briarcliff on the other side going to be banning out that Torbjorn. Bit of an interesting pick. I think this is more of an indication of what Briarcliff wants to play rather than what they want to prevent Mizzou from playing, because we haven't seen too much Torbjorn from Missouri. So Briarcliff, I'm expecting a Tracer pick to come out here. So we'll see how that ends up going.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what these comps, these teams are really thinking about playing. We've seen Clairvoyant really pick up that Diva. It is their primary tank that they play, so maybe they're going to be back on that. Maybe they might pick up something new. We'll have to see. Yeah, but with Doomfist off the table, it definitely feels like a target ban towards Briarcliff.
Yeah, we saw some Diva earlier in this series, but I feel like the more you've seen Diva throughout the day, the more we've seen some Zarya coming through to try and counter it out. And I think what a lot of teams are figuring out is that the jump up perk for Zarya really allows her to sort of bypass the one advantage Diva had over her, which was verticality. And with that, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be a little bit rough here. So,
it is currently the Diva hovered, and Briarcliff is running that hazard.
Okay, so one of the other interesting things I want to note with perks is that on these control maps, it makes it a little weird for which map you pull first, because the perks don't reset in between rounds. So this first map can really decide the tempo for the rest of the map. And since this is the brawlier point of Ilios, we're going to see brawl heroes come out for Mizzou, and this is going to be a little bit dangerous because I have a feeling they are going to have to switch up their strategy heading into the next map. But earlier we are going to see a hazard pick for the side of Briarcliff. Seaful pulling that one out, and it's going to be an Ana Lucio backline for them. Juno Lucio for the side of Mizzou. They're going to be running this Orisa. Haven't really seen this much from Clairvoyant today outside of that one map against Kansas. Early on, both teams not really wanting to get aggressive here. Wall comes out from Seaful, but not able to catch anyone out. Backstab Bud just playing very patient, trying to poke him with his Spara.
Nice shot there. Finds the Sojourn. They're going to try to play off of it, but I mean, an answer right back here for Briarcliff.
Yeah, Jadello and Seaful try and get into the backline. They managed to find one, but Mizzou picks are going their way, but Briarcliff, they have control of the objective, so they are going to get a little percentage in the meantime, but a slow fight. Both teams just poking a lot with similar DPS lineups, and we're going to see a quick swap here. Juven is going to move over to Ashe off the Sojourn, so trying to put a little bit more pressure onto Backstab Bud. And crucially, Jodello is also not going to be under the same amount of pressure with no Ashe on the other side. Oh, Skier, a nice boop, trying to get him into the LOS of this Ashe, and this hazard dive, just a lot of damage coming through, and the team pushed into an unfavorable position. Jodello makes easy pickings of them, and Briarcliff able to clean up that one.
Yeah, just really clean play there from Briarcliff. They don't even lose one. Juven as well, that swap to the Ashe. Really, really putting in work here as Briarcliff is able to take that point, get the flip, start taking a lead now as Ultimate's building up. Seaful close to hazards.
Oh, a really good wall that's going to catch out Skier. Oh, and really nice play from Seaful there.
Looking for Farah as well.
Yeah. Ooh, they are just playing up right now and playing with confidence here. Seaful, man, he's just getting so much space on this hazard and making it easy pickings for his DPS right now. He's already got the downpour available, and Skier's just going to go ahead and swap over to Widow, see what he can get here. He lands a headshot, but not able to find the kill. Yeah, WedTube falls pretty low. I think some spam came through from Backstab Bud, but not able to finish off that kill onto the Juno. And Juven, he's playing so far forward on this high ground. So much damage going into Clairvoyant. The Orisa just immediately forced out. And Mizzou having trouble getting in there. Jodello, once again, Skier just nowhere to go there, trying to get in on Tracer of all characters. So, interesting swap for him. And Barrage comes in from Jodello. I think he picked up that perk as well to give him the moving Barrage. And Seaful going crazy. 90% counting, and Mizzou just stifled in their own spawn. I'm not sure they have a touch, especially with Jodello taking out Skier. And the downpour coming in is just going to lock everybody up.
Yeah, that's going to be the curtain calls for map number 1. Really good fight there. Briarcliff turning it around pretty quickly after Mizzou gets the flip, and they don't let off the pressure for that rest of that map. I mean, just really, really clean plays there from Briarcliff. Mizzou really never found their footing, as we saw some swaps as well a little bit later into the round, but they just didn't pan out like they hoped so.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced on the Orisa. It worked in the earlier series, but I think it's just not going to be the pick against the Hazard. So Clairvoyant is going to end up putting it away, move over to the D.Va. And I think one of the things I didn't really account for with the Torbjorn ban on the side of Briarcliff is very much a target ban to allow them to play the Hazard. They're not going to have that available later in the series, but it is working out for them now. And it's going to be a D.Va. Skier going to be going back over to the Tracer. Didn't look too great on that last round. And as for swaps on the Briarcliff side, they're going to put the Lucio away, go over to a Brig. And immediately, Seaful just jumps right on top of Skier.
So aggressive.
So much damage onto this Tracer.
Just playing so aggressive on Hazard, really jumping into Mizzou's backline. Clairvoyant is also getting pinged quite low here. Needs to back away to get some heals as Skier also is just really troubling positions right now. Mizzou, I think, is going to be forced to back away as Briarcliff is able to get this first flip, and Backstab Bud finding Juven.
Yeah, these Tracers are seeming to have a little bit of trouble with the Pharah, but they're trying to get another pack lane. Skier also taken down, so no Tracer for either team. And Briarcliff is in control, so they have the advantage right now despite the even numbers with Backstab Bud. A nice air shot onto Jodello is going to take out the Pharah on the other side. And a nice poop. Nearly finds the Hazard, but Clairvoyant, he's getting harassed. He's getting taken low, and Mocha trying his best to keep that D.Va alive. Pulsar Torpedoes coming in, just desperately dumping healing into this D.Va, but in the meantime, Mizzou's been forced off the point, and the percentage is still ticking up for Briarcliff.
Mizzou need to find a flip. They need to find a fight. Hazard low, but can't finish him off.
He's just taking so much damage on this D.Va. He's trying to matrix up this Hazard engage, this far, and the downpour comes in. I think it lands onto both supports, and Jodello finds Backstab Bud in the backline. Seaful just keeps going in. These leaps are on point every time. Stratocaster goes down, and Mizzou, this has just been one long fight where Briarcliff has had control of the point. They need a reset here.
Mizzou needs a reset. They need to find a fight. They did get, a couple ultimates out of Briarcliff, and Mizzou's going to have some of their own. But, I mean, Mocha investing the orbital laser feels really unfortunate for Mizzou. Feels like a lost ultimate for this upcoming fight.
Yeah, WedTube has his available as well. It's going to be a barrage for Backstab Bud, though. And Skier wins out that Tracer 1v1, and that's immediately going to trigger the orbital ray coming through from WedTube. So a little bit of a re-engage there, and Jodello capitalizes, takes out Backstab Bud. And once again, an even fight. Stratocaster layers in the beat, though, and with Jodello going down.
Clairvoyant.
Yeah, finally, it looks like Mizzou is going to be able to get this flip on over, but 97% and counting. Briarcliff is still wanting to stall this out. Seaful is just so hard to pin down on this Hazard. So much mobility, so much damage reduction, but they're finally going to be able to take him down, and Mizzou finally gets the point.
Finally, after what felt like an absolutely chaotic fight, Mizzou finally get that flip. But Briarcliff 99%. Seaful is now up. They get a little bit of a stagger, but it's not the biggest deal as they're in very good position score-wise, percentage-wise on this point. Mizzou, they've got a couple ultimates. Briarcliff, though, Jodello Gonna be looking for this barrage.
Yeah, and that's going to be extra deadly because he did actually pick the moving
Well,
barrage.
backstab but
Birkin.
falls.
Oh, Wed-Tube manages to pick off Backstab Bud. Falling to the June of all characters, and Stratocaster just trying to fly across the map. Flies away from the Pharah, but straight into the Tracer, and 2 picks going the way of Briarcliff. Mizzou, they got to try desperately to hold on. They've still got 3 ultimates available, and those 3 players are still alive, but Skier just not finding an opportunity to dump this Pulse Bomb in, and Seaful with a pick onto Mocha. Backstab Bet equals out for 1, takes out the Hazard, and they're able to get in the backline and take out the Brig, and against
need to
all
get the
odds,
touch,
Mizzou,
they
oh,
do.
that was close. Okay, but Clairvoyant and Co. managing to keep this even, and I think overall it was just a great Pulse Bomb from Skier, taking out Seaful there. I mean, if the Hazard had stayed alive just a little bit longer, I think that would have been a lot scarier, but interestingly, both Jodello and Backstab Bud are going to switch over to Echo, so no more Pharah. Both players had level 3.
Skier's
with
looking
the
for
perks
this
available,
flank.
yeah, just moving through the back line, getting some scouting information, but not able to find much damage. Juven actually misses the jump there, so Skier's going to be able to harass him. I think he's going to be able to get the recall out there, so pretty good trade in terms of the Tracer economy. And Skier taken low right now. Juven does have this Pulse Bomb. He's probably going to be looking for Mocha, but Skier shuts him down. Really great play there, and Seaful taking a lot of damage. Clairvoyant's doing a great job of marking that Hazard.
Rally.
Yep, rally coming through from Benji. He's going to keep this backline alive, and Wed-Tube. Pulsar Torpedo lands, finds this mark onto Stratocaster. This rally is going to expire, but that overhealth is going to stick around for a lot longer, and Mocha dropping in the orbital laser, but it's not soon enough to save Skiers. Seaful jumps into the backline, takes out that Tracer. He's going to disengage real quick, not winning the smoke from this orbital laser, and they're just going to re-engage with their own, though. Jodello, damage-boosted focusing beam, eviscerates Mocha, and I'm not sure there's much more Mizzou can do here.
Backstab Bud is just tapping the point, trying to find
Oh,
this
it's a
kill in the
two-man
back. They
beat.
look for it, they find it.
Oh, it's a 2-man beat for Stratocaster, but Backstab Bud is able to get the pick, but
They need
the
the
flip.
top, they need the
Seaful
stall.
takes out Backstab Bud, and Mizzou, it's going to be so close here. A beautiful stick. It's going to take out Jodello and keep this going. But how much longer can they stay alive? Seaful on this Hazard is just so deadly and so hard to deal with. Clairvoyant is back in the fight, though. The stall with the sound barrier was enough to get these members back. This should be more of an even fight now. No ultimates really available for Mizzou, though, and they're playing into a duplicate and a downpour. Clairvoyant, he's going to have this Diva Bomb available shortly, but downpour comes in. I think it lands onto 1, but it's just the Diva. He is safe for the moment.
Briarcliff don't want to give up this flip. Mizzou sitting on it. Only
Jodello.
1 member, though,
Oh,
but Backstab
but
Bud
both
falling.
DPS are down. Diva Bomb is going to have to come out, but the Pulse Bomb from Jodello, he duplicated the Tracer, and the bomb finds no purchase. Stratocaster just desperately trying to dance around, and they can't keep it stalled. Briarcliff takes map 1.
Oh, what a close map, too. Really, really good effort there from Mizzou to crawl and claw their way back to 99-99 overtime, just sitting on that point, trying to stall as long as they can to get that flip. In the end, Briarcliff 2-0. Their first map looked very dominant, but Mizzou did show some signs of life in that second map.
Yeah, just it really felt like Mizzou, they were starting to figure things out, but Briarcliff just came in with such an advantage that by the time they got that flip at 99%, it was just too much of a mountain to climb, so they weren't really able to work their way back into that. But we'll have map 2 coming up next. It'll be Mizzou's map pick once again, as well as the first hero ban, so that'll be right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Mizzou taking their first map loss of the day on map 1 against Briarcliff, and really just a rough series for them there. They had some adjustments towards the end, but just not able to make the proper adjustments in time, it really seemed like. But they are going to be heading on to the next map, their own map pick, and they are going to have another hero ban to start things out.
Yeah, definitely a lot more life in that second map. It was really close, 99-99 on that point, but just in the end could not get it over the finish line. But yeah, Mizzou, they do have their map pick again. They do have that first hero ban as well, and we are going to get those up on the screen in just a few.
Yeah, and it is going to be a Brig ban for Mizzou. A little bit of an interesting one. Map pick is going to be Dorado. Diva banned by Briarcliff. Definitely targeted at Clairvoyant in particular. Not wanting him on one of his probably biggest comfort heroes. But yeah, Mizzou definitely not trying to take a loss here at their own event. They really want to battle back here, so they seem to think this is where they are going to have the best chance. And speaking of this event in general, we're going to shout out our sponsors. Thanks to Reactor Gaming, Red Bull, Advanced GG, MSI Corsair, and Be Quiet. Been very great sponsors, allowing us to put this wonderful event together. And got some great stuff here for our winning teams. So heading into this next map soon. Very interested in what Mizzou wants to run. They're banning out the Brig. It seems to indicate that they want to enable these flankers more, potentially the Tracer. It's interesting that I was very interested in the Tracer pick from Skier on the last map. He's coming in to the DPS role fairly recently, and you're putting on one of the trickiest characters to play in the game. I'm not sure if that is the best idea, but Mizzou seems to think it's going to be working, and banning out the Brig certainly helps with that. I wonder also if we might see a Wrecking Ball come through. That definitely would be a decent pick with the Brig off the table here.
Yeah, we'll have to see Brig being off the table. It looks like it is going to be.
Okay.
Ooh, actually.
We've got some role swaps here. I was kind of thinking in the back of my head we might see this. So it is going to be Backstep Bud switching to Tank. This is very interesting. Clairvoyant's going to go back over to DPS, so it's actually going to be a Clairvoyant Skier DPS duo with Backstep Bud on the ball. He does have a lot of experience on this character, so this makes the Brig ban make a lot more sense. Yeah, I think this is an interesting setup. I think it's a really great. I think this is a good idea from Mizzou just to try and shake things up here. And as for Briarcliff, they are going to just go ahead and run this Hazard again. It worked very well. Well, actually, I say
going
that.
over to the Winston.
Okay, they're going to be running the Winston with an Ana Lucio. So no Brig available. They're going to go for the Lucio and see how that fares for them.
They're also running this. Oh, immediately, Juven finding Stratocaster with that Widowmaker.
Oh yeah, Backstep Bud gets slept by Wed Tube.
C4 Doomfist.
Oh, okay.
Immediately swapped over.
Yeah, seems to think that's going to be the better answer to what Mizzou is running here. And he's immediately just hounding down Clairvoyant. He's getting some help from Mocha. Healed up there, but Seafull sees his target, and he is just waiting for his opportunity to go back in and wait for his team to come and help. And yeah, he just immediately collapses onto Clairvoyant. Mocha just not quite quick enough on the draw, but Stratocaster gets his lick back and takes out Juven. A little bit of revenge on the Widowmaker for finding his head in the last fight, but
ooh,
yeah,
they find C4.
Yeah, I think that was a headshot from Clairvoyant combined with the torpedo, just instantly take that Doomfist down. Really nice play there.
Skier trying to follow up with this ball in the back. A good sleep to help this back line. And
Cass. Haven't seen Cass much today, and not going to see much of him for another 10 seconds because Backstep Bud just immediately sends him back to spawn. But in the meantime, Seafull still getting in, still being an active threat on that Doomfist. Finds Skier, and Stratocaster accidentally goes for a short TP, and he's got to back all the way up. Very scared of Seafull. But in the meantime, Backstep Bud, that was close. Really great reaction time from Stratocaster. It was a nice pulse bomb attempt, but they're just going to go ahead and nano up Yodello as well, and he's finally going to find that kill onto Clairvoyant, and Backstep Bud falls shortly after. A pulse bomb chucked in from Skier, trying to turn things around, but it's not going to do much.
Yeah, with no DPS and no tank, Mizzou is just forced to retreat. Skier is even going to get found out in the corner. An unfortunate stagger for the side of Mizzou as the point is picked up here for Briarcliff. They have claimed that first one. Still, Cassidy, have not seen a lot as I knew online here as well now.
Minefield from backstep, but
Ooh.
it's pretty good, but Benji with the beat, and 3 picks just immediately go the way of Briarcliff. Just a little too slow on that ultimate for backstep, but it's not going to find much purchase. Yeah, Briarcliff is going to keep moving here.
Yeah, Briarcliff, their pressure, the Doomfist is really wreaking havoc on Mizzou's back line. They need to kind of figure out an answer here because they have not found a real good way to deal with this Doomfist yet.
I can really see why they banned out this Doomfist on the previous map. It's just causing so many problems for them. And Seaful he's confident enough on this hero to be taking a duel with a Tracer, and Juven checks the Ashe as well. He's in a bit of a bad position, but the Doomfist just harassing everybody here and causing a bit of a distraction. He's just going to be able to get to cover with the Meteor Strike, and Juven on the other side just whips out the Deadeye in the close quarters and takes out Skier. Briarcliff just rolling through Mizzou right now.
Yeah, they're even hunting here for Clairvoyant. Mizzou out to drop the second point here unless they can get on and stop it as...
Oh, nice
shot from Juven.
Yeah, the pulse bomb from Jodello as well. The Kitsune Rush came out there, but there's just no one alive to get value out of it as Backstep was just desperately scurrying around the point. And Briarcliff coming into this last point with a massive time bank.
Yeah, 4 minutes on this last point. Mizzou, they need to come up with something quickly. They did on the last time they played a payload map against KU. They were in this predicament, and they did turn around and win the map, but it was a very, very
went in a bad spot.
difficult map.
Okay, he's able to dodge the rocket punch, and I think if that lands, I mean, Seafold just gets his pick there, but oh, Backstep Bud, he's so low, but he's getting pocketed up by Stratocaster, who's moved on over to the Ana. And with this mine denying space, Point is going to have a bit of a better sightline here, but he's just got to be careful. I mean, Seafold could just jump up at any moment, and it's actually Backstep Bud that eats the punch there. Kind of prevents the Doom from going in on the backline, but stunned up, hindered. A lot of damage, and Mizzou, they are just getting hounded into this close quarters by Seafold on the Doomfist.
Oh.
And a big, just a Deadeye in close quarters once again. Juven, just no fear on this Cassidy. This is really the first time today we've seen this hero, but Juven is putting on a clinic so far.
Clairvoyant even going to go ahead and swap on over here as this last little bit of the map remains. Mizzou, they are watching as this payload gets ever closer and ever closer with 3 minutes still on the clock.
Finds a pick, but Juven, he's finding a lot more. Orbital Ray on point, but it's just Backstep Bud alive. He's just trying to keep the stun stalled up, but there's so many ways to stun him right now. He's just not going to be able to stay alive for much longer. Stratocaster is going to have to try and touch, but not able to get there. Picked off by Juven, and the sound barrier from Benji is just going to seal the deal. 2:30 on the clock for Briarcliff, and Mizzou just struggling to come up with an answer for this Doomfist.
Yeah, they really could not figure out an answer for that Doomfist. And now, moving on to the attacking side, Briarcliff has 2:30 to work with. Mizzou's got to get all the way to the end to get all 3 of these points and hopefully get some spare time on the clock in order to help that overtime.
Yeah, just a really rough first half for Mizzou. And, I mean, we saw them make some adjustments late in the last map, but I think that didn't really account for Seaful on this Doom. And I said it earlier, but it's just been really not great for them. But overall, I think, I mean, we saw the Doom ban on the first map. It was very clearly a target ban at Seafold. Mizzou just did not want to play into that on Ilios in particular. They had a strategy in mind, but they were just able to work around it. So, and now with Doomfist fully available for Briarcliff, I mean, it's just not a great situation to be in for Mizzou. They're going to switch Backstep Bud on over to the Winston. That's a new one, but a different comp for Briarcliff this time. They're going to be running the Sombra Tracer. Benji, a bit indecisive on what he wants to pick up here, but it is going to be the Kiriko in the end.
Stratocaster going over to Anna at the end there too.
Yeah. Ana Lucio, this was a similar comp to what we initially saw Briarcliff hovering on their offense, but a nice sleep lands onto Seaful, and he immediately takes out, Stratocaster immediately takes him out. And really great play there. I think Juven picked the Sombra anticipating a ball here for backstep, but not really expecting the Winston to come out, so not going to be getting as much value, but they are still finding the picks. Nice hack.
Oh, nice
up skier,
jump as well, but Juven
traded
finding
out,
the trade.
but Mizzou is continuing to move this cart, but Seaful is back in the fray. This Doomfist, such a dangerous threat. He's hiding off to the side right now, and ooh, the hack lands on the clairvoyant, but he is able to dodge the virus, so
Juven's
able
so
to stay
low
up for
though.
now. You do have to respect that Cassidy damage, even when he doesn't have that hinder available. Dive in from backstep, but they lose clairvoyant in the meantime, getting a lot of damage onto this Ana, but Skier able to finish that one off, looking for more, trying to go for this Kiriko, but it's dangerous. Can't get headshot here, and that's exactly what happens. Benji able to take out that Doom, the Genji, and Seafall on the Doom once again, just so much.
Clairvoyant, the only one left standing. And Ultimate starting to come online here for Briarcliff as two have really ticked on over to 100%. Mizzou, they aren't really that close to anything right now. Still about 25% away for Stratocaster, and he's the closer one besides Clairvoyant. But
whoa,
the
my
three,
God.
man.
I mean, Claire just rolls right into that. I mean, Jodell, I don't even think that stuck anybody. I think that was on the ground, but that must have been the, he doesn't even have the perk available. I mean, I thought for sure that was the increased pulse bomb size perk, but nope, that was just a vanilla pulse bomb.
Yeah, that was just a
Mizzou
normal
quite literally
everyday.
walks right into that one.
Yeah, unfortunate for Mizzou. They will get aced very cleanly here from Briarcliff, and with time ticking down on this point, Mizzou, oh, the nano as well onto
boy.
the Doomfist.
Really get hinder, stops that slam from coming through, but it's not going to matter in the meantime. Mocha just takes the collateral damage from the punch, and Seaful's looking for more. I mean, okay, the nano of the Winston, that's an interesting one. Backstep is going to clean up Seaful, but they're not going to be able to do much else in this fight. And Stratocaster's not swapping. I really have no idea why they invested that in there, especially with Skier coming up on Blade. I mean, they could have gone for the Nano Blade there. That's a really interesting one.
Kiriko kind of in the middle of things. Not expecting Backstep Bud to be there, but a good EMP now.
Yeah, EMP is going to connect onto Mocha, take him out. And Mizzou, they had some room to work with, but Skier gets to the backline, swept up by WedTube, and the Ana's just going to win out that trade. Primal Rage from Backstep Bud is going to find one, but it's an even trade, and Payload not moving. This is still in Briarcliff's favor still. Clairvoyant finds the Tracer, but taken out by the Sombra. Every time Mizzou gets an advantage, it's traded right back, and Briarcliff has been so good at fighting Scrappy here. And Mizzou, once again, forced back into their own spawn. Backstep Bud going to get staggered. 30 seconds left on the clock. This is really, really not good.
Skier can't die here. This would be such an unfortunate stagger. Oh. Nice, though.
Okay, that was a
start
really
it
good
off.
pick. Yeah, Juven is a little overzealous there, and he picks off the Cassidy.
They need to push this advantage, though. They have the numbers, but with Skier barely getting away onto the point. Backstep Bud trying to get this over the checkpoint.
There's a Bastion coming back from spawn for Briarcliff right now, and I don't think Mizzou has any idea this is coming. Oh dear.
Oh no, they have no idea.
Backstep Bud just jumps directly in there. Sound barrier, thankfully available from Mocha. He swapped over to the Lucio at some point, and Skier with the blade goes in, finds two, and looked like a really dangerous situation for Mizzou, but they are able to finally get the cap on first point. Held up for a long time, though. That Bastion was very scary, but Juven swaps on over to the Cassie. Not going to stick with that. And Jodello all the way back in the back line of Mizzou. I don't even think they know this Tracer's back here.
I don't know as well, but that might be a little scary if Mizzou is caught unaware. They don't have Pulse Bomb, but maybe they can find potentially Mocha Stratocaster.
Oh, okay. Forces out the Suzu, but Seaful, I mean, you just see the amount of pressure this Doomfist is putting out. It's just so much. We've said it before, and I'll keep saying it because it's not any less true And I think we saw a little bit of a Lucio nano from WedTube. Benji gets the nano there, not able to do anything with it. A little bit of a misclick, it looked like. And C4 just in and out cycles on this Doomfist, just creating so much disruption. But Kitsune Rush dropped in from Stratocaster, and it gets a lot of value. Skier is able to make good work of that. Really nice plays from the Kiriko so far in this map, and despite being under constant pressure.
Yeah, late kill there as well. Onto the Tracer for good stall here for Mizzou as they get closer. Again, they need all 3 of these points in order to go to overtime. And they really are hoping to get some extra time in the bank as well. Ultimate's coming online here. Backstab, but Primal Rage. Deadeye also still available for Clairvoyant. But meanwhile, that's going to be the ultimate coming out here from Benji to try and match Backstab Bud.
Oh, so much damage from this Primal, but can they convert it into kills? And right now it looks like no. Juven's just going to pop this Deadeye. Nearly finds Mocha, but instead Skier from across the map takes him down.
Yeah, I think it was a reflect, actually.
Yeah, really good play there. And Mizzou, they're looking for more.
Skier going crazy.
Yeah, this Genji just doing so much in the backline. And Seafull, the Doomfist, going a little bit quiet so far. Takes out Clairvoyant, but going to come in for one last touch. Not a lot of cooldowns left available, though. And Mizzou, I think they have the damage to take this out, but especially with the Dragon Blade coming in from Skier.
Oh my god, the damage.
So much. Skier, good for 3 in that fight. And after getting stopped up on first point, you're able to cruise through second pretty easily. And we're actually going to see Seafull finally swap off of that Doomfist.
Yeah, going to match the Winston now. But we have not seen a Winston very much before, so he's going to be a little low on perks compared to Mizzou.
Yeah, Backstab already has that Chain Lightning available. He's, I think that's mainly good for just building up his ultimate a lot faster. Deadeye and Kitsune Rush is mirrored, and it's going to be Jodello going down first. That Kitsune Rushed Winston damage, just doing a lot of damage, especially even through that deflect from the Genji. So Mizzou, once again, have an advantage here.
50 seconds left. Mizzou are trying to get this point.
Yeah, this could be dangerous for Briarcliff as well. Mocha has that sound barrier, and there's no ultimates available for Briarcliff. If Mizzou gets an early pickoff here, they can just stall this through. And Skier just immediately leaps onto Juven. He just didn't see that coming, and the deflect.
For the back line.
Oh, he's looking for more.
They find it.
Sound barrier is still available for Mocha. If he wants to keep this fight going, they're able to get a trade, and that could be crucial for Briarcliff. But Mocha layers in that overhealth. Backstab, but has a primal available now to keep things going. He is low HP, but he's charging into the backline. He has this available. Going to go ahead and pop this shortly. Looking for Wed 2. Bakiri already used the Swift Step, not able to TP away. 6 seconds left, but Mizzou, they have the advantage here.
They're just trying to hit everyone away.
Still, oh, Benji. He was able to work up to his sound barrier, though, and it's a primal.
Oh, but they're not on the point.
Oh, overtime wick ticking down. Mizzou, they need to stay on the point, but they are getting these picks. Benji falls, Juven falls, and a Deadeye from Clairvoyant going to take out Seafull.
Oh, and Mizzou again. Last second in this overtime.
Yeah,
are able to take it all the way, but now with just a minute on the clock compared to Briarcliff, 3:32, they're going to need to hold, and they're going to need to hold on strong.
I mean, just a really great, some adjustments coming through on the offense, of course, for Mizzou, and I think they found the answer to the Doom comp. It took them a while on first point, and I really feel like that is the main reason their time bank is so much smaller, because if they had had a faster point and not capped an OT on first, I think they come into that last point and cap with maybe at least a minute and a half, but it's not to be. We are going on to extra rounds, though. They will get another offense, but it is 3 minutes and 30 in the tank for Briarcliff. Both teams going to be having full perks available, though. And this is where things start to get really interesting.
Also, Seafull, once again, not going to be on that Doomfist. Back over again, or staying on at least, towards that Winston. It was a little effective, but I think on that first choke point, that Doomfist was really, really tough for Mizzou to get through until they started to find some of these openings, find some of these overextensions.
Yeah, and I really think as well the ball in particular struggled into the Doomfist a lot more, and I think Briarcliff has just recognized that Mizzou has put that strategy away,
Even
and the Winston is
Ash
going to be
as
much
well.
better. Yeah, this is interesting. Juven going to be able to put out a lot more spam damage, no more Cassidy. So a lot more long-range pressure, a lot less pressure on those flankers, but Mizzou, they've got a better dive target in sight now. That Ash could be a lot more vulnerable. Backstab Bud boots back as he tries to go for the dive, but in the meantime, Juven able to find Mocha. And Mizzou, they've just got to reset now with so little time on the clock. They just need to get back and spawn.
Fall, make that four.
Oh dear, that's really bad.
They've got one more play here, and they have to make the most now with 15 seconds. These respawns, Clairvoyant and Skier finally up, but now with 10, they need to get onto this point. They need to get this touch.
Backstab Buddy's taking so much early damage. I think they're going to be able to send the monkey onto point, but he's just getting chunked down so low. And Backstab Bud, he's the only one available to touch. He just has to throw his body at the point to keep it going. Sacrifices his life, and I'm not sure Mizzou is going to be able to keep this going without him. Skier, though, gets in onto Juven.
Oh, they find Winston.
Stratocaster combines. Really great play to keep this going, and Mizzou, it's even fight right now. Suzu force. This is really good for Skier. He needs to find this pick onto WedTube, though, and Mocha comes in clutch with the Lucio backstep, but back on the Doomfist. A bit of role reversal right now for the tanks in play in Mizzou. It's time for an overtime push.
Backstep Bud now onto that Doomfist. Clairvoyant hopping
Reaper
over
guy.
as well to the Reaper.
The Reaper guy. Learned this one from Super TF.
These are some big last-minute swaps now, especially as this Winston jumps in.
Seaful, he's taking
into
so
the
much damage.
Winston.
Didn't see the Reaper coming and just takes a chunk full of damage. And WedTube having to layer in the Kitsune Rush to keep that monkey alive. It's going to be a mirrored Kitsune Rush coming through from Stratocaster. Sound barriers available from both sides. Both teams are going to pop it, but Skier goes down before he can get the overhealth.
Oh,
Juven,
no,
he has the bomb available.
Jodello
goes down.
falls.
Oh,
but everyone's on
C9!
the point. No one is on the point.
Oh, no. Oh, that one's got to hurt.
No one on the point at the end there. Mizzou. Oh, what do you think they could bring it back? They crumble at that last minute now.
And Stratocaster had such a good pick off there. I think he took out Yodello with the Pulse Bomb. There was a Bob available, but with Sound Barrier online for both teams, that was such a winnable position for Mizzou to be in.
Yeah, the double Sound Barrier, the double Kitsune Rush. Everyone just popping their ults there at that last fight, unfortunately for Mizzou. You know, when you're at that point in the game, you have to have someone on the point. If someone gets knocked off, it could be over in an instant.
So now Mizzou has to hold this for 3.5 minutes. And remember, this was the weakest point of their defense. I mean, Briarcliff just really rolled through that first point with relative ease. And
we are seeing the change, though. Backstab Bud not going to be on the ball. Instead, sitting on the Winston again. This was a good swap up for Mizzou when they did eventually change. But yeah, as you're saying, 3 minutes, 30 seconds they need to hold.
Yeah,
and it's going to be tough. It looks like also Seaful hopping over as well to the Havoc.
Yeah, Hazard coming out here.
Oh, no.
Well,
back over to Winston.
He hovered this first point as well, but it's going to be a Cass and a Echo for Briarcliff. Juven was actually hovering the Bastion for a little bit, but opts not to go for that. And Backstep Bud just jumping in aggressively. So much damage going in, and Skier
nice
comes
2K.
in for the follow-up. Really nice stuff.
Oh.
The focusing beam is going to punish him. And with the respawn advantage for Briarcliff, that's bad news for Mizzou. They cannot afford to give up these straight picks at the end of fights.
Yeah, really good first 2 picks, but I think just a little bit overzealous there, overextends and falls, and now Briarcliff is going to get some momentum off of that as Mizzou are forced to back away. Oh, so many people hit by the nade and are forced to retreat.
Yeah, I mean, no Ana available for Mizzou. WedTube opting to go for that. He's playing into a Kiriko, though, so that cleanse is going to be able to negate a lot of the impact of that bio nade, but Mizzou, they need to find an entry here. They need to be picking off these supports. This Ana is just left so vulnerable a lot of the times. That needs to be their prime target, but Briarcliff, they just continue to push the cart forward, and Mizzou, they're looking a little lost right now. They're not really in a position to go on any particular target, but Skier finally finds a pick onto Juven. Yodello sounded like he was going for a focusing beam target, but not able to converge onto that kill. So
Clairvoyant finds Jodello as well.
Yeah, they have to be a little bit careful though. Backs up, but going a little low, and then
Skier,
anti-nade comes through.
fall.
Nano as well. That's going to take out Skier, but a really great high noon from Clairvoyant. I think that's going to stall out the majority of that nano. That's a really good play from the Cassidy there. Might be overstepping a little bit, but he's able to get back with the combat roll.
Ooh, Wed 2 taken very low. C4 and Jodello. In fact, Jodello is going to go
Oh,
ahead
boy.
and copy the Winston.
Winston lead comes in. He's able to take out Clairvoyant, but the Kitsune Rush is on point, and Backstab Bud uses that to charge straight onto WedTube, take out the
Backstab
Ana.
Bud with 3!
Backstab Bud. Really great setup there from Skier with the Kitsune Rush, and it really sets up. You need to
And they
take him
find
out.
the late kill there as well in the C4-4.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
stall for the stagger.
and you see WedTube is forced off the Ana there. I mean, just being able to go in with that Kitsune Rush and take out the Ana so quickly, it denies Seaful the healing he needs to stay in that fight, and really causes that comp to collapse. Another aggressive dive coming in from Backstab Bud, getting a lot of damage onto the backline, but not really finding much purchase. Ultimate advantage in favor of Mizzou right now. They have the sound barrier from Mocha. He just needs to make sure he doesn't get killed out of it. And Skier going so low, and Mocha doesn't drop the sound barrier. He's a little late on the draw. Oh, and the Ajax! Oh no! And
Oh, that
Benji-
might be it. Backstab Bud nowhere nearby. He's got to stall. He's got to do everything
Oh,
as
that
they're
is
pushing
so
down the
unfortunate.
point. They're just running the post bomb as well.
The
Backstab
can they
Bud's
get
gonna
someone
try to
back to
get
touch?
on the
It's gonna
point.
be
Gonna
close.
try to stall.
Skier's able to throw his body
1.2.
on there, but the Genji is swiftly taken out, and Mocha, one last touch. Backstab Bud is here, but he doesn't have a primal to stall things out, and Stratocaster is not able to get things done. The offense ends with a C9, and the defense ends with an Ajax. Just so many small mistakes costing Mizzou what was incredibly close on those extra rounds.
Yeah, they did such a good job on those extra rounds, but those little mistakes at the end, right at the end of those rounds, are really what took Briarcliff over the edge. It was close. It was definitely Mizzou in the lead there with the momentum for a fair bit of that overtime, but they just couldn't, pull it out once again at the end.
Yeah, and Mizzou now finding themselves on a point they haven't found themselves at all today, and that is match point. Briarcliff up 2-0 now, and Mizzou, they've got to have a good map pick in their back pocket, but this Doomfist is proving to be really troublesome for them. I think the look with Backstab Bud on the tank was a bit better. I think I just feel like Briarcliff has an idea of what Clairvoyant wants to play, and they have a better answer for it, but they still weren't able to figure it out with the comp swap. So with that, we are going to head to a short break, but we'll be back with map 3. We'll see if Mizzou is able to fight their way back into the series right after this, so don't go anywhere. Well, things were looking so good on those extra rounds until they weren't for Mizzou. A C9 and an Ajax to close things out. You could not pick a worse combination, and now they find themselves down 2-0 to Briarcliff.
Yeah, moving on to the potential final map of the night here for us at the Mizzou Esports Overwatch Invitational, and we're moving on to New Junk City. We have
Yeah.
not seen this one on stream yet.
Yeah, I think this is the final map of the hybrid and escort or hybrid and flashpoint pool that just hasn't been played. I don't think at all today because I feel like just most teams that want to play this map are going to play or that want to play this map type are just going to pick Surafasa because it's the more popular of the two. So Mizzou trying to go for something a little more unconventional here, and it remains to be seen whether or not this is going to pay off. But they are going to end up banning out the Sojourn, but Briarcliff, ooh, they're going to ban out the Juno, and this is a tough one because that is by far Mocha's best hero. And for a new player jumping into this roster for the first time, it's not exactly a position you want to be in where your main gets banned.
Yeah, I mean, being comfortable on a character is really, really important for, jumping into new rosters. So playing something that you're confident on, now forced onto something that, we haven't seen a lot of. We're going to have to see how Mocha adapts to this.
Yeah, I'd honestly argue that Mizzou probably should have gone for maybe even like a junk support ban, like a Mercy or a Lifeweaver ban, just to lock out the support role from being banned by Briarcliff. I'm really not sure what the objective is with banning out the Sojourn. I think Mizzou has looked better with this hero than Briarcliff has. Briarcliff has been trending more towards Cassidy and Ashe, so I don't really know what the objective here with that is. And losing out on the Juno, I think this might have been a misplay with the bans here, but we're going to see a bit of a different look from both teams. And looks like Bug Soup subbing in for Tank. I think that's Mary. Is that? I'm not 100% sure on the players on Briarcliff, but a new tank player nonetheless in the lobby. So no Doomfist for this next map, but it's going to be a Mauga, it looks like. That, oh boy.
Yeah, Clairvoyant as well on the Ramatra Skier on the May, which is something we saw pulled out just a little bit. Backstep, but also new character too. Venture finally picked up for them.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the Venture a bit today. Not as much as I really would have thought, although they are a bit more difficult of a character to really operate.
Wait, this is really interesting. Briarcliff is actually running.
Oh, they're running the Torb Sim.
Symmetra, and also that Moira.
The infamous Torb Sim composition. And Bug Soup just immediately into the back line with the Mauga. Cardiac Overdrive running, but not able to find much purchase, so just going to double back, get to the rest of their team. And Backstep, but just coming in on the Symmetra, just, or trying to get on to the Symmetra, just immediately gets focused down. Here finds one, and point has not been flipped over by either team, but Briarcliff moving some members over there now, and Mizzou doesn't really have the engagement potential to get in there. Still, Clairvoyant doing a hefty amount of damage on this Ramatra, and a nice wall is going to cut off Bug Soup temporarily, but with the amount of damage Skier is pumping in right now, not sure how much longer this Mauga is going to be able to stay up. Fade burned by the Moira as well, and they just TP in aggressively. Some great cleanup coming through from Mizzou, and finally some signs of life.
Mizzou able to get the flip now, as they are able to get some very good plays. You're saying the Symmetra Torb being a very annoying comp, but I mean, if you can't get into those defensive positions, it's not as effective with those turrets closing up those tight corners.
Yeah, it's going to be Coalescence and Molten Core available for Briarcliff, and it's going to be answered up by both support ults from Mizzou, and I'd say those are a fair bit more powerful
the
than
Blizzard
what
as
Briarcliff
well
is working
here,
with, but
and it's going to be used.
Ooh, defensive resources forced out though, and Mocha killed by that Molten Core before the sound barrier can get let loose, and in fact that Molten Core is going to pick up too. A big ult there from Jodello, and Briarcliff is going to flip things back over here. Benji trying to find an exit kill, and Backstep getting taken out late there. That's not great.
Yeah, not good. Bug Soup still having the cage. Benji with the sound barrier as well. Backstep Bud still holding on to theirs, and Mocha as well, Clairvoyant. So Mizzou do have 3 in the pocket to work with, whereas Briarcliff only have 2, but Mizzou, as this point ticks over in Briarcliff's favor now, Backstep Bud unfortunately falls early into the fight.
Yeah, Clairvoyant, he has the perks available, but it's not doing him much good right now as his team is getting picked apart around him. Mocha goes down as well, and the Skier picking up Jodella, it might not be enough. They're able to just barely get back over to the point, but a sound barrier in play from Benji now is going to keep his team alive and healthy. Wall from Skier is able to catch out Juven, but that's all they're going to get. As Mizzou not going to be able to keep this going. Yeah.
Backstep Bud is just trying to stall out this point,
I mean, you're
keeping
just
it
not gonna be able to
contested.
contest
Now
Amalga.
Mocha making his way over here as well, has the sound barrier to try and stall, but do you want to waste it? Do you want to use it to try to keep this point alive? He decides it's not worth it. Point 1 will go towards Briarcliff.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, when you're playing into a Amalga composition like this, like, you just cannot afford to drop 1 to 2 members early in that fight, because, like, if you have a player disadvantage going up against Amalga, it doesn't matter if you pick off the rest of that team. If you're 1v1ing Amalga, you're going to lose. That character is just so hard to take down for pretty much every character in the game.
Oh, we see some changes as well. Backstep Bud and Clairvoyant swapping up characters, but Mocha and Backstep Bud are just taken out at the start of this fight. Clairvoyant right behind his team will find a trade, but only one, as Mizzou is just falling 1 by 1. Stratocaster trying to stay alive, trying to prevent this late pick here, and looks like they will stay alive.
I'm really not convinced on the Orisa. I know it's an adjustment into the Maga, but I don't know. I feel like Clairvoyant was getting more value on the Ramatra, and Briarcliff now has point control. This Torb Sim setup, it's just going to be so hard to evict this. They're just going to go for a fast rotate around the left side and immediately pounce onto the core with the Kitsune Rush, but once again, Jodella with the Molten Core is going to deny the space for Mizzou to be able to play around that rush.
Oh, there's the Blizzard.
Blizzard gets thrown in, Bug Soup taken down, and a sound barrier from Mocha for good measure. Still doesn't stop Stratocaster from going down there, and there's still a lot of members left alive for Briarcliff. Mizzou needs to finish this off, but they're not finding the kills, and even with the flip available, that is going to prevent a lot of percentage from going over to Briarcliff, but Mizzou, 3 ultimates invested and they don't win the fight. That's really not great for them.
Yeah, they invest so much and it's flipped right back over towards Briarcliff. Clairvoyant now, though, picking up his ultimate. Backstep Bud very close as well. Oh, and Juven gets take low, but plenty of heals to top him back off. Oh, a nice spear, but there's no follow-up.
Yeah, almost takes out Benji there, but so many ults available for Briarcliff, and they might just be able to use this cage fight to stuff him in the choke, and that's exactly what Bug Soup is going to do. Terra Surge out to try and counter this up, but immediately just not able to get anything out of it, and Clairvoyant's just going to go ahead and eat emote in the corner, accepts his fate, and another point goes on over to Briarcliff.
And now Mizzou backs against the wall. They need to pick up all 3 of these next points in order to go to a map 4 against Briarcliff. Maybe it's just the curse that we are suffering. Maybe it's just going to be another 3-0 for the night, but Mizzou don't want to go silent into that night. They're going to try their best to take us to a map 4.
Yeah, Orisa, I'm not going to question it. Backstep Bud going in. He's got the bro with the TP available. That's a really smart play from Juven, just giving himself an escape. And Backstep Bud just forced to disengage. Oh, Kitsune Rush coming through from Stratocaster. It's a lot of damage, but the Malga's just going to go ahead and disengage, and Mizzou doesn't have a target to pounce on with this. It's just space being denied by the time this... and the point hasn't even unlocked yet, so they're not going to be able to get the flip.
A wall up as well.
Oh, Jodella just tossing out the Bolton Core. It's just so hard to play around all this util spam from the Torbjorn, from the Symmetra, and
no one is dead yet.
Corner. Ugh, this comp just gets so frustrated to play into. And even Mizzou, they've tossed so many ults into this fight. They tossed both support ults in there, couldn't find anything. Coalescence coming through. Clairvoyant not able to cancel that. Tries to go for the spear, but Skier in the back line trying to find something now on the
Oh,
Reaper.
Death Blossom, but I don't think he's
Yeah.
going to get a chance.
Yeah, I mean, just the rest of his team crumbling, and
And they're even
going
going
to
to just
stagger
get
him.
this stagger.
Oh,
Down he will fall. A very good stagger there from Briarcliff. Now, Mizzou, clock ticking away. They're going to have some ultimate Stratocaster close backstep, but it's here. They've got their ultimates to work with, and they need a play. They need to flip this quickly.
yeah, I mean, 76 and counting. This is final fight territory backstep, but oh, really dangerous dive there. But he has the excavation initiation ready to go, and another Kitsune Rush. Stratocaster is doing a great job farming these up quickly, but another great disengage from Briarcliff. It's a two-man sound barrier, though. A bit of a mistake from Benji, and the Tectonic Shock is doing so much damage, and Skier finishing off with a Death Blossom. Both DPS taken out. Mizzou getting a flip at the last possible minute, but they've still got an uphill battle here.
They got an uphill battle. They burned 2 big ultimates for that fight. It does work, and Benji dropping the sound barrier only onto 2 members might have been the deciding factor for Briarcliff, and that's a really big ultimate to be burning.
Yeah, Clairvoyant, he has that piercing javelin now, so he's not going for the shield this time around. We saw him make good use of that in the series against Kansas, but thinks the javelin is the better
Cage.
play here. Oh, this could
Oh,
be big.
he's looking for it, I think.
Here
There it
goes.
is.
Catches onto 3, but a sound barrier is there from Mocha. Still, they're trapped in here with Jodello's Molten Core and taking so much damage. And Clairvoyant, he ults right in the middle of it, takes all that damage, and that's just going to seal the deal. Jodello, a massive play from the Torbjorn, is just going to seal the map and the series for Briarcliff.
No
and
way.
Mizzou
Just
gonna fall into the loser's bracket.
no way for Mizzou to hop onto the point. Briarcliff, once again, the curse of the night. It's been another 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, we just have gotten so unlucky on stream here. Just every series we've casted has been a 3-0, so and that will not change. It's been every single one. We're out of series. We're also out of Red Bulls to put on the desk, guys. We have no more. But
We'll have to get more tomorrow.
yeah, there's still some more games going on off stream. Hopefully they're closer. Hopefully they're at
Yeah.
least having fun. But yeah, I mean, that's going to be our last stream of the night here on broadcast. We've still got a couple other games going. Those will be off stream, and you'll be able to check in on those results. I think we will be able to flash those on screen. But it's going to be Lindenwood taking on Miami of Ohio. And I believe Wichita State off stream actually took out Kansas. So Kansas has been eliminated. Wichita State actually taking that in a decisive 3-0, a bit of an upset in that one. So some very interesting stuff happening in this bracket in day one. It's been a really exciting day to watch. But yeah, that's going to close it out for us tonight, of course. Mizzou, not exactly the result they were looking for, but they'll have a chance to fight back through that lower bracket tomorrow. And we're going to have a much more exciting set of matches tomorrow. Our top 6, I believe, are going to be moving on. We're going to have the final rounds of losers bracket, those winners finals, and of course, our grand finals where we determine the winner of our inaugural Mizzou Esports Invitational. Thank you all for tuning in to the stream tonight. And if you want to continue to support this channel and this program, you can do a little thing called Twitch Prime. You got an Amazon Prime account, link that to your Twitch account, and you can subscribe to our channel for free, ad-free viewing, additional perks, and it helps us out a little bit financially. So come support us, Twitch Prime. Really great deal. Once again, we'd like to thank our sponsors for this event. Of course, Red Bull, Advanced GG, Corsair, MSI, Be Quiet, providing us with a lot of merch to give out to our winning teams as well as supporting this event. We could not put this on without them. And yeah, it's been a great stream tonight, but we're going to be signing off. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.